Chapter 1 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn. The Man with the Red Beard. A Story of Moscow and of London by David Whitelaw. Chapter 1. A Meeting in the Empire. I think it was the late Wilkie Collins who said that the first duty of one who sets out to tell a story is to tell that story direct and to the point, and that it is not necessary, in the relating of a plain tale of events, that one should lay the brains of one's characters on the dissecting table to arrive at the why and wherefore they did this or that action. Rather, they should be allowed to play their parts upon the stage until the curtain falls. Time enough then for the plaudits, or perchance the hisses. More especially does the late novelist's advice sound good when one is about to tell of the happenings in one's own life. My actions in these pages may not commend themselves to all, but I hold that it is not fair that a man should be judged from the easy chair for things he did under strange conditions and in the wild places of the earth. There will be some who will say that I was wrong in identifying myself with the affairs of such a man as Paul Bergstoff, others that I was merely foolish. But had I acted other than I did, Myra would never have come into my life, and poor Paul would still have been wounded in Leicester Square on the night of November the 11th, 1905. It was on the evening of this day that I will ring up the curtain, with the backcloth of the promenade of the Empire Theatre. It was some 12 months or more since I had been a part of that gay and well-groomed throng which swept slowly round the carpeted semicircle, and to me it seemed more like 12 years. For I had spent the interim in a corner of the earth where famine and disease reigned, where the only government was terrorism, and where the beplumed hat of a lady just in front of me would have kept a family in food for months. I had seen men and women suffering and dying in the sacred cause of brotherhood without hope of reward, other than that the lot of those coming after them might perhaps be bettered. I had stood at the corner of that tragic square opposite the Tsar's palace, and watched men and women, and even little children, shot down in cold blood. I had witnessed the brutality of Cossack ruffians, and had heard the roar of the bomb as some scoundrel was sent to his well-merited death. I had looked on at the capture of the assassin, and seen him standing erect and cool and happy in his high purpose above the struggling policeman. These, and other things which cannot be written of, I had seen and known, and they were enough to change any man of pleasure into one of deeper feelings. Small wonder, then, that I found myself looking somewhat cynically upon the gay, unthinking people round me. Such a scene in a Russian city, I said, would be composed mainly of spies and counter-spies. That blasé youth leaning listlessly against the back of the private boxes was, here in England, a blasé youth and nothing more. The same figure in the foyer of a Petersburg hall might be anything but what he looked. The women, too. I compared them with some women I had heard of, who deemed no sacrifice too great, if by that sacrifice they could make friends with the officers in Kronstadt and Reval, and so spread the propaganda of liberty. And then, from the crowd of faces surging past me, I singled out the smooth, monocled one belonging to Bertie Traverston, and it came back to my mind that it was he I wanted to see. Whenever I return from my wanderings in wild places, I call in at the Empire to see Bertie Traverston. Not once in 10 times do I fail to find him. He greeted me with a smile. "And so, Sammy, you are back? I've been here all the evening. Just come in?" I took the little fellow by the arm and fell in with his short steps. "My dear Bertie, I've been looking for you for the last hour. You are so much part and parcel of all this," I waved my hand round the circle, "that you can easily pass unnoticed. Doesn't change much, does it?" Traverson gave his little bird-like laugh. "My dear boy, the Empire never changes. I've seen the same crowd for a quarter of a century. I've been part of it and grown with it. The individuals change. The types, never. Fathers disappear, and sons take their places. Tell me, where has it been this time? It must be all of a year since I saw you." 13 months, to be exact," I replied, "and the place has been Russia." My little friend turned his monocle on me, regarding me as though I were some curious specimen. "Bit lively, what? Beats me how you chaps always choose some place where there's a row on, or where people live in mud huts and don't wash. Can't for the life of me see what fun you find in it, 'pon my soul. I like peace, myself, and safety. I like all this, the music and dresses. Do you know, Sammy, if I didn't have dinner at the Savoy at least twice a week, and turn in here afterwards, I'd die." The little man was right as far as I was concerned. The outlandish spots of this old earth of ours had always held for me a great fascination, and circumstances were such that I was able to gratify my wanderlust. A few years ago the paper, on the staff of which I eked out the few hundred a year of consols left me by my aunt, had been in a bad way financially. The editor, a smart young man who had been up at Balliol with me, had big ideas but little experience of the spade work necessary to editorial success. We talked the matter over, and in the end, between us, we purchased the paper, lock, stock, and barrel, from the willing seller, put in a grave-faced man with a dome of a forehead as co-editor with my partner, and from that moment the Daily Mercury had never looked back. It had meant my selling out my consols at a rather low figure, but the speculation was not only paying me a handsome profit, but was the means of giving me the occupation I most desired. As part proprietor, the plums of the journalistic world fell to me, and I left the reporting of football matches and cattle shows in other hands, which I felt sure did the subjects fuller justice than I could have done, choosing myself the more exciting role of traveling correspondent. On the outbreak of the war between Russia and Japan, I had elected to proceed to Manchuria, where I remained some months. I returned by way of Japan, reached London, only to leave it again at once for St. Petersburg. The internal troubles of the Russian Empire appealed to me more strongly than their dispute with the little yellow men, and for the last year I had gone over the land between the Neva and Moscow, and returned wondering that such things as I had seen could be. It was, indeed, hard to look back upon them as anything but a dream, as, arm in arm with Bertie Traverson, I walked up the gently rising passage to the American bar. Such a hold had everything in the last few months taken upon me that I felt I was doing wrong to be sitting here in comfort drinking cocktails and listening to the chatter of my little friend, or rather half listening, for my thoughts were, I'm afraid, where they had almost continually been since I had left the great white city of the Neva. I was rather relieved when Traverson was hailed by a party of youths who tumbled noisily into the bar, and on my declining his invitation to join them, he left me for their more hilarious company. I remained sitting at the little table, twisting the slender stem of my glass between my fingers, and watching the crowd of well-dressed loungers surging in and out of the room. I can remember it all well, the murmur of voices punctuated with the shrill laughter of some women, the distant melody from the orchestra, and the rattle of cracked ice as the bartender mixed his insidious concoctions. And then I noticed that another man had taken the chair vacated by Bertie Traverson, a well-looking fellow, dark, and with curious long, heavy-lidded eyes. It was the eyes which held my attention. A feeling came over me that I had seen the face before. The feeling was elusive. As I looked at him, the man took a silver case from his pocket. He tapped a cigarette on the palm of his hand, and as he did so his eyes turned full upon me. He pushed aside the half-filled tumbler that stood before him, and leant across the table towards me. "You will pardon me, sir," he began, and I, thinking that my elusive recognition justified it, nodded. "Where was it I met you?" I asked. For a moment a look of surprise came into the dark eyes across the table. "I do not think that we have met before." The conversation had reached a cul-de-sac. "Perhaps, I do not know. I meet so many men." The stranger was speaking again. He had a well-modulated voice, soft and with the slightest foreign accent. "I ventured to speak, to you, because I overheard, inadvertently, part of your conversation with your friend. Have I your permission to go on?" I am not a man likely to make an acquaintance in such a public place as a bar, but something about the man held me and interested me. I nodded pleasantly, and taking out a card from my case, handed it over to him. He took it and adjusted a pair of pince-nez. "You are very good, Mr. Mannering," he said. "I regret that I have no card on me, but and I swear there was a glint of amusement in his eye, and Paul Bergstoff, who is wanted by the police for the robbery of the Azov diamond from Sir Boris Fenberg. There is a reward of £1,000 for its recovery. That is why I spoke to you. I want you to give me up." I must have stared at this, for the man opposite continued to smile at me through his gold-rimmed glasses. My first thought, that fate had thrown me up against some amiable madman, soon passed, as I looked into the smiling face. That elusive recognition I had experienced was elusive no longer. It was the glasses which gave the required touch to those long dark eyes. It was only a few months back since that face had looked up at me from every newspaper I picked up. I remembered well the circumstances of the case, how Sir Boris Fenberg had been robbed of his historic diamond at his house in Park Lane. His Russian valet, a man named Paul Bergstoff, disappeared at the same time, and it was only after a persistent rumor of the man's death had obtained credence that the hue and cry had ceased. The man sitting before me had grown a moustache, and there were other little differences, but that Paul Bergstoff sat facing me among the eddying crowd in the Empire, I could have no doubt. All this took but a moment to pass through my mind, and during that moment we stared at each other, I in wonder, he with the smile lighting up his face. I felt that I must say something, so, "Why do you tell me this?" I asked, and I lowered my voice to a whisper as I spoke. "Why not?" he replied. "The whole world will know it tomorrow, and, oh, believe me, I have the best of reasons. Is there some place where we can go talk in private? My tale is rather a long one." I took a cigar from my case, and while I leisurely cut and lit it, I reviewed my position. I was not particularly keen to be seen, perhaps arrested, in company with a thief, as my friend, the absconding Russian valet, undoubtedly was, but I told myself that there was little chance of his being recognized. Again, my natural appetite as a news-getter was whetted by what I had heard, and I scented a possible scoop for the Mercury. I looked at my watch and saw that there was plenty of time to get in a story before the machines would be running. I decided. "My club, the Barbarians, is only across the way," I said. "We can be quiet there. You are placing a big trust in me, and have given me a confidence which you will bear in mind I did not invite. I can give you a half-hour, if you like, or, and I will confess I would prefer this, you can leave this bar and forget you have told me anything. I also, for my part, will promise to forget." I saw a shade of disappointment come into Paul Bergstoff's face, and I went on. "However, I will hear your story if you wish it, but I have warned you, and I reserve the right to act as I think fit after I have heard you. Come," and I rose from my chair. The Russian inclined his head. "That, sir, is perfectly understood. It would be, perhaps, better that we went away separately. I will follow in, say, 10 minutes at the most." He paused for a moment, then, "At the end of the passage, in the third seat facing the back of the boxes, there is a man with a square, reddish beard. It would be as well that you should impress him upon your mind. Do I mystify you? I am sorry, but you will understand later." I went out past the little cloak-room and walked quietly down the passage. I was beginning to enter into the spirit of the adventure. I think it was the Russian element that attracted me, and I flatter myself that there was nothing to single me out from the crowd of idlers passing to and fro between the bar and the promenade. The red-bearded man was there sure enough, but he gave me the merest glance as I passed him, then returned to his watching of the mouth of the passage. I knew the building well enough to see that from his point of vantage no one could leave the American bar without his knowledge. I turned at the bend and noted well the look of the man. He was a biggish fellow, how tall I could not say, as he was seated, and he had the nastiest colored hair I have ever seen. There is some red hair I like, especially in women, but this was different. Bristling as it did, unevenly from his deathly white face, it was repellent, loathsome. There was something about the bone structure of the face that suggested the Cossack. For perhaps 3 minutes I watched the man, unperceived, then I left the theatre by the Leicester Street exit. I did not wait to see if my new friend was following, but made my way through the crowds of the pavement over to my club. It had been a clear evening when I entered the Empire, and I was surprised to find that a fog had descended on London. It was not a bad one so far, but it promised a nasty night. There were the usual knots of men in the foyer of the Barbarians' Club as I entered, but I noted with satisfaction that I knew none of them. I passed my hat and coat to the attendant and sat down to await my diamond robber. He was not far behind me, and he came in as though he had been walking quickly. I crossed to the desk and entered his name in the guest book as H. Paul. Then I took him up the staircase to one of the little rooms on the first floor, the big windows of which looked down onto the passing show of Coventry Street. I called the waiter, and having ascertained Bergstoff's wishes, ordered coffee and asked that we might be undisturbed if possible. When the man had put the coffee on one of the little copper-topped tables and left the room, Paul Bergstoff walked over to the window and looked down on the street. I would have followed him, but he waved me back. In a moment he had returned, evidently satisfied with what he had seen. We drew our table and 2 wicker chairs up to the fire. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 2. Expropriation. I open the proceedings. And now, Mr. Bergstoff, what is your precise trouble? The Russian gave a little laugh. Very little so far, but lots coming, I'm afraid. Then he grew serious. I'm going to make a strange request to you. If you accede to it, I am your eternal debtor. If not, he made an expressive gesture with his shoulders. And that request is? That you undertake a commission to Russia. No, don't interrupt me. The service will be well paid. When you have heard my story, you will understand that I had to tell it to someone tonight. My choice fell on you as I overheard you speaking, and named you for one who was acquainted with the country. But you said something about my giving you up to the police, I put in, and my thoughts turned again to the question of madness. I am coming to that, Mr. Mannering. May I tell my story? I replenished the cups and nodded my permission. I will begin, said Paul Bergstoff, some 7 years ago, when I was a student in the university at Moscow. To be precise, it was in the spring of 1899 that I decided to throw in my lot with the men who were working for the regeneration of my country. I lived with my father on a small estate a few miles to the north of the city. It was from him that I inherited my liberal tendencies, although my father was too much of a dreamer to take an active part in the propaganda which had all his sympathies. I will never forget the day when I returned home to find the house in possession of the authorities. A peasant on the outskirts of the place, who loved my father, gave me warning as I passed, so I was able to take precautions and approach my home unperceived. My home, I said, but there was little of my home remaining. My father, I learnt, had already been taken away, and the old house was a smouldering ruin. The forces of law and order had been at work. Somehow I managed to elude the vigilance of the police who were watching for me, and I reached Moscow about midnight. I never saw my father again. He spent a month in the house of inquiry and never appeared before a judge. There was no evidence, but the authorities knew his leanings were towards liberty, and they would not risk a trial and possible acquittal. He was condemned by administrative order and exiled for 5 years to Siberia. I followed him as far as Irkutsk, only to find out that he was dead. There was a little pause after this, and knowing as I did the strong family affections which exist in Russia, I did not break it. In a moment Bergstoff went on. Can you wonder, sir, that I threw myself, body and soul, into the movement? I joined the strictest circle in Moscow, sworn to avenge my father's death. To me nothing mattered but the cause. It was at the order of the circle that I entered the house of Sir Boris Fenberg as a valet, but, believe me, I do not consider that I did wrong. You see, I had no personal animosity against Sir Boris, but he owns many miles of my country. No, he does not live there. He prefers Park Lane and Mentone. On his land are great forests, yet women living there cannot touch a twig of his trees to warm the bedsides of their dying little ones. The Azov diamond would have done much good. It was for those poor people I expropriated it. And I, listening, could not find it in my heart to think he had done wrong, for I, too, had seen the misery he had seen. But I understand the reward is for the reclamation of the stone? For answer, Paul took from his pocket a little case, and opening it, swayed it slowly backwards and forwards beneath the electric lamp on our table. The stone is here, he said. It was never used. When I returned from my marauding expedition, things underwent a change with me. There was a girl in Moscow, an English girl, who gave music lessons. I had met her at a friend's house, but I was not prepared for what I found on my return, that Myra Ramsay was about to join the circle to which I belonged. Now, what seems good to oneself does not always seem desirable where others are affected, especially when one is in love. You see what I mean, Mr. Mannering. For myself, I could contemplate any crime for the cause. What was to me a noble act seemed a horrible thing where Myra was concerned. I was between two fires. I could not warn her without breaking my vows to the Brotherhood, and, as is the case in any conflict where love takes sides, love won. I was overheard protesting against her threatened action. To convince her I spoke against my convictions, against the circle. The result is easy to guess. My words were reported to the chief, and my death sentence ensued. I was warned, and made my escape the same night into Finland, and up to Stockholm, from which port I sailed for Hull. I have been in London 3 weeks. The diamond has been with me all the time. I was debating within myself whether to return it or use it for the cause I still have so much at heart. Tonight my hand has been forced. You should return it anonymously, I said. If I do what you wish, it means prison. Bergstoff smiled. Precisely, he said. Your English prisons are for me the safest place on earth. He looked towards the window as he spoke, and I thought I understood. Then the man with the red beard is... I began. Exactly, Bergstoff answered. The man with the red beard, who by the way must find the corner of Wardour Street a very draughty place to stand while I am telling you all this, is the emissary of my society. I saw him for the first time this evening in the Empire. That is why I spoke to you. I was silent for a moment. It seemed so strange to be sitting here in London, in a well-appointed club, and to know that an emissary of vengeance was waiting outside in the fog to deal the death blow to the man who was so calmly drinking his coffee opposite me. Suddenly an idea occurred to me. I'll help you, I said, but not in the way you mean. There is a little door which gives on to the court running off one of the side streets. Come with me. John will show us the way. Paul Bergstoff shook his head with a sad smile. Nevertheless, he rose, and together we walked down to the foyer. John, my own particular waiter, was there and gladly showed us the way, leading us by narrow passages through the club kitchens to the door I had mentioned. There was a window beside it, and my friend advanced to it and stared out into the night. The stage door of a theatre stood next to the little club exit, and above it a lamp made a yellow blur in the fog. The court was deserted save for the figure of one man, a tall, thin fellow, in an astron overcoat, who leant against the opposite wall smoking a cigar. Instantly Paul Bergstoff drew back, and, taking my arm, led me back the way we had come. I was sure of it, he muttered, and when we were back in our little room he turned to me with earnestness in his eyes. You see, Mr. Mannering, I'm here like a rat in a trap. I have only one chance, and that is to leave this place in the custody of your police. Then for a little while I may, be safe. But why should I, a complete stranger, be such a cad as to give you up? I asked. I am coming to that. Myra is in danger. I heard today from my brother, who represents the League in Paris, that she has been arrested. I want someone to take the reward and go to her assistance. I would give you the stone, but you could not negotiate it. You will go to Moscow? I pulled hard at my cigar and thought the matter out. At first sight it seemed impossible that I should be the means of giving a fellow creature over to justice on a matter in which I had no concern. That the novelty of the whole situation appealed to me, I will not deny. There seemed a fate in it that Bergstoff should have chanced on me, of all men, to help him in his extremity. I leant over to him. And if I refuse, I said. Again that expressive shoulder shrug, a gesture which spoke strongly of the fatalist. In that case, sir, I can only thank you for your courtesy, and go out to my death. Unfortunately, I am unarmed, or I could promise you some rare support from these windows. Your countrywoman will remain in a Russian prison. She is a beautiful girl, Mr. Mannering. I felt ashamed as he spoke. Here was a man willing to go to his death or to prison for the sake of a woman. There was none but I who could help him. In taking him to the club, I had cut off the chance of his finding anyone else. If I let him go, how could I return home to my comfortable chambers in Craven Street with the memory of this tragedy hanging over me? I don't like it, I said. I am an Englishman, and I have an Englishman's dislike of an informer. What if I promised to go to Russia for you? I was thinking of returning there anyway. And let's leave the other affair, the giving up, out of it. I can get the reward if I take the stone to Fenberg. Paul Bergstoff seemed radiant. He caught my hand and pressed it. I could not have asked that of a stranger, he said. You are too good. For myself, I do not care." I saw what he meant. It was necessary that he be arrested. The man awaiting him would hardly attack him in the presence of a policeman. How well everything was fitting in. This affair was taking hold on me, and even then I knew in my own mind that I would do as my friend desired. He must have seen that I had decided, for he went on eagerly. "Perhaps you can arrange that I remain here while you go to Sir Boris. He lives in Park Lane. A cab will do it in 10 minutes. Tell him that Paul Bergstoff is leaving this club at 12 o'clock exactly. Let the police be at the door. Draw a cheque from him for 1,000. Don't tell him else. You can say that if the stone is not recovered, he can stop payment at the bank." I did not like the idea of the interview, but I had made up my mind. I nodded. "And then?" I said. "While you are away, I will write all particulars to you in the form of a letter, and so that it will not be found upon me when I am taken, I will post it to you in the club box here. You will give me your address? If what I write causes you to alter your opinion, I can only ask that you do your best. I extract no promise from you." He looked at his watch. "There's not any too much time," he added. I shook hands with him and left the room. Through the glass door I saw that he had already drawn paper towards himself and was writing. I left the club by the main door and stood for a moment on the wide steps whilst the porter whistled up a cab. Out of the tail of my eye I saw the figure of the red-bearded man at the opposite corner. He gave me one glance, then turned and looked in at the windows of the nearest shop. I was able to add to my notes of his appearance that he stood within an inch or so of 6 feet. And then my cab drew up, and giving the man the corner of Park Lane as my destination, I jumped in and leant back on the cushions. As the lights of the Circus in Piccadilly glinted past me, I half smiled at the curious position in which I, Sammy Mannering, newspaper proprietor, found myself. Then the cab turned into the curb, and I came back to the reality of what I had in hand. I suppose everybody in London knows the magnificent home which the Russian financier has built for himself in London's fashionable quarter. It stands perhaps 100 yards up from Piccadilly, and I walked quickly. There was no plan of procedure to turn over in my mind. I knew exactly what I had to do. All that was required was that I put a bold face on it, and went through with it. The butler informed me that Sir Boris had just come in. Unless my business was very urgent, he would rather not disturb his master just then. I scribbled a note on a blank piece of paper and folding it, gave it to the man. It had the desired effect. There is something barbaric and imposing about the average Russian. Brutal he may be, but to all appearances he is essentially a man. When, however, you come across the opposite type, he is rarely a pleasant sight. Sir Boris Fenberg was a mean-looking little Muscovite, with narrow eyes deep set beneath bushy brows. His head, which seemed out of all proportion to the rest of his body, was deeply sunk between high shoulders, giving one the impression that it had burrowed its way there by sheer weight. He held this great head a little bent forward, like some evil bird, swaying it slightly from side to side. He did not rise from his armchair by the fire as I entered, neither did he ask me to be seated. The servant had hardly closed the door before Sir Boris, glancing first at the paper I had written, then at me, spoke. "So you know where that rascal is?" "I do, Sir Boris." He waited, peering out from beneath his great brows at me, and tapping nervously on the arm of his chair. "Why don't you speak?" I took my eyes from a picture of some religious subject on a wall facing me, and looked at the little man in the chair. "There is a matter of £1,000, I believe." "It shall be paid," he said. This time it was I who waited. I looked again at the mass of struggling saints hanging over the fireplace. In a moment Sir Boris went on. "You are aware of the conditions, I suppose? The stone must be returned." "It shall be returned," I said. He gave a funny little sniff at this. "Which means, I suppose," said he, "that you and your precious little friend Paul Bergstoff have found a difficulty in disposing of it?" So the little hound took me for an accomplice. I felt the flush rise to my face, but I mastered myself. I thought of a man now writing in the Barbarians' Club who was giving up all. Surely I was not to be turned from my purpose by the taunts of this nasty little Russian. "I am not here to discuss the matter with you. I am here in answer to your offer. Make your check payable to Self. Endorse it, pay cash, and if the Azov diamond is not received, you can stop payment before the bank opens." "And what is to prevent my sending for the police now? They would want an explanation from you." I looked at my watch, comparing it to the great Sheraton clock on the mantelpiece as I answered. Your own common sense, my dear sir. You have 40 minutes in which to write the cheque, call at Scotland Yard, and arrest Bergstoff. He has the stone on him. After 12 I cannot help you." Sir Boris Fenberg rose out of his chair and crossed the room to a bureau and took out a cheque-book. I think it was the idea that he could stop the cheque if I was deceiving him that decided him. As I folded up the slip of paper and put it in my pocket-case, I told him all there was to tell. We left the house together. As he got into the car he had ordered, he asked me to accompany him to the yard. I declined. There was no longer any need for me to appear in the matter now that I had so far done my duty for my unfortunate friend. By the smile, if one can call such a facial contortion as that which spread over Sir Boris Fenberg's features by that pleasant name, I imagined that he misunderstood my motives. He closed the car door and put the speaking-tube to his mouth. The chauffeur threw in the clutch, and with a rattle the car swung out towards Piccadilly. A few minutes later I drew up in a cab at a restaurant, from the windows of which I could watch events. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 3. The Shot in the Fog. I paid the man, and without a glance to see whether my friend with the red beard was still on duty, ran up the flight of stairs to the room on the first floor. The theatres were just out, and the big square room was rapidly filling. I crossed to a table near the window, and, taking my seat, ordered a whisky and soda. I really felt that I had earned one. If the careless revellers around me had known what I knew, the proprietor could not let those windows at coronation prices. On the opposite corner stood the Barbarians' Club, and I wondered how the uniformed man at the door would acquit himself in a quarter of an hour's time. Of the red-bearded man I could see nothing. Doubtless he was still near, but beyond my range of vision. I noticed the window of the room in which, perhaps, Paul Bergstoff was still writing. What must be the thoughts of that man, calmly preparing to smooth the path of the girl he loved, knowing that within half an hour he must be dead, or on the road to a long term of imprisonment? I named the man as a hero, and I felt a flush of pride that fate had singled me out to be the ally of such a one. The roadway was congested with traffic, mainly motors taking parties home from the theatres. I could see the sheen of diamonds and the warm richness of wraps in the lighted interiors of the cars as they were held up by the policemen on duty at the corner. At last the car I was watching for rolled slowly up the slight incline of Whitcomb Street, coming to a standstill a few yards beyond the club entrance. I could just recognize in the little monkey-like figure in his furs, huddled in the corner of the tonneau, my Russian friend of Park Lane. With him were 3 others. I watched while these men left the car and walked to the door of the club, where 2 of them remained, whilst the third accosted the policeman who was attending to the traffic. The man in uniform nodded and looked towards the barbarians. The clock over by the bar in the room I was sitting in pointed at 5 minutes to the hour, and, hastily swallowing my whisky and soda, I went out into the street. There was no sign of the man with the red beard, but the mass of humanity surging over the pavements made search impossible. I took up a favourable position at the corner, and with collar well up to my ears, waited. A distant clock chimed. At the 6th stroke, Paul Bergstoff pushed open the swing doors of the club and stood there on the step buttoning up his coat. The next moment he was surrounded. A man took up a position on either side, and the policeman, who, I saw, had left the roadway, stood near. It was all done so quietly that I doubt whether anyone in the crowd around knew that an arrest had been effected. The little party walked to the waiting car, which was immediately started. It shot into the road, backed, and then turned and slid down the hill. As I watched it, thinking of the tragedy of the man who was in it, a figure sped out from the mouth of a little court and, stooping, ran after the car, which had pulled up at the traffic of the crossroads. Although I saw this, the true significance of the proceeding did not occur to me, and it was not until I saw the figure climb on to the back of the vehicle that I understood and ran forward. I was too late. There rang out on the night air the sharp crack of a revolver. The figure dropped from the back of the car. I caught a glimpse of a red beard. Then the man seemed to melt into, and be swallowed up by, the fog. I joined the crowd, which collected around the motor car, but I kept in the background, fearing the chance recognition of Sir Boris Fenberg. The occupants were bending over the form of Paul Bergstoff as he leant back on the cushions. I had sight of a white face and long black hair from beneath which a thin trickle of blood ran down. The eyes were closed, and the sight called to my mind men I had seen on the frozen snow of the streets of Lutsk the January before, and I knew that the ruse of Paul Bergstoff had been in vain, and that for him all was ended. But was it in vain? I asked myself the question as I made my way through the quiet back streets to my chambers in Craven Street, and I answered no. If before I had been attracted to the adventure, I was wedded to it now. The death of the man who had come so strangely into my life had made a deep impression upon me. Indeed, I felt as though I were under a moral obligation to do his wishes. The still face that I had seen lying against the green cushions of the car spoke to me more eloquently than had the same face smiling at me across the little coffee table at the Barbarians' Club, and I swore then and there that I would do what lay in my power for a girl I had never seen, but for the love of whom Paul Bergstoff had laid down his life. I rang up the paper on the telephone when I reached my rooms. I did not think it expedient that I should tell all I knew, but I meant that the Mercury should at least have a fuller account of the affairs at the Barbarians' Club than any of its contemporaries. That much I owed to my journalistic conscience and to my partner. My sleep that night was uneasy and punctuated with many dreams, visions in which the doings of the evening were strangely intermixed with past adventures in the frozen empire of Russia. I woke with the impression that throughout all, the dream face of a woman had looked at me, a woman with white oval face framed in smooth dark hair, and with eyes of deep gray which had gazed at me imploringly. I rose and parted the curtains. There was but little traffic so far on the embankment below me, and a glance at my watch showed me that it was not yet 8 o'clock. The fog had entirely lifted, and the wintry sun was shining timidly on the leafless trees of the gardens. A string of barges was drifting lazily down the river, and from the chimneys over the water smoke rose in thin spirals into the calm air. I wrapped myself in a thick dressing gown and sat and smoked a cigarette and gazed out over the river, thinking of the events which had crowded themselves in the few hours of a November evening. I had left this very room without a care to see if I could run across any of my friends in the Empire, and I had met Bertie Traverson and Paul Bergstoff. Looking back, it seemed so unreal, so interwoven with my dreams that I found it difficult, at first, to winnow the fact from the fancies. But there amongst the litter I had taken from my pockets when I had undressed, and heaped upon the dressing-table, was the cheque on coats bearing the cramped signature of Sir Boris Fenberg. That, at any rate, was real enough. My cigarette finished, I had my tub, and went into my little sitting-room for breakfast. There was a small heap of correspondence beside my plate, and on top of the pile was a large envelope bearing the imprint of the Barbarians' Club. It was addressed to me in an angular foreign calligraphy, and I turned it over with mixed feelings, this letter written but a few hours ago by one who was now dead. I put this aside until, after breakfast, I could give it my undivided attention, and opened my copy of the Mercury. End of section 3. Chapter 4 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 4. The Mercury Scoop. It was with a feeling of pleasure that I saw that our paper was the only one amongst those on my breakfast table which mentioned the affair of the shooting in the West End of the evening before, but I smiled at the sensation which would have been caused had I telephoned all I knew of the matter. However, a scoop, be it ever so small, is dear to the journalistic heart, and I was well content. The night editor had just left when I had rung up, but young Winson, my partner, had looked in a few moments later and had made good bricks from the limited straw I had sent. The report, which was leaded and dropped into a prominent position on the front page, read, "Paul Bergstoff in custody. Strange sequel to the arrest of Sir Boris Fenberg's valet. The police, acting upon information received late last night, brought to a sensational finish the hunt for Paul Bergstoff, the Russian valet for whom a warrant has been out for some months in connection with the Azov diamond robbery. The arrest, which took place under dramatic circumstances in Whitcomb Street, was superintended by Inspector Peters, and a dastardly attack was made upon this officer as he was taking his charge away in a motor car. The vehicle being held up by the traffic, a man suddenly leapt upon the back, and leaning over the hood, fired 2 shots into the tonneau. This apparently bold attempt at rescue was, however, of no avail, and the miscreant's bullets, instead of hitting the officers of the law, entered the brain of Paul Bristoff himself. The man, seeing his mistake, dropped off the car, and in the general confusion succeeded in making good his escape. In this he was considerably helped by the fog which settled over the metropolis last night. There is a later report, unconfirmed as yet, that Paul Bristoff was killed at the first shot, and that the Azov diamond was discovered in his possession. I smiled as I laid the paper aside. I had purposely misled them as to the motive of the crime. What if I had published the fact that the bullet did not go astray, but found the billet intended for it? What if the Mercury had gone on to say that the man who fired the shots was 5 feet 10 in height, and that he had a sallow white complexion and a square red beard? What a flutter there would have been in the Fleet Street dovecots, and what awkward questions might be addressed from Scotland Yard to one Sammy Mannering. Breakfast over, I drew an armchair up to the fire, and took poor Bristoff's letter from its envelope. There were 2 closely written pages, and from the first word to the last I read without raising my eyes. I have the same letter on the desk before me as I write this, and I will copy it here. My dear friend, it says, for it is a friend whom the good God has sent me this night. If I am spared, perhaps I may be able in some measure to repay you for what you are doing for me, a stranger. But dangers are thick around me tonight, and although I showed a light heart to you, I have little real hope of evading the man who is, as I write this, exercising such patience at the corner of Wardour Street. But I would have you remember that I consider you pledged to nothing. If you wish to withdraw, you do so with my heartfelt thanks for what you have done so far. Thanks and the blessings of a doomed man. In such an event I would ask you to see that the money reaches my brother, together with this letter and a statement of all that I have told you. Although not in our extreme circle, he is in sympathy with us, and intends acts in Paris for the cause. He is Bernard Bristoff, and he lives at 404A on the Boulevard Saint-Michel. This I know you will do. He will be acquainted with the latest tidings of my poor girl, and in the event of your withdrawing will take on the task. But this will be difficult. He is known in Moscow, and would be handicapped. I would have risked all and returned to Russia myself, had intended doing so tomorrow, were it not for seeing Felix Marazeff in the Empire tonight. It was this man who induced Myra to enter our organization, and I do not think he is acting alone for the cause when he seeks my removal. I understand from our conversation that you are a newspaper man. I can perhaps help you by telling you that in Moscow all is nearly ready. Within a month the streets will run red. You may kill 2 birds, as your saying goes, with 1 stone. There is time for no more. Goodbye, my friend, and whichever way you decide, may the good God keep you. Paul Bristoff. I finished reading the letter and sat there gazing into my fire, the sheets hanging limply from my hands. In the calm light of morning reflection, I felt a little inclined to resent this affair that had been thrust upon me. Things seem so different at night. I think it is the lights and the gaiety that cast a glamour over what would otherwise fail to attract. I knew, none better, what it meant to meddle in the politics of the Tsar of all the Russias. People are apt to have the impression that they have but to tap their chests and proclaim their nationality as English to make foreign officials grovel at their feet. Believe me, they do not do this in Russia. Your Muscovite, from the merest policeman to the highest official, is a born diplomat. If he arrests you and discover his mistake, his apologies are so magnificent that you forgive him and even feel inclined to thank him. But before the apology comes, he makes you wish you had never been born. The state of the country, too, was all against foreigners. The comments of the world on the massacres that were taking place everywhere in the empire, the gloating of the foreign press over the victories of Japan, all these were rankling in the breasts of Russian officialdom, and an Englishman who compromised himself would be sure of a drastic treatment. Besides, I asked myself, what was I to do on a wild goose chase such as this? I had never seen Myra Ramsay, and even if I had, I did not see how I was to wrest her from the clutches of the Tsar. For I had seen, as a visitor, the insides of more than one Russian prison, and I consider it easier for a man to escape when standing on the hangman's trap than to escape from the least guarded of the Russian fortresses. As to the £1,000, well, I knew the power of the nimble rouble, and was well aware that the lower officials did not hesitate to follow the illustrious lead of more exalted personages when it was a matter of plunder. Therein, I said, lay my only hope, and small enough at that. I put on my coat and walked down to the Mercury office. Winson, as I thought he would be, was in the seventh heaven of journalistic happiness. He had been answering telephone calls of congratulation all the morning. He hailed me with delight. "Biggest bit of luck I've had for ages, Sammy. How on earth you tumbled across it beats me." I smiled in a superior way. "And there's a bigger bit of luck coming. I don't want to appear in this at all. I want the scoop to be all yours, and yours only. Is the man dead?" "What? Bergstoff? Really, old man, how do I know?" Winston replied, laughing. "All I've read on the subject is what I wrote myself. Can't you give us a bit more where that came from?" I shook my head. "My dear Winson, I could give you 3 columns of the reddest, hottest stuff that ever mopped up printer's ink, but I'm not going to. No, sit still and listen. Don't interrupt. What do you think of this?" And I showed him the check signed by Sir Boris Fenberg. "There was a reward of—" he began. "Exactly. That's it. I gave Paul away." Winson's face was a picture. He was a dear fellow, and I swear I saw surprise and reproach in his eyes. So, for the good of my soul, I told him the story from first to last. And when I had finished, "Lord, why didn't you tell me all this last night?" he gasped, and made as though to leave the room. "Because," I said, pushing him back onto his chair, "it's not for publication." "Not for publication? You're mad, Sammy. Rank balmy. Look at the stuff. Shooting, anarchists, love interest. Lord, there's a heartthrob in every line. You'll have to tie me up and gag me and chloroform me. I simply couldn't see the dear old Mercury go to press while I had all that in pigeonholes." I laughed at his excitement. "No, Winson, old man, you've had your little scoop. You're the idol of the morning in Fleet Street. Be content. Besides, it is a point of honor with me. They'll all be over at the club. Run over and suck up your fill of adulation. I'll be over in a few minutes." I wanted to be alone to settle a little financial difficulty which was bothering me. I sat twirling Coutts' check in my fingers and wondering how best I could negotiate it. I did not think for a moment that Sir Boris would descend to stopping payment, but I did not by any means relish presenting it at the bank and laying myself open to any surveillance which the wily financier, thinking me an accomplice, might have waiting for my appearance. I decided I would send my clerk round to my own bank with the check in a sealed envelope. Meanwhile, I would telephone to my good friend the manager. He would no doubt cash it if I gave him a guarantee that I would stand responsible for the amount. Mr. Downing, as I knew he would, fell in with my request, and within half an hour I had the money in gold and notes in my belt. Afterwards I wrote a letter renewing my credit with the Bank of Moscow. I strolled over to the club a little later and found Winson the center of an admiring group of journalists. I, too, as I entered the smoking room, was hailed with compliments, but I waved them aside. It suited my book that Winson should take all the credit there was coming, and I was not jealous. After all, he was responsible for what appeared in the Mercury, and it would do him more good than it would me. There was a tape machine ticking in the corner of the room adjoining the bar, and I walked over in its direction, principally to get away from the acclamations. The usual little group of men hung over the glass shade, scanning the tape as it spelled out its messages. A little man with bulging eyes looked up at me as I joined the group. This was Binns of the Tribune. "Here," he shouted, "this will interest you, Sammy. Your man's not dead. Knocks the gilt off the gingerbread scoop. What?" I took the tape without any show of haste, but my heart was beating. I wondered how much of the story had become public property. The message was from the Central News, and stated that inquiries at St. George's Hospital elicited the fact that the doctors had located the bullet, and that Paul Bergstoff had, in the circumstances, quite a good chance of life. That afternoon I dished up the report for next day's paper in company with Winson, adding enough local color to ensure our account being better than any of our rivals, but I gave nothing away that would any way hamper me in the matter I had in hand. And ever as I wrote, the elusive face of my dreams seemed with me, the oval face with the gray eyes and the banded hair. "And now, Winson, I'm off. There's nothing to keep me here. You can expect some pretty good telegrams from Moscow. Things are going to be lively there for the government. Since the Tsar called Tepov to Petersburg, the revolutionaries have been making hay. I think Berryman is still at the consulate. He'll help my wires through, like he did before." But Winson did not like my going at all. "You're in a devil of a hurry," he said. "Where will I be when you are gone? This affair of your pal Paul is going to hit the public good and strong. You're the goose with the golden eggs. I think it's a rotten shame leaving the paper like this." He was still going on in the same strain when he saw me off from Charing Cross that evening. He called me everything from a Don Quixote to a damned fool. I really believe that had I not promised to send him a little bit from my exclusive stock of news now and again, he would have refused to shake hands with me as the Paris boat train slid out of the great station. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 5. Redbeard Again. I cannot say the number of times that business or pleasure has taken me to the French capital, and I have seen the fickle city under all manner of conditions, but never have I felt so depressed as when I walked out of the Gare du Nord on the morning after I left Winson at Charing Cross Station. The passage had been atrocious. A southeasterly gale, charged with grape-shot of sleet, had whipped the vessel as she ploughed across the channel. The heating apparatus in the French train had been apparently out of order, and I had slept but little. Also, I remember, perhaps a trivial matter in itself, that a smut from the engine had entered my eye as I got out to get a cup of coffee at Amiens. Never did man feel less like a knight-errant than I did, as I walked through the grey streets to my hotel. Paris was awakening to life. The work-girls were besieging the long omnibuses, waiters were polishing the tables outside the cafes, and rag-pickers were rummaging hopefully in garbage barrels. The great two-decked Montrouge trams grunted and clanged from their starting place at the Gare de l'Est, and a thin steam of great-coated suburbans filed out of the station. There had been a little snow, for the roofs of the houses were covered with a thin layer of white, while the pavements were coated with a grey slush, half frozen, and which made walking a hazardous feat. I had chosen to walk to my hotel in the hope that the exercise would perhaps instill a little life into my cramped feet, but the slow and careful steps I was forced to take I found were not conducive to this. I hailed a fiacre and continued my journey within its chilly comfort. I began to curse myself for a fool. This taking up of a stranger's burden was no business for a hard-working journalist. I told myself that Don Quixote himself would have jibbed at the job I had embarked on. I thought quite seriously of abandoning the affair. I said that after I had rested I would breakfast and call upon Paul's brother, and hand him over the £1,000 and full particulars of the case. After all, this was a thing in which the man's family surely had the right to act before a stranger. Then I said that I would dine at Maxim's, spend the evening at the Olympia, and return to London tomorrow. I am afraid a man with cold feet, a cinder in his eye, and after a sleepless night, is far from being the flower of chivalry. It was not until I had bathed and lay between the sheets in a warm room on the second floor of my hotel that I began to feel more normal, and in my dreams I again saw the oval face with the dark bands of hair and the grey eyes. I do not remember what was the nature of my dream, but my first waking thoughts were of Myra Ramsay. I sat up in bed. I had drawn the blinds to exclude the daylight, and now between the slats a bright winter sun was sending his message. The musical roar of the city came up to me, and I leapt from the sheets and pulled aside the blinds. Sun-bathed streets, bustling, happy people. There was no sign of winter now, except where on the glistening roofs were little patches of white in the shadows of chimney-stacks where the sun had not as yet penetrated. The Boulevard Sebastopol ran beneath me, a long line of moving people and vehicles showing through the bare arms of the trees on either side. This, I said, could hardly be the same morning on which I had crawled on frozen feet out of the Gare du Nord. I looked at my watch and saw that it wanted but 1:45. I rang the bell and ordered my coffee and rolls, and asked the man to put a match to my gas stove. Beside the coffee-pot, on the tray the waiter brought up, and arranged upon a little table by the fire, was a copy of Le Matin. I searched its columns eagerly in the hope that I might come across something related to Paul Bergstoff's arrest. It was barely mentioned. Evidently the Parisian public had little interest in the affair as yet. I again felt the sense of power as I thought what they would say if they knew what I knew. It was a romance that would be hugged to the heart of the loungers on the boulevards, and which would take Paris by storm. At 3 o'clock I was walking up the Boulevard Saint-Michel in my quest for Paul's brother. The adventure had again renewed its grip upon my sense of romance, and I felt quite ashamed of myself for the thoughts of the morning. The house I call 404A is a tall, narrow building overlooking the gardens of the Luxembourg. I will state here that you will look in vain to find 404A on the Boulevard Miche, for there is no such number. Neither is there a Paul Bergstoff, nor a Sir Boris Fenberg, nor a Winson, neither is the writer to be found in the London Directory by the name of Samuel Mannering. These persons all exist, as do the others in this story, but not by the names they are known by here. As the events unfold themselves, the reason for this, I think, will be quite plain. 404A, Boulevard Saint-Michel, then, was, as I have said, a tall, narrow building overlooking the Luxembourg Gardens. The shop on the ground floor was occupied by a tobacconist and vendor of state lottery tickets, and admission to the upper part of the house was by means of a small side door, which was, I think, the narrowest door I have ever seen. An equally narrow staircase showed across the gloom of a dingy hallway, and seemed to lead up into eternal darkness. Evidently, I said, the relatives of Paul Bergstoff were not blessed with the good things of this world. By the little light which struggled through the dirt of a tiny window on the landing above, I referred to Paul's letter, and saw that my destination was higher up. I looked round. On the wall was the notice Troisième étage. So, I said, I had arrived. There were but 2 doors on the landing, and I knocked on that on my right hand, and almost immediately that on my left was opened. One glance told me that the man who stood before me was the brother or near relation of the man I had seen shot in the motor. There was the same shape to the face, the same setting to the eyes, only Bernard was not so dark as Paul. I inclined my head and spoke in French. Monsieur Bergstoff? The other bowed, but I noticed that he did not throw open the door. Rather, I imagined he held it so that I should not see within the room. You are Monsieur Mannering? He queried, in his turn, and he looked at me suspiciously. For answer I took out one of my cards and held it out to him. He took it, and as he read, a look of welcome came into his eyes. All suspicion went from them, and instead I was looking into a face full of good humor. You will come inside, he said, holding the door wide for me to enter. My brother wrote that you might call, but I did not look for you so soon. He took a letter from the table, and I saw it bore the heading of the Barbarians' Club. He held it out to me, and, reading, I was surprised to see that Paul mentioned nothing of his danger except in general terms. Perhaps he had had good reasons. Again, he might not have had the time. The work before me was rather difficult. Then you have not heard, I began. Paul did not write that. Bernard Bergstoff looked at me sharply. Paul is in danger. Is he ill? Ill? Yes. Very ill, Monsieur Bergstoff. It is a question whether he is alive. And I told him in detail the events of 2 evenings since. He heard me through to the bitter end, his great eyes fixed on my face in such a way that had I been, for any cause, telling him a lie, I must have broken down. And when I had finished, he was silent for a moment or two, his head buried in his hands. There was a huskiness in his voice when at last he spoke. You must forgive my emotion, monsieur. He was my only brother. He has perhaps told you of our father's fate. Paul was all I had. You know, the cause in which he and I lived, a cause of danger and sudden death. We all expect it, but when it does come it is hard to bear. He turned from me and stood moodily looking out of the window, out over the leafless trees. I liked the fellow. He had something of the same attraction that Paul had held for me. I did not break into his thoughts, but sat on the chair he had handed me and looked around the room. The interior of the apartment was far more comfortable than the approach to it led one to expect. A bright fire burnt in the grate, and upon the table were the remnants of déjeuner. I noticed that the half-empty bottle beside the plate bore the label of a good vintage. The walls were papered grey-green, and a few photographs hung on them, Russian scenes for the most part. Above the mantelpiece the grave eyes of Leo Tolstoy looked out from a black and gold frame. Books there were in profusion, not ranged on shelves, but in disorder about the room, where their reader had put them down. Here, I said, were books that were read, not looked upon as merely furniture. One corner of the room was curtained off, and behind a gap in the cloth I caught a glimpse of what might be a workroom. There were the shadowy forms of retorts and bottles, but even as I looked, Bernard Bergstoff crossed the room and drew the curtains closely together. There was nothing offensive in the action. It was done with the air of one who arranges an untidy thing, such as a crooked picture on the wall. But I was not deceived. But we do not let the death or arrest of our members delay the work we have in hand," he went on. "This is a stirring time for Russia. Engaged as she is with external foes, there is more chance for us to work for her regeneration from the inside. In what way, monsieur, can I help you?" I came to the point at once. "It refers to Miss Ramsay. Your brother has heard, I think, from you, that she is in prison, and has entrusted me with a large sum to help her, and, if possible, to procure her release and take her back to England, to her friends, and, if he lives, to Paul." Bernard Bergstoff laughed, a harsh little chuckle. "You are a bold man, Monsieur Mannerling, to enter the lists against the Tsar." "I know Russia well, and as an Englishman I may have a chance. I have many friends there. Besides, I may be selfish. Remember, I am a newspaper man. There will be much to write of." I was answered by the fatalist lifting of the shoulders, such as I had noticed Paul use. "I feel," Bergstoff said, "that I should not let you take this in your hands, but I am known in Russia. I could do little. But together—" "You mean you would come to Russia?" "Certainly, monsieur. I say that together we might fight Paul's battles. I, too, have a mission. Although we do not allow the cause to suffer by these happenings, there is no law against private vengeance. Pardon me, you will drink a glass of wine, monsieur?" But I declined, asking him instead to take a walk in the gardens where we could talk over our projects. It was imperative that what was to be done should be done quickly. It was very pleasant among the great bare trees, through which one caught glimpses of the buildings and the moving world of Paris. We spoke of ways and means, and my companion told me many things of his circle, and of Myra Ramsay. From his description I imagined she was like the lady of my dreams. About 5 o'clock we entered the Café Horcotte to drink an absinthe before we parted. We sat at a table just within the door, facing the boulevard, behind the great pane of plate glass. There were but few people on the chairs outside, and it was perhaps that which made Bergstoff take particular note of two men who sat almost in the corner. He drew my attention to one of them, a man in a fur coat, with a thin, cruel face and sharp-pointed beard, long and grey. He was talking excitedly to his companion, whose face was beyond the range of our vision, being behind one of those tree-like shrubs which seem to be essential to the well-being of continental restaurants. Bergstoff told me of the grey-bearded man. He was, he said, General Alitzka, a high official in the Russian police, who made his headquarters in Paris. There was nothing to be alarmed at. He was evidently there at the same time as we, purely by coincidence, and his visit had no connection with Bergstoff, who, as a Russian revolutionary in Paris, was well known to him. But my companion was by nature careful, and he did not wish to awaken the interest of General Alitzka on the eve of a departure which he wished to keep as secret as possible. He whispered an appointment with me for the morning, and left the café by the side door leading into the Place de la Sorbonne, leaving me to finish my absinthe and take stock of a personality with whom I might possibly have further dealings. I studied the face of General Alitzka till I think I knew every cruel line of it. Suddenly I saw him finish his glass and button up his coat. As he rose from the table, his companion rose also. I saw him for an instant only, and at the first sight I dropped my head, fearing recognition. For the man who in that moment stood revealed by the lights of the café was the man with the red beard I had seen so recently in London, and with whose affairs I seemed to be so strangely mixed up. When I next raised my head, the two men were walking away towards the Seine, arm-linked affectionately in arm. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 6. In the Land of the Tsar. They had already crossed the boulevard before I recovered from my astonishment. My first thought, that I had been followed from London, I dismissed as soon as it entered my head, on my recollecting that the men had been at their table when we had entered the café. Moreover, they had, neither of them, cast so much as a backward glance as they walked away. After all, what was more natural than that Felix Marazeff, his errand accomplished, should place as much distance between himself and the scene of it before the hue and cry was raised against him? England offers a safe refuge for European revolutionaries, but she does not concern herself with their policy. Murder in England is murder, pure and simple, in which political assassination has no part, and as such is dealt with by the law without respect to motive. Surely no one knew this better than my friend with the red beard. Again, I was not sitting at the Place de l'Opéra, but on the Bohemian Boulevard Saint-Michel, in a district where one would look to find such gentry as Felix Merzef, and the De Hocat was perhaps the most popular café. I began to tell myself that the coincidence was not so very remarkable after all. The idea of my acting the part of follower myself did not occur to me until it was too late to act upon it, and, on second thoughts, I was glad of this. I sensed that I would meet the man again, in Russia probably, and it would be foolish to thrust myself upon his company at this stage of the game. I was practically sure that, as yet, I was unknown to him, a fact that might put him, on some future occasion, at an immense disadvantage. Somehow I felt that this man was to prove my enemy, although his affair with Paul Bergstoff did not call for my interference. My friend had asked me to undertake a mission of help for the girl he loved. He had not asked me to revenge him in any way. Bergstoff seemed to me to be the kind of man who preferred to fight his own battles of that sort. I did not hide from myself that Felix had seen me in the Empire Promenade, and again as I waited on the steps of the Barbarians' Club. But in the former instance the glance had been momentary only, and in the latter there was the fog to be taken into account. No, I did not think that I had left any lasting impression on Felix Merzef. I sat for some time turning the matter over in my mind. The tables round me began to fill with early diners, and about 7 o'clock I walked down to the Taverne Lorraine. Here I took my own modest dinner, and, on leaving the comfortable restaurant, I found that the question of how I was to spend the evening had been decided for me by the weather. While I had been dining, a thin, brittle snow had been falling, and the housetops and the arms of the trees shone white under the strong electric glare. A bleak wind blew up from the river, bringing with it a chilling sense of discomfort. I had intended visiting the Café de la Paix, where I knew I should run across some of my newspaper friends. Morin, of Le Matin, was regular in his attendance, as was Bertie Traverson, of the Empire, but the weather bred thoughts of my cosy room at the hotel, and I hailed a taxi. It was not until the evening of the 6th day after my arrival in Paris that I stood in the snow-covered square facing the Kremlin. My journey to the ancient Russian capital had not been devoid of incident, although nothing had happened that had any direct bearing on the matter I had in hand. We had broken the journey at Rotterdam, Bergstoff having had some business to attend to in the Dutch town. The night had been spent there, and we took the train which leaves the Maz station at 7 in the morning, and which should have landed us in Moscow a little after 1 on the following afternoon. It did nothing of the kind. The journey for the first part was uneventful and not unpleasant. My companion was in the best of spirits, and the thought that he was returning to his beloved country, and at the news we had gathered from a morning paper that his brother was alive and in a fair way towards recovery. Bernard Bergstoff told me a great deal of the revolutionary activity in Moscow. I learnt that in spite of the strikes and labor troubles, the city was experiencing a remarkable immunity from official terrorism. Great things were expected of the coming feast of St. Nicholas, when it was anticipated that the Tsar, out of respect for his patron saint, would make large concessions in the matter of reforms. Yet, while he was telling me, my companion shook his head. "You, as a newspaper man, are in luck's way," he said. "Believe me, it is the hush that tells of the tempest to come. But we are not ready. The outbreak will come suddenly. We shall be caught napping." At Alexandrovo, the Russian customs boarded the train, and it seemed to me that the surveillance to which the passengers were subjected was far greater than any I had experienced on former journeys. Also I saw that the train was considerably late, and, indeed, from that point onwards, we were constantly being stopped by signals. I inquired at a wayside station, where we stayed for some 20 minutes, the cause of the delay. The official, a big-bearded, babyish giant, shrugged his massive shoulders. There was talk of a strike, he told us. The eastbound train for Berlin was already 6 hours behind time. He was sorry, but he could offer no explanation. Perhaps at Warsaw. But when at last we steamed haltingly into the great Wiener station of the Polish city, there was no need to ask questions. The scene reminded me rather of people waiting at Clapham Junction station on a foggy night. Peasants, hugging shapeless bundles containing their personal belongings, shuffled aimlessly up and down the great platform, or stood gazing out over the metals with that peculiar cow-like expression beneath which The peasant of Eastern Europe hides his emotions, if, indeed, he possesses any. The station looked something like a giant's plaything, where trains were jumbled up just as the giant children had left them. They stood in sidings and in sheds. There were some with engines, some without. There was one solitary carriage, I noticed, shunted onto a siding where the metals were red with rust and disuse. This coach was full of more oxen-eyed peasantry who, having purchased their tickets, sat waiting for the railway company to fulfill their part of the contract. Possibly the next day would find them in the same position, and the peasants would awake to the fact that there was something amiss. Our train had come to an undignified standstill, half in and half outside the platform, and on our climbing down with our valises, we learnt the cause of the delay. The driver and fireman, acting presumably upon orders from the strike committee, had left their posts at a village a few miles east of Warsaw, since when the great engine had been under the amateurish care of 3 soldiers. True, our military amateurs had brought us in perfect safety so far, but they had taken the better part of 2 hours to travel 11 miles. They were young fellows, and they seemed amused at their new vocation. They were leaning over the rail of the engine-cab, laughing with their companions on the platform, doubtless in acknowledgment of the latter's ironic congratulations. We gripped our bags and mingled with the curious crowd in the big whitewashed booking-hall. Soldiers guarded the ticket office, and I saw the 3 men who had brought in our train join them and exchange greetings and cigarettes. I suppose they left the engine to take care of itself. Now and again a starting bell clanged dismally, but nothing apparently happened save an excited movement among the waiting people. No one asked for our tickets, and we passed out to a café on the corner facing the station yard. There were plenty of policemen, looking picturesque in their blue and red uniforms. They carried swords, and to their belts serviceable pistols were corded. They did not molest us, and I remember thinking that they were rather a fear-stricken lot of men. Indeed, I learnt afterwards that, on the average, one of their number had been murdered daily for some months past. My companion seemed somewhat downcast as we ran the gauntlet of suspicious eyes and seated ourselves at the back of the café. After all, as he pointed out, we were entering a maze, the exit from which might prove hard to find. Personally, he would be compelled to leave the train at a station or 2 before Moscow. He was known in the city, and the search would be a strict one during the strike. Besides, his presence would involve me in difficulties were it known we were together. Alone, with my credentials, all should be plain sailing, although the condition of affairs here in Poland seemed to point to worse things still in Moscow. We finished our refreshment and returned to the station. There was a train, a courteous official informed us, now being made up to take on the through passengers. When would it start? Again the expressive shoulder shrug which speaks all languages. The Petersburg train had been fairly successful. An engineer of a regiment quartered in Warsaw would be in charge of the train. He was a good man, the official told us, but daring. We took a look at the man as we walked to the barrack-like carriages in search of a seat. He was a dashing young fellow with a daredevil air, and seemed vastly pleased at the job before him. I shall not forget in a hurry that wild ride across the border. Perhaps it was the knowledge of the man on the engine which made it seem worse than it really was. We screamed and rocked through the air, the snow blocking up the windows on the northern side and penetrating the crevices of the carriage. On through the night, past the little blurs of light which were the oil lamps of wayside stations, through into the grey dawn and the wild wastes of snow. We had been told that there was a clear line before us, and we ran without a stop to the frontier. The fellow could drive, I will say that for him. At Brest-Litovsky, Bernard left me. He had friends near, he told me, and he would meet me in Moscow. I felt a sense of desolation as he climbed down from the carriage, almost a feeling of envy. Then, with a rasping jerk, the train moved on to continue its wild ride. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 7. The City of Unrest. It was, I think, the 3rd day after my arrival, when Bernard came to me at my hotel. He had been, he told me, longer than he expected, had indeed been forced to enter the city on foot. This, when I remembered the snow-spread wastes I had passed over, I knew had been no easy task. His first news came as a surprise to me, and I fear gave me a pang of disappointment. Myra, it appears, was at liberty, her sudden arrest having been followed by a no less sudden release. a custom which was very frequently resorted to by the police, and which had the effect of disintegrating the little bands of suspects against whom there was insufficient evidence to warrant them taking even the farce of a trial. This information placed me in a somewhat difficult position. The romance with which I had been pleased to imbue my knight-errantry fell away, leaving me standing merely a messenger, charged with the delivery to a girl whom I did not know of a sum of money from a man whom I had seen once. I felt annoyed. But there was no lack of things to interest me in the city. The days of leniency which preceded the coming of St. Nicholas's Day came quickly to an end when the day had gone without fulfilling its expectations. The Tsar had not come to Moscow, and the people were muttering. The infamous Black Hundred were thirsting for blood and booty, and were only awaiting official permission to hurl themselves upon the defenseless mobs. The revolutionaries, on their part, felt that their days of grace were over, and that war, both open and secret, was before them. They held their meetings and drew up their plans, and the hearts of them welcomed the coming change from enervating peace to rousing action. I do not remember quite in their order the events of those Moscow days. The transition from silk-lined ease of London to the barbaric snow-clad heart of Russia had been so rapid. Bernard came and went at all hours, and at different times he had with him members of his organization, who welcomed me courteously, and, on Bernard's guarantee, even admitted me to some of their less formal gatherings. If I had looked for the mysterious excitement of masked men in dim-lit cellars, weird passwords, and dagger-enforced oaths, I would have suffered grievous disappointment. The circle to which my friend belonged, although the most merciless of the Maximus, had no time or thought to spare for theatrical ritual. Whether, at their more solemn gatherings, they surrounded themselves with such things, I cannot say. But at the few meetings I was privileged to attend with Bernard Bergstoff, there were seldom more than 6 or 8 persons, and the rendezvous would invariably be the apartment or flat of one of them. As I have said, I do not remember just how many days I passed in the fermenting atmosphere of the city, but there stands out a night, clear-cut in my mind, a night of stars and glittering snow, a night in which I knew that a greater power than coincidence had guided Paul Bergstoff to me that night in the Empire. I had been at a small meeting held high up in a house off the Tverskaya, and I had met Myra Ramsay. I remember having been vaguely surprised that she was not like my vision, that is, excepting the eyes, gray and fathomless, which were those I had seen in my dream. Her face, too, although oval, was somewhat squarer than my face of fancies, and the chin, finely molded, was set a little forward, giving a look of purpose to her expression. Her hair, chestnut and gold, was coiled round her shapely head and gathered into a great knot at the nape of her neck. There had been no chance for me to tell her my errand. I felt that having looked into those gray eyes, the whole world had changed for me, that, already, I was like to forget that a man who had trusted me lay in an English prison, that is, if he still lived. At the latter thought my heart seemed to turn in my breast. I had been sitting alone in a café thinking of the evening I had spent, but now I got up and walked rapidly down the glistening street. I trust that my thoughts were more worthy ones as I drew the clean cold air deep into my lungs. Paul Bergstoff had trusted me. That, I said, was enough, and I would not go back on him. Now that I had seen Myra Ramsay, I could understand the sacrifice he had made for her. Indeed, I felt elated at the thought that I, too, might be called upon to give of my best in such a service. I walked the streets of Moscow that night for some hours. They were all but deserted, save for little knots of soldiers who stood at street corners and who scrutinized me closely as I passed them. There was a curious air of expectancy over everything and everybody. Waiting describes it best. The few people who were out of doors walked with bent heads and huddled in their furs, silent phantoms in the snow. Only their eyes as they glanced up at one were alive with haunted expectancy. The houses, too, shuttered and silent like tombs as they were, seemed to suggest great animals holding their breath, as though, were one to throw open those doors, families would be found, not sleeping, but gathered round stoves, tensely waiting. Here and there a rim of light showed beneath a blind, or the curtain would be drawn from an upper window, and a silhouetted form would peer for a moment down into the street below. But there were courtyards and little cul-de-sac where more activity showed. where dark forms of great-coated men and tethered horses would be gathered round a fire lit on the snow, the red light playing on bayonets and swarthy faces. These, too, were waiting to play their part in what everyone knew was inevitable. When at last I entered my hotel, I found that Bernard had already retired, and I was glad of this. My thoughts were quite sufficient company for me that night. I let my room remain in darkness, and stood looking out over the hushed city. Before me the domes and minarets of the churches clustered round the Kremlin cut fantastic shapes against the star-powdered sky, their lower parts stained red by the glow of fires burning in the streets. Camp-fires, no doubt, such as I had seen on my walk, or perhaps the police had seized the material piled together by the rioters to form a barricade, and were destroying it. What a wonderful city was this ancient capital of Muscovy! Vignettes of its eventful history came to me as I stood with my elbows on the sill, drinking in its romantic beauty. For 6 centuries the Tsars of all the Russias had been crowned with pomp and circumstance beneath those barbaric domes. Nearly a century ago the little Corsican had brought an army and, in suffering, had taken it back across the wastes of snow. Like Ivan the Terrible, Napoleon had watched Moscow burning. Over there on the great plain the present Tsar had hidden his face at the evil omen when thousands of peasants met their deaths in the wild stampede for the coronation mugs. Perhaps it was the immensity of the scene, perhaps the magic of the night, or it may have been that somewhere near me Myra Ramsay was sleeping, but I felt an ecstasy steal over me that caused me to raise my arms to the stars as though I called them to witness as I whispered out, come what might, I would be true to the trust Paul Bergstoff reposed in me. My rest that night was very disturbed. I slept lightly, waking frequently to see red light dancing on the ceiling, and to hear shouts, some distant, some again just beneath my window. At the first sign of dawn I gave up all idea of further sleep and tumbled into my clothes. On looking from the window I saw that everything was for the moment quiet, but I noticed that here and there the snow had been trampled into a dirty coloured mud, and in one spot was stained with a sinister red. On a side street which opened out a little to my left, a deserted barricade composed of benches and tables taken from some café was smouldering to extinction, the dark smoke spiraling up into the clean air. 3 grey-coated soldiers stood by, leaning on their rifles. Moscow lay spread out before me like a jeweller's tray of barbaric gems. The newly risen sun flushed the snow-covered roofs, and here and there blazed on some gilded cross or grotesquely painted tower. From afar off came the elusive sound of bells. I asked the waiter who came up with coffee what had been happening in the night. He was not very enlightening, and was evidently badly scared. There had been fighting, yes, but where he was not able to tell me. Ivan, the cook, had gone out to sea, and had crawled back with a bullet through his leg. After that it had been barred doors and conjecture. I spent a couple of hours writing a report to send to the Mercury. The postal strike made it a matter of chance whether Winston would ever receive it, but I had faith in the good offices of my friend Berryman at the British Consulate. I took the package to him in person about 10 o'clock. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 8. The Traitor. The shooting appeared to have ceased, but the city was in anything but its normal state. Here and there a shop would be seen half open, the shutters piled in readiness for instant use in reclosing the premises at the first sign of alarm. There were a fair number of people in the streets, but they apparently had no occupation, and again I told myself that Moscow was a city waiting for something, for some inevitable and terrible happening. There were a few sleighs, but these were mainly occupied by soldiers or uniformed officials of the Tsar. It was not far to my friend's house, and I did not waste time looking for a conveyance, but walked briskly to my destination. Dick Berryman was at his breakfast. He received me rapturously, but when I mentioned the report for the Mercury, he looked grave. "It's harder than you think, Sammy," he said, "but I'll see what I can do. I hear that the soldiers are hoping to rush a delivery through to Petersburg. I've got a few letters going, and I'll put yours in it if you like to risk it." It was my only chance, and I thanked him as he left me, taking my envelope with him to make the necessary arrangements. There was a little heap of English papers on the table, and I took up a telegraph, hoping that I should find something of the London end of my adventure. There was a short account only, and to all appearances the authorities had not yet got to the truth of the Peter Bergstoff affair. They still accepted the explanation, a very natural one, that the bullet had been intended for the police, and that an attempt at rescue provided the motive. I am afraid that the devil in my heart stirred as I read that the wounded man was recovering, was indeed so far convalescent as to be considered able to appear at Bow Street on the following Saturday. But I was interrupted in my thoughts by the return of Berryman. He was dressed for the street, and his handsome, boyish face showed well beneath his jaunty astrachan hat. He was going out, he said, to see what was up. We made our way to a square adjoining the Kremlin, and here the night's work had left many a mark. Some of the facades of the houses showed where the bullets had struck round the window sashes. The body of a man lay stretched out, a dark blot on the snow at the mouth of the alleyway. My companion and I hurried past, and he led the way to a cafe he knew, and where, he said, it was possible to get real Scotch whisky. From the windows of this place we could look out upon the happenings in the square. And when we were seated at our table, I asked Dick a question which had been in my mind since waking. He put down his glass when I had asked it, and stared at me, I thought, a little blankly. "And what may be your business with Myra Ramsay?" I lit a cigarette whilst I debated with myself how much I should tell, and my eyes were on the glowing end as I answered as carelessly as I could. "It isn't I, Dick. I undertook a message for her from a friend of mine in London. I met her yesterday." "Where?" I looked up at the sharpness of the question. "I don't think I'll tell you where. That is, if you don't mind. Least said, you know." Berryman laid a hand on my arm. "If you've seen her, perhaps you've delivered the message. There is no necessity to see her again, eh?" "Why not?" "Because, Sammy, I don't want to see an old chum get into trouble. If Miss Ramsay likes to meddle in the affairs of the Tsar, there's no reason why you should make an ass of yourself as well." And when I did not answer, "The young lady was arrested last week, and only liberated by the greatest of luck. She won't be free for long. Miss Myra is a dangerous person, and, Sammy, my boy, a devilish pretty woman as well. The combination is fatal." "You mean that she is suspected? Watched?" "I mean that the next time the police have their hands on her pretty shoulders, it'll be Irkutsk or worse." Dick leaned across the table and whispered, "It's an old dodge, this liberating. It always gains fresh evidence. She's English, I know, and you're English, but you can take it from me, I can't help you if you get into a mess." A commotion outside the square drew our attention at that moment, and on our resuming our seats I did not revive the subject of Myra Ramsay. I wanted to think over what I had heard. I felt a vague exultation that danger threatened the girl, and that my journey bade fair to be no fool's errand after all. I scented service, and I saw a vision of thankful gray eyes. When Berryman left me, I sat a little longer in the warm cafe, then returned to my hotel. I was to meet Bergstoff there, and together we were to attend a social held at the house of one high in revolutionary circles. Perhaps, I thought, I would meet Myra there. I decided, if possible, to take a little of the rest that had been denied me in the night, and, banking up my stove, I lay on the bed and slept, till at 5 o'clock I was awakened by Bernard. "It's a sort of housewarming," my friend told me, as, early in the evening, we made our way to the house, situated in a street leading out of the Red Square. "Morozev has been away for a week or two on some mission connected with the Brotherhood. He is in the highest circle, you know. It's going to be quite an informal affair tonight, I imagine." I did not answer at once, for the name Morozev had set my thoughts racing. I could only think that this was my friend of the red beard. He, I knew, had been on a mission, the consummation of which I had witnessed in the fog at Leicester Square. "Will Miss Ramsay be there?" I asked at last. "I think not. I don't know why exactly I think that, but I was with Morozev this morning, and I gathered somehow that she would not." There had been no further fall of snow during the day, but it was very cold, and our feet bit crisply into the white mantle on the pavements. We passed many places where there was evidence of fighting, and through the half-open door of a stable-yard I saw 2 or 3 figures stretched out upon the ground and covered roughly over with coats. 2 sledges passed us, in which uniformed men were supporting the forms of wounded people. Bernard and I separated a block away from our destination, he to make his way by a devious route known only to a few, I to walk boldly past the doorkeeper of the flat house and up to the 3rd floor. The meeting was not a political one, but the gathering together of so many friends of the Revolution was in itself illegal, and it were well to take all precautions. Bernard had already arrived when I entered the reception-room, and he it was who introduced me to my host. Felix Merzef greeted me, speaking in English. There was no sign in the white, inscrutable face to show that he had ever set eyes on me before. Indeed, I think, of the 2, I was the more perturbed, and it was all I could do to repress a shudder at the cold clasp of his long, thin fingers. He walked with me over to a table between the 2 big windows and insisted that I should take tea. There were but a few people as yet in the room, although the array of cups round the steaming samovar spoke of many more to come. I need hardly say, my host was speaking in a cold but purring voice, which went well with his looks and manner, that any friend of Bergstoff's is welcome here. You English are the friends of liberty the world over. Some say that we Russians hate your nation. Believe me, it is not so with all of us. I love the English. You have, perhaps, visited English, monsieur? Morozov shook his head, and it was, no doubt, only my fancy which made me think that his eyes rested inquiringly upon mine. No, monsieur, I have never been in England. Perhaps some day. He broke off and made his excuses as he left me to greet a batch of new arrivals. I walked to one of the windows and looked down into the street. I was quite sure now that the man had not recognized me. Had he done so, he would not have troubled to tell me such a lie as that he had never been in England. I was glad of it, for if ever we came to grips my way would be the easier for it. I do not think that I attached any particular significance at the time to what I saw below me in the streets, but in the light of later events I remembered the activity of the soldiers. There was a yard a little to my left which seemed filled with troops. There are many of these places in Moscow, stabling and gardens adjoining houses, which but for their surroundings might well have been in the country, and it was quite a usual thing for these spaces to be utilized as bases for the soldiery. I had seen many so occupied since my arrival, and, as I have said, the one I watched from Felix Merzef's window had to me no particular significance. The room was now rapidly filling, and I was introduced to many of the guests by Bergstoff. They were, for the most part, men, and in the eyes of all of them burnt the fires of resolved fanaticism for their cause. They interested me, these men and women with the earnest faces, but at each new arrival I glanced up, hoping to see the one face which had become all the world to me. After what Bergstoff had said, I hardly expected that Myra Ramsay would be there, and I felt a thrill of pleasurable surprise when I saw her standing in the doorway. She was dressed warmly in a fur-lined coat reaching to her heels, and on her glorious hair a little sable toque was set jauntily. My eyes followed her as she crossed the room to greet her host, and I saw a strange thing. Merzef had been talking to a small group of young men, and as he looked up and caught sight of Myra, a terrible change passed over him. I had not thought it possible that his face could become whiter than it usually was, but as I looked, it seemed to me that it did so. Perhaps it was fancy helped by the expression of the eyes. Into these there came a look that I can best describe as hopeless horror. In a flash I remembered that Paul had hinted that Felix Merzef's mission in removing him had not alone been actuated by political motives, that the man I had met so strangely in the Empire was also an obstacle to Merzef in matters of the heart. The floodgates of my reason seemed suddenly to open, and I saw things in a clear light. What had Merzef been doing in friendly conversation with General Alitska in Paris? Why was it that he had known, or at least given Bernard the impression that Myra was not to be at the gathering that night? The questions crowded upon me. I looked round the room. Surely there were present here the pick of the revolutionary leaders in Moscow. What a bag for the authorities! The crowds mobilizing in the streets below took on a new sinister significance. Call it intuition or what you will, but I told myself that I was looking upon a roomful of doomed men and women. I glanced covertly towards the object of my suspicions, and as I did so, those suspicions were more than confirmed. Morozov had taken Myra to a curtained alcove and was speaking to her earnestly. He was, judging from his actions, in turn imploring and commanding. And ever as he spoke he glanced surreptitiously at a clock which hung over the great white porcelain stove at the end of the room. Cautiously I made my way to the curtain that hung near them. There was too much noise in the room for me to hear all that was passing in the alcove, but I gathered that Morozov was imploring Myra to do something, and that the girl was surprised at the request. "At 7 o'clock. Now. You have just time." "But Olga said she would be here. I cannot understand." No, not here. At rooms. Miss Ramsay, you must go. At once." I made up my mind quickly, and entering the alcove I touched the man on the shoulder. "I am delighted to have met you," I said, as I took his thin cold fingers in my grasp and bowed to Myra, "and I regret that my visit should be such a short one. I have an appointment. We newspaper men can never—" He broke in on me eagerly. "So, then you can perhaps see Miss Ramsay here safely to her friend's house. I have a message from Olga." The girl spoke with a little laugh. "But I can't understand it. Olga said she would meet me here." Felix Morozov did not appear to be listening. He turned his head, his eyes fixed upon the face of the clock. I saw that the nails were biting into the flesh of his palms. "If Miss Ramsay will accept my escort," I said, and sent the girl a message with my eyes, the import of which she evidently understood, for she came towards me, fastening the fur neck of her coat. "Very well, but I am disappointed, Monsieur Morozov. There are so many of my friends here tonight. I was looking forward to—" We heard it, both of us at the same time, and Felix Morozov, too, must have heard the movement on the stairs, for he turned to the room with a gesture of utter hopelessness and left us to ourselves. Reading what was in the man's mind, I almost pitied him in his despair, and almost thanked him for his efforts to save the girl from the results of his treachery. There sounded a blow on the door, and peering through the curtains, I saw that a tall officer had entered the room, and that behind him were policemen. I pushed Myra back into the alcove, and we stood there breathless. "Quick! There's a door here. For God's sake, don't question me." It was Morozov who had returned to us, and he spoke in little husky jerks as he fumbled unhandily at the fastenings of a little door in the wall at the back of the alcove. He looked at me once, and I knew that he read in my eyes that I knew him for the traitor he was, but it was not the time for vengeance. That, I said, could wait. He pushed us roughly through the aperture, and I heard that door shut so softly behind us, leaving us in the darkness of the pit. I struck a match and saw that we stood at the head of a narrow flight of stairs. I felt upon my arm the slight pressure of Myra's hand, and a little moaning voice was saying, "What does it mean? What does it mean?" "It means," I said, "that your friends are doomed. We alone may escape, with God's help. We and," I added to myself, as I thought of the Judas on the other side of the door, "one other, with the help of the devil." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 9. In the Cul-de-Sac. How long we stood there in the darkness listening, I cannot say. From the room we had left came the muffled sounds of fighting, the splintering of glass, and the spit of revolver fire. The hoarse screams of men and women as the bullets took them mingled with the shouting of orders. For a moment, as I thought of Bernard, I had a mad desire to be in the battle. It seemed un-English to stand there in comparative safety while my friends were dying. But I remembered Myra, and placing my arm round her, I drew her slowly to where the head of the stairs had shone in the fitful glare of my match. And she, poor girl, implored me, between her sobs, to stay, to go back and not to leave her friends. I did not answer, and continued to descend step by step. The weight on my arm increased, and I knew, and was glad, that my charge had fainted. It was a difficult descent with the helpless girl. The stairs, narrow and winding, were broken here and there by tortuous little galleries or balconies, and the darkness made each step a lottery. I must have put my matchbox down when I struck the light, for it was not in my pocket, and to go back to look for it was not to be thought of. And then the cold night of the air blew on my forehead, and coming through a low archway, I found that we were in some yard or narrow court, unlighted and still. There were 2 or 3 broken sleighs and empty crates and barrels piled up at one end, suggesting that the place was used as a lumber yard by some warehouse. The outlet gave on to a wide street, alive with running people. It seemed unguarded, and had Myra been conscious, it would have been an easy matter for us to have passed out and mingled with the crowd which was surging past, attracted no doubt by the sounds of the fighting in the front of the house, but to emerge among them carrying in one's arms an unconscious woman was another matter. I chose a spot where a heap of packing cases threw a deep shadow on the snow and laid Myra tenderly down. A moonbeam found its way through our barricade and rested on the fair face laying palely on its glittering pillow of white. I took a handful of snow and gently rubbed the smooth forehead, and the hair, where I touched it, curled in little wet tendrils. In spite of the danger we were in, I think that I was happy at that moment, happy just to kneel there beside her, and watch her, and wait for her waking. I felt detached from other things. The sounds of the firing, the shouts of the people, all seemed to have come from far away, and I was alone with my love, just a man and a maid. She opened her eyes at last, like a child awakening from sleep, and looked at me vaguely, not understanding. Then the sounds from the street brought remembrance, and horror crept into the gray eyes. "You are better?" I whispered. "Better, oh, yes. Let me go to them. Those others, She tried to rise, her face aglow with martyrdom, and I, watching her, grew sick with love and fear. I spoke to her softly, telling her that it was too late, for had I not seen during her period of insensibility sleigh after sleigh pass the end of our court taking away prisoners, many of them by their attitudes sorely wounded? After a little she grew more calm, and I began to think we might attempt to make our way out. We moved forward cautiously, keeping in the friendly shelter of the lumber. Then I drew back, pulling Myra with me into the black shadows. 2 gray-coated soldiers were entering the yard, bearing between them the limp form of a man, behind them 2 more with a similar ghastly burden. I told myself that we were too late. Evidently the officials had decided to turn our hiding-place into a temporary mortuary for their victims. The men were smoking and joking over their work. They tumbled their dead roughly to the ground, and the forms of what a moment before had been men and women took strange, grotesque shapes in the snow. As the jests of the soldiers reached us, I felt the girl beside me stiffen, and I put out a hand and pressed hers in warning. We stood without movement, watching the grisly work, the moving of the gray figures on the white ground, and the shapeless masses they dropped there. All at once my companion started forward, and before I could prevent her, she had darted across the open space and thrown herself on her knees beside the body of a man, the last they had brought in. My first thought was to follow her, but a movement at the entry of the yard caused me to look in that direction. They were bringing in another body, and Myra had noticed this too, for she had laid herself out stiffly among the dead and lay motionless. I watched, fascinated, for I told myself that the slightest movement on my part would destroy any chance the girl's ruse had of success, but I took my revolver from my pocket and held it in readiness. The men advanced, stepping over and sometimes on the bodies, and tumbled their burden down beside Myra. They did not remark her in any way. They were not the only 2 men engaged on the task, and they would take it for granted, if they gave it a thought, that some others had brought in the girl. And when all was quiet again, Myra raised her head and looked carefully about her. Then, to my amazement, she slid her hand into the breast pocket of the man beside her, drawing out a small bundle of papers, which she slipped into her dress. Then, moving like a snake, she crawled over the body, repeating the operation with the next and the next. And so it went on until the last few of the tragic little company were reached. Each time the soldiers entered, she would drop back, and I saw that she had stained her forehead with blood of one of the victims to make her illusion more perfect. At times she would throw me a bundle of papers with a whisper that I should find a hiding-place for them, and it came upon me suddenly that this girl was playing the part of heroine, that she was helping to the best of her power the cause and her friends who were of it. There could have been no time since the fighting began to search the dead. This dark alleyway had doubtless been chosen in which to deposit them, until, when it was quieter, the authorities could examine them at their leisure. It was the documents, lists, letters of the dead revolutionaries, that the girl was taking and throwing to me. In a little heap beside me there was perhaps material to incriminate dozens of Myra's friends, letters that could put the rope round many a brave man's neck, lists which could fill the prisons of Moscow to overflowing. I looked round for a place to hide them. It would be foolish to secrete them on my person, considering the danger in which we stood. I decided upon a broken rain pipe. It was not an ideal hiding place, but it had the look of not having been in use for years. Indeed, it was broken away and disconnected with the gutter above. I knelt, and, making small parcels of the papers, pushed them as far up the pipe as I could reach. The silence of the yard was broken by a harsh cry, and I leapt to my feet. A gigantic Cossack was standing with rifle upraised by the barrel. Below him Myra crouched, her hands held up to ward off the coming blow. I do not think I took aim. I just fired, and missed. But the blow did not fall. The man wheeled round with a curse and threw himself upon me. As we clinched, I saw Myra stand up and come towards me. I called to her and dropped my revolver over my assassin's shoulder. In his grip I was powerless to use it, and Myra would pick it up and know what to do. But the poor girl never reached it. My shot had brought other soldiers running. I had a vision of my love, a wound bleeding on her cheek, being held in the grasp of two bearded ruffians. It was only a fleeting glance, but I do not think she struggled. Her glorious hair had become unwound and hung about her face. She smiled at me, and in that smile I thought I read a message. Eye spoke to eye at that moment. Then I was on the ground, a huge form of the Cossack pressing the very life out of me. I saw the evil face over mine as the man cautiously rose to his knees, holding me down by the throat with one hand whilst he fumbled at his girdle with the other. There was the gleam of steel. I closed my eyes. As I did so, I heard a voice raised in command, and the grip of my throat lessened. Someone was speaking, and I caught the words, "Damned Englishman! Better not!" I was pulled roughly to my feet, and ropes were tightly passed round my arms and body. Of Myra Ramsay there was no sign except a little sable toque lying on the snow. As my captors pushed me before them out of the yard, I gave a fleeting glance at the rain pipe and prayed that the marks of my knees near it might not have any significance to the officers of the Tsar when they came to search the dead. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 10. The Watching Eye. The last few chimes of a clock came to me as I awoke to consciousness, to a darkness profound as the grave. I heard 3 chimes, but whether they were the final part of the hour that had struck, I was unable to tell. Then, seemingly, from a great distance came another chime of 3 clear strokes through the darkness. The sound lingered in my ears, then silence came down upon me, and I lay straining with every nerve as one does when suddenly awakened from sleep. I was suffering a great deal of pain, as though I had been roughly handled, and the bruises had grown stiff in the damp coldness about me. I stretched out my arms cautiously and breathed a little prayer of thankfulness to find that I was not bound. It seemed that I was lying on a narrow board clamped to a wall, and, reaching down, I found that it was raised but a few inches from the floor. Over me had been thrown a woolen blanket, coarse and clammy to the touch. Around the blackness hemmed me in on all sides, without a relieving spot, and I did not dare to move from my ledge to penetrate its unknown dangers, but lay where I was, lay there and thought of what an ass I was, and of what an infernal muddle I had made of my mission. The thought of Myra was a torment. For myself I did not care over much. I had been in many a tight corner in my time, and come through without much difficulty. Besides, my passport was in order, and would bring my captors quickly to their knees. My passport! A chill breath seemed to pass over my body as I remembered that that precious document was in the pocket of my fur coat, and that that garment was, for all I knew, in the hands of the enemy. From my hurried exit from Felix Merazev's flat, I had had no time to fetch it from the lobby where I had left it upon entering. Not only would my passport be of little use to me, but the coat would be somewhat damning evidence of my presence at the flat, and would prove that I was persona non grata with the most pronounced revolutionaries in Moscow. Even Berryman would have difficulty in coming to my assistance. He had warned me that he would be powerless if in my playing with fire I became scorched. I must have fallen again into some sort of sleep, for when I next awoke I was feeling somewhat better in myself and more fit to face the troubles of my future. The pain had left my head, and although I was still woefully stiff, I told myself that this would pass off with a little vigorous exercise. A faint light, steely gray, which now came from a deep, embrasured, heavily barred window, showed me the interior of a cell. It was little else, although in its dimensions it was palatial to some I had once been shown in the fortress of Schlüsselburg, bare and cold, with lime-washed walls patched with mildewed damp. It was, perhaps, 8 feet by 6, and my upraised hand reached within a foot of the roof. There was a door facing the window, of some hard black wood heavily studded with iron-headed nails, and containing the inevitable panel of observation. The walls on either side of the door were roughly rounded at the corners, making it impossible for any occupant of the cell to conceal himself from the watchful eye which from time to time regards him from the corridor. To anyone who has not experienced it, it is perhaps difficult to convey the horror of this surveillance. In my travels I have visited many prisons, and looked into the cells and dungeons of Russian and Servian fortresses. I had even availed myself of the permission of the courteous official who was showing me round to look through some of these little panels on to maddening prisoners crouching in the shadows, dejected heaps of rags. God forgive me, I did not then know what my tragic peep-show meant to them. I had perhaps been awake half an hour when I heard steps in the corridor outside the door, stealthily gliding sounds, such as the goose-skin boots met with in Russia make. I listened breathlessly. They approached the door, then seemed to retreat. Again I heard them, then silence. I told myself that whoever it was who had been prowling about on the other side of my door, he evidently had no business with me, and I again fell to examining my quarters. Then I saw it. In the elusive grey light of the dawning, the eye looked altogether horrible. I gave a little cry at the sight of it, then continued to stare, fascinated. A large brown eye it was, that regarded me from the panel, an eye which had no movement, no tremor, a dead eye, but full of fire. I felt something of what I imagine a bird or a rabbit must feel when attacked by a python. I moved towards the door, and at the first step the panel closed with a snap, and my spell was broken. For many days to come I was destined to experience the torture of the watching eye, but subsequent occasions have somehow been different, and I, in time, became used to it. But never in this life will I shake off the horror of that first great still brown pupil which gleamed at me in the Moscow cell. For I had made up my mind that I was still within the city. Certain bells had come to my ears through the little high window, the tones of which I was familiar with. Moreover, there had been no time for me to have been taken to another town, for the attack on Marzov's flat had been but the evening before, a fact I was able to be sure of by my watch not having run down. And Myra, was she too in this place? I thought with a shudder of the great brown eye, and I promised myself that if the girl had suffered by it, I would, if circumstances ever permitted, make it my duty to put out its baleful light altogether. There was a jug of water on the stone floor, and a plate on which was a piece of black bread, and what looked like a morsel of a whitish cheese. What it tasted like I cannot say, for the teeth marks of rats with which it was covered made me set it aside hastily. The bread, stale and tasteless as it was, sufficed. That, and a draught of the water. Refreshed, I felt that anything was preferable to inactivity, and I experienced a keen desire to come at grips with my circumstances. I said that if trouble had to be met, the sooner I was face to face with it, the better. I made a few attempts to reach the deep ledge of the window, but could not manage to get a hold, and the bed which was clamped to the wall was on the side farthest from it. But by standing on this I caught a slanting glance which showed me the roofs of buildings and the spire of a church against a sky of hazy blue. As a means of communication the window was useless, so I turned my attention to the door. The plate on which my bread had been served was of some lead and pewter mixture, and using this as a knocker I beat upon the hard wood panels. My first violent assault was unanswered, and after a wait of a few minutes I returned to the attack, this time using a gentler but somewhat more persistent method, tapping lightly but at regular intervals. This, seemingly, had the effect of arresting the attention of whoever was in charge of my corridor, for I heard steps, not stealthily this time, but firm and important. Then the little panel slipped back, and there was my friend Brown Eye again, a very angry and indignant brown eye this time. I looked at it for a moment, then clapped the plate flat against the opening and held it there. A moment, and I heard a gruff voice calling to someone, then more footsteps, and the turn of a key, and the shooting back of bolts. I sat on the edge of my narrow plank bed and prepared to receive my visitors. My first feeling as my brown-eyed friend entered the cell was one of amusement. He must have inherited those intimidating optics from some fierce Obrotnitsky ancestor, but the legacy of terror ended there. They were set wide apart in a face of the meanest, pasty white and weak chin, and fringed round with ragged frayed whiskers of mouse-colored hair. He could not have stood more than 5 feet in height, and the glaring eye which was so terrible when framed in the door panel, at close quarters became merely ridiculous. The man was dressed in a longish brown coat, belted in at the waist and buttoned tightly to the throat. His trousers were tucked into the tops of his high boots, and a fez of astrakhan was set squarely on his head, reaching nearly to his eyebrows. I bowed lower than I was minded to in order that this figure of fun should not see the merriment he caused me. He gave a nervous glance over his shoulder and seemed reassured by the comforting presence of those who had followed him into the cell and now stood at attention by the door, 2 big men in uniforms, which seemed to me part military and part that of warders. My little visitor cleared his throat and asked me in Russian why it was that I had disturbed him with the commotion I had made. I was about to answer him in a style which would, I feel sure, have done him good, when an inspiration came to me. It would be better, I thought, if I professed ignorance of the Russian tongue. My warders, then, would be less guarded in their speech, and perhaps I might even gather information as to the whereabouts of Myra Ramsay. I smiled at the fellow and shook my head, making a helpless gesture with my hands. "English," I said simply. The brown eyes lit up with pleasurable anticipation, as their owner told me that he, too, spoke English. It may be that he did, but any sense gathered from the extraordinary melody of words he let out was from the Russian part of it. About every 5th word was an English one, but its context with the preceding one was not altogether apparent. I answered him as best I could, but I could gather nothing that helped me to a solution of my difficulties. It seemed, as far as I could make out, that the little official had been once in London, and was giving me a spirited account of a visit he had paid to the Tower. He was so vastly pleased to find that I could follow him. I gathered this from the glances of pride he gave to his 2 subordinates by the door. He evidently had a great appreciation of his linguistic abilities. Needless to say, the questions I put to him as to my position and Myra Ramsay's were not understood. When I was again left to my own thoughts, I pieced together in my mind the recollections of the previous evening. I knew that the police had been entirely victorious in their attack upon the flat, and I guessed that most, if not all, of those present as Felix Morozov's guests had been killed or were under lock and key, excepting, of course, the traitor host, who was doubtless enjoying himself in some safe retreat on the proceeds of his villainy. Versed as I was in the administration of Russian justice, I knew what the procedure would be. The trials of politicals in the land of the Tsar, never very convincing, were, in times of stress, such as Moscow was now experiencing, reduced to the veriest farce. Those of Morozov's guests who came to trial would be judged by martial law, and their end would be swift. For myself, I did not anticipate this. I was an Englishman, and I thought the authorities would hesitate at the capital sentence in my case, but I did not for a moment think that I would go free. There were such things as administrative orders, and for these there was no need to appear before a tribunal at all. As I thought of Felix Morozov, my heart grew cold in my breast. That the whole coup had been arranged by him I had no manner of doubt. I had also read in his eyes, as he pushed Myra and myself through the door, that he was aware of my knowledge. I knew well that had Myra not been present, he would have let me meet my fate among the others without compunction. A man, I told myself, who had so signally served his government as had Felix Morozov, by taking his life in his hands and joining the terrorists, would not have to look to the gratitude of that government in vain. Doubtless the man with the red beard was already on his way to the Riviera, where, among his many compatriots who infest Monte Carlo, he would gamble away the price of blood he had received. Was it likely that I should be allowed liberty? Liberty for me meant persecution or death for Morozov. As far as I was aware, I was the only one who knew his evil secret, and he must know that I would have no inclination to shield him. Once let the revolutionaries hear of his treachery, and a dozen willing hands would be outstretched to do him to death. Villain as he was, Felix Morozov was no fool. I was shortly to have abundant evidence as to that. The morning wore its weary hours away. Perhaps my cell was far removed from the sounds of the city, or perhaps Moscow had been cowed into quietude by the vigorous action of the police. Throughout the morning I heard no sound of shots, save once, when a sharp fusillade outside my window, followed by a strangled cry, told me that the military tribunal were early at work. Again I thought of Myra, and raved at my impotence. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 11. My Enemy Holds the Cards. It must have been late afternoon, for I had long since finished the dinner which was served me at 1 o'clock, when the 2 warders who had accompanied the brown-eyed official earlier in the day came to my cell and made me understand that I was to go with them. Perhaps, I thought, it was to be a military trial and a firing party for me, after all. Fear clutched at my throat, but I squared my shoulders and took my place between my guards. Once outside the cell, we made our way down the gentle slope of a stone-flagged corridor, leading evidently to the interior of the building, for there were no windows, the way being lighted only by oil lamps, which, set at regular intervals in iron brackets let into the wall, burnt with a smoky flame and cast weird shadows as we went by them. And then a great door was unbolted, and we entered a room filled with soldiers off duty, who were smoking and playing cards, and who barely raised their eyes from the game as we passed through the room into the open air of a courtyard. On all 4 sides the walls of the prison buildings frowned evilly down upon us. They were of 2 stories, for there was a double row of little barred windows, placed so close together that I estimated the cells they served to be but of half the size of the one I had just left. I threw up my head and drew in deep draughts of the cold, invigorating air, and the few minutes it took us to cross the crisp carpet of snow did much to revive me both physically and mentally. When we again entered the building, I saw that we were in a better appointed part of it. The corridors here were wider and better lighted, and the room into which I was ushered had about it quite an air of comfort. There were pictures upon the walls and a few photographs, and the heat given out by a great porcelain stove was most grateful. Seated before a large, square writing table, busy with a mass of official-looking documents, sat my friend of the brown eye. He gave me one glance as I entered, but he said nothing either in English or his own language, only motioned me to a chair which was placed facing him on the other side of the table. It was of padded leather, and I sank into it with a sigh of thankfulness. To my right an elderly man in a long black frock-coat was arranging a notebook and rubbing the point of a pencil on his sleeve. Evidently he was waiting to take down the particulars of my coming examination and the answers I would give. Without raising his head from the papers before me, the man facing me spoke sharply in Russian. "Tell Monsieur Morozov that I am ready," he said. "He has consented to act as interpreter in the Englishman's case." It was as much as I could do to hold back an exclamation as I heard the name of the arch-traitor spoken, but I bit my lip and awaited developments with renewed interest. Felix entered from behind the curtain the old clerk held back for him at the end of the room, and nodded to me with a smile, then turned and whispered for a few moments with the little official. I could not catch a word of their conversation, but from the glances they gave me from time to time I had no difficulty in guessing the subject of it. "And so, Mr. Mannering, you see what it means to meddle with the affairs of the Tsar." Felix Morozov had faced round to me and was speaking in English. I did not answer, and he went on with a little laugh. "I cannot compliment Paul Bergstoff on his choice of a messenger. You seem to have messed up his game nicely for him." I was stung into answer. "Good or bad," I said hotly, "I did my best. I, at least, was not a traitor to him." Felix Morozov gave a nasty laugh. "A hit at me, Mr. Mannering, eh? I, too, am no traitor, and own but one master." He nodded his head as he spoke to a large portrait of Tsar Nicholas, which hung on the wall to his right. "A fine ballet at the Empire, Mr. Mannering, but I have seen better, I think, in Petersburg. There is more passion in the Russian dancers, although for charm your génie—" A delicate way, truly, of showing me the ruins of the fool's paradise I had been living in. I had sorely misjudged the powers of my enemy. "It seems you know my business, Felix Morozov," I said. "You will also then be aware of its motives, its innocent motives. This detention is an insult to my country." He waved a delicate hand airily. "But if your country, Mr. Mannering, does not know what has become of one of its most excellent citizens," he bowed ironically, "then how will they take offense? They make inquiries, yes. We answer that Mr. Samuel Mannering was seen entering revolutionary premises with Monsieur Bernard Bergstoff. There was a raid, we would say, and many met their death. We are sorry. If we gather any information as to the whereabouts of Mr. Samuel Mannering, we will communicate with his ambassador. Simple, isn't it? I started from my seat as much at the studied insults of the man as at the knowledge of the trap into which I had fallen. "This is a private matter, Monsieur Moseref," I shouted. "You cannot cloak your own vengeance in this way. Your government will never lend itself to—" "My government," he broke in, "are very anxious to serve me in any way. The times here are rather strenuous, and men are scarce who can serve the Tsar as I can. You see, Mr. Mannering, it isn't hard to prove a case. You were caught red-handed, conspiring with others against law and order. That suffices, does it not, for my purpose?" I saw the drift of the man, and in the pale, sinister eyes I read no mercy, but I managed to remain cool. "My passport," I said, "you will find in the inner pocket of the coat I left in your lobby last night. That and a few other papers." Felix Merzef turned and muttered a few words in Russian to the official at the writing table. This gentleman had been silent during my passage with Merzef, his eyes lowered to the blotting pad on which he was nervously scribbling or sketching. It seemed to me that he was somewhat ashamed at the part he was called upon to play in the affair. Even now, as the man with the red beard talked to him, he made a gesture of dissent, and the brown eyes flashed angrily. Merzef smiled and pointed to the picture of the Tsar on the wall. That seemed to clinch any argument that was toward, for the official nodded gloomily and spoke to his clerk, who arranged his papers and sat with his pencil held in readiness. Felix turned to me. "I am sorry, Mr. Mannering," he said, "but we can find nothing in your pockets except these." And he laid his hand upon the little packages of papers on the table. It needed but one glance to tell me that whatever they contained I had never set eyes on them before. No doubt the man had played his game well, and had found in my pockets just what he arranged should be found. "I see, Felix Merzef," I said, "that you hold all the cards. I have not conspired against your country. There is no need for me to tell you that. My mission is known to you, no doubt, as being concerned with a lady. It is a private matter between this lady and the man you shot in London. I ask for no mercy from a murderer and a traitor." I felt a little satisfaction at the flush which came to his forehead. It was the one grain of comfort I had. He did not answer me, but leant back in his chair, and lighting a cigarette, motioned to the clerk. "The prisoner," he began speaking in Russian, slowly and with deliberation, "says that he has been in Moscow a week, having arrived from London via Warsaw. From the papers found in his possession it appears that he is connected with the London branch of the Maximists who meet in the house of a noted revolutionary there." The man paused and smoked for a little while in silence. I felt, rather than saw, that he was watching me narrowly, and I wondered if he suspected my knowledge of Russian. As I had listened to his glib lying, I had felt that I could throw all restraint and caution to the winds and refute them. But I knew that Felix Merzef had behind him the powerful influence of the government, and I saw that I would gain nothing. My pretended ignorance of the language was my only asset, and I determined to hold to it. It was therefore with a somewhat bored look on my face that I heard him resume. The prisoner was taken at the great police capture in Moscow at the flat where he had gone to meet with other revolutionaries in the city. Beyond those papers found upon him, he possessed nothing incriminating. He states that his passport was stolen from him in the train between Berlin and Warsaw. There is a great deal more to the same effect. Truly the man with the red beard was knotting the rope securely round me. Both Felix and the brown-eyed official listened carefully while the old clerk read out from his notes. Then, when he had transcribed them, the spy affixed his signature with a triumphant flourish. The other also signed, but I saw plainly that he was acting under some sort of compulsion in doing so, and that his part in the affair was no willing one. My enemy rose and buttoned up his fur coat. Evidently the interview was at an end. My guards touched me on either side, and I also rose from my chair. "Monsieur Merzef?" He turned at my voice and smiled indulgently. "Well, what is it?" "Where is the place to which I am to be taken? This is, I suppose, an administrative case?" "Precisely. To be candid, I would rather see you up against that wall out there, facing the muzzles of a firing party. But my government is getting merciful, I am afraid. They say there is no need for that. Your prison lies over there to the south. The governor is a friend of mine. He will make you welcome, I can assure you." "I want no more of your insults, Felix Merzef," I said. "The time may come when I shall be able to pay them back, and you might regret the length of the account. And Miss Ramsay, what of her? Is she, too, to be imprisoned in this hole-and-corner way so beloved by your divine Tsar? I hated to ask the question, even to mention Myra's name to the wretch before me, but I felt that were I sent away without trying to find out something of the matter which was so near my heart, I should go mad. The man laughed into his hateful red beard. "My dear Mannering," he said, "there are prisons and prisons. When you catch a beautiful bird, do you keep it captive in a cell? There are gilded cages for such as—" I read the fiend's meaning in the look he gave me. All my pent-up passion broke loose, and before I thought what I was doing, I was at his throat. I knew that the guards threw themselves upon me, but scarcely seemed to feel them. My fingers were biting deep into the neck of Felix Marazev, and I said that if this moment were to be my last, it should at least be a glorious one. Looking back on that time, I do not think I have ever experienced so keen a pleasure as that with which I regarded the terror-stricken eyes of Marazev as they glared up into mine. He had gone backwards, I on top of him, and he had struck his head against the stove as he went. In the fleeting glance I had of my brown-eyed friend, he seemed to be rather pleased than otherwise. Deeper my fingers bit, deeper. I do not know what caused me to lose my hold, but I was again between my guards, gasping and spent and happy. Felix Marazev was sitting again in his chair, livid but composed. He tenderly patted his cheek with a handkerchief, and I saw a scarlet blaze where his face had been held against the porcelain of the stove. He was again addressing the clerk. An unprovoked assault upon the person of Felix Marazev, who was acting as interpreter. The attack, which was of a particularly murderous character and was witnessed by Baron Kostel, Mikhail Otiensky, clerk, and you will fill in the names of these two honest fellows who, by the way, will not find me ungrateful, seems to prove that the prisoner is a man of extreme measures. And when this little additional tribute to my character was written in at the foot of the document, I heard Felix Marazev whisper to the official who had previously signed it with him, "I presume, my dear Baron, that you will have no scruples in attesting to what you have actually witnessed? It is really most fortunate for me, this little outbreak, although my face pains me damnably." They were signing when I was taken away. As one in a dream, I went back the way I had come, across the snow-covered yard, through the room where the card-playing soldiers did not seem to have moved since I last saw them, up the dark corridor, and so to my cell, into which I was roughly thrown by my escort. The patch of sky was darkening. Little stars shone out like diamonds in blue-black velvet. Strange shadows filled the corners of my cell, and with the darkness came the still silence I dreaded so much. In an agony of despair, I lay down on my narrow bed, waiting without hope for what was before me. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 12. Across the Snows. It was perhaps a week after my examination by Felix Marazev, when the same two guards who had escorted me on that occasion entered my cell, and I understood that I was to accompany them upon a journey. They were dressed in rough brown coats buttoned tight to their throats, and I noticed that they were armed. To my great joy, and it was this which suggested the journey, they carried with them the fur coat I had left at the flat. This, together with a cap several sizes too big for me of moth-eating sealskin, I put on in obedience to their gestures. Of the Baron I saw nothing as I waited in the Kontura, or prison office, while a big bearded man, to whom I seemed of no interest whatever, handed over to my escort a few official-looking papers. The words which accompanied these were spoken so low that I could catch nothing of their import. We entered a roomy sleigh which was drawn up in the great courtyard of the prison, and drove out through a large wooden gateway into the outer court, a wide space, continually patrolled, lying between the prison proper and the outside wall. The bolts were shot back in at another gate, and we passed through, the doors clanged behind us, and we were in the streets of Moscow. And because we poor mortals are so much the creatures of environment, I felt at first as though I were free, and the memory of the cell, of Felix Marazev, and the watching brown eye fell from me. As we swept smoothly down the wide street, I seemed to be part of the glittering life of it. It was early evening. The daylight had not yet quite gone out of the sky, and Moscow looked like a fairy city of blue shadow and silver, in which little lights were gleaming out of cafe and restaurant. The people I passed seemed to have returned to a more tranquil condition of things, and they took little notice of Sammy Mannering, The streets had been far too full lately of sleighs containing arrested prisoners for the sight to possess any interest for them. As we trotted past the fashionable Hermitage, I saw Dick Berryman standing at the entrance lighting a cigar. I made an involuntary movement, and beneath the sheepskin which covered my knees, I felt the clutch of my escort tighten. It served to awaken me from my dream. No longer did I feel as though I were part of the civilization around me, but as a prisoner going, heaven knew where, to satisfy a private vengeance. I had gathered from the conversation of my guides that the journey was to be a long one. Doubtless Merizev had seen to it that I was sent to some prison settlement far removed from towns with their councils and embassies, and where an Englishman would have about as much respect shown him as a Chinaman. I knew that in some of the outlying convict settlements the condition of the prisoners was as bad as it could be. I knew of the tortures inflicted by drunken Cossack officers, of narrow cells into which the blessed light of day never entered. I had spoken with men who knew these things, and as I remembered what they had told me, I shivered in my great fur coat. There was not much traffic in the streets, and we bowled, I was about to write merrily, along, past houses and shops which showed traces of the recent fighting, across the outer ring of boulevards, and so to the open country, into a world of white, glittering, and unbroken, save where plantations of firs made black patches on the snow. If it had been cold in the city, it was doubly so here, where the wind blew across countless miles of frozen snow. It came up in great gusts, bearing with it minute particles of ice. It stung our faces and whistled round us, and went sighing away over the wastes. I judged from the stars that we were traveling in a southerly direction. After a few hours we pulled up at a long, rambling shanty where my guides gave me a glass of steaming tea. They themselves, I take it, chose the stronger delights of vodka, for when we were again on the road, with a fresh troika with bells which jingled musically in the frosty air, the two men were more talkative to each other, although I still gained no useful information from their conversation. I must have fallen into some kind of sleep, for I was awakened by being hauled from the sleigh before a square thatched cottage. In the yellow glare of the open doorway I saw the silhouetted form of a peasant woman, and behind her 2 or 3 children gaping wide-eyed at my soldier guides. The interior, when my eyes grew accustomed to the light, was simple in the extreme. A partition ran down the entire length of the house, cutting it into 2 rooms. In one the family apparently lived, slept, and ate. The other, and somewhat larger room, was littered with dried grass and straw, and contained an emaciating-looking cow and a couple of pigs. A big stove projected on either side of the partition, thereby giving warmth to man and beast alike. I sometimes think my guides were rather decent fellows at heart. They could easily have turned the entire establishment inside out to suit them, but they contented themselves with the animals' quarters, in which odorous sleeping chamber I also passed the night. After all, it was warm, and I, for one, slept soundly. I wondered what had been done with the horses, but as the next morning they seemed refreshed, I can only surmise that some neighbor had taken them in. For 2 days we traveled in this manner over long straight roads, half obliterated by the driven snow, through little villages of huts made of stone and mud, and rudely thatched, where wide-eyed peasants watched our passing, sometimes over the rough cobbles of a small town, and here we would report ourselves to the officials, drink a cup of steaming tea, and so on again. Twice I saw distinct traces of the peasantry having risen, a mansion lying back from the road, roofless and blackened, telegraph poles down, with their wires lying tangled and broken by the roadside. It was early on the afternoon of the 3rd day after I left Moscow when we entered a straggling wide street of little houses, and drew rein at a square wooden hut where my guides were greeted by a tall, soldierly man in uniform, who took their papers and, when he had read them, looked sharply at me. I was taken from the sleigh and escorted inside, where the inevitable stove dispensed a grateful heat. I kept my ears open, and gathered that I was to be left, and that my guides, after a night's rest, were to return to Moscow. There seemed to be a great deal of formality to be gone through. Doubtless they were taking a receipt for my person. An hour passed, then I was put into another vehicle, not a sleigh this time, but a lumbering, springless cart, and was driven up the street and out of the village. For perhaps a mile we jolted on, before we came to a big low building, the cell windows of which denoted its character. A stout palisade of heavy timber comprised the outer wall, and through a gap in this we entered the courtyard. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 13. The Body in the Ottoman. As far as I can judge, it was the first week in January when I entered the hell to which the enmity of a fellow man had doomed me. It was during the last few weeks of June that I returned to the world, weakened and pale with suffering, but with a fierce resolve raging in my heart to search every inch of the world and to get my fingers again on the throat of Felix Mazarev. My story concerns persons other than I, and it is not necessary for me to set down the torments of those 6 months, the brutality of my warders, the fevers and the sickness, and the callous cruelty of the drunken prison master, Azanov. I have met many bad men in Russia. Some have been more violent, some had ambition as their excuse, but for sheer unthinking brutality commend me to the man into whose vile hands I, Samuel Mannering, was delivered during the first half of the year of our Lord, 1906. I will pass over the time, therefore, without description. Indeed, I doubt my powers to recount in any sequence the events of that time, a time in which I was deadened to all feeling, in which each day was like the foregoing one, each night a purgatory. I will come instead to that June morning when liberty held her hands out to me, and the chance, for which, curiously enough, the brutality of Azanov himself was responsible, came to me. I had had my breakfast, as usual, served me with a curse by a warder, a promising young brute rejoicing in the name of Ivan Nevsky, and I was standing at the little window of my cell looking out at the few inches of dreary courtyard that was the limit of my vision, save for the sky. And I think had it not been for that, I had gone mad. That little patch of the heavens was to me heaven indeed. I watched its changing moods and grew to love its laughter and its frowns, its blue serenity, its gray glory. One other comfort I had in those days of horror, and that also somewhat of a torment. The smile that Myra had given me as she looked across the snow-covered cul-de-sac was with me night and day. I think without that, and my little patch of sky, I should have found some way of taking my life. I was awakened from my contemplation by the sound of a shot, clear and ringing. It was followed by a shout, as though the man shot at had escaped injury and was remonstrating with his assailant. There was a scuffle. I could hear the hard breathing just below me, then a heavy blow and a groan. I strained my ears to listen, but beyond the stealthy movements of footsteps I could hear nothing. I wondered for a little while, then as my usual state of dull apathy came again upon me, I forgot the occurrence. I noticed my dinner was served by a warder who was strange to me. We were not allowed, under pain of the direst penalties, to speak with the prison officials, so I could not ask the reason of the change. I remember wondering whether the cry I had heard a few hours ago had anything to do with the absence of Ivan Nevsky. In a little while I was to know. That same afternoon I was summoned into the presence of the dreaded Azanov. I had on my arrival at the prison let it be known that I understood a little Russian, and gradually I appeared to improve, as though I were picking my knowledge up from the few ragged books we prisoners were allowed. At the end of 6 months, therefore, I passed as a tolerably good Russian scholar. I entered the room where the prison master sat at a small desk drawn up close to the stove. I confess that, weakened as I was, I trembled at what might be before me. His first action, however, gave me a curious sensation, half hope, half surprise. Azanov was a small man, with a face in which all the vices of the underworld had set their mark. His pasty complexion was stained by purplish patches, and his hands shook pitifully. It was easy to see that drink, as few men know it, had Isaac Azanov in its grip and was enacting a heavy toll from its victim. He waved his hand to dismiss the guards, saying he wished to speak to me alone. The 2 warders were as surprised as I, for they hesitated until a thunderous oath from the man by the stove sent them from the room. When we were alone, Azanov turned to me, and in the look he gave me I saw that the man had experienced some great shock, which, in his nervous state, had had far-reaching effect. In this look I read that the bully had turned craven, and in it I saw my chance. He toyed for a moment with a penholder, then, seemingly, he took a grip on his nerves and spoke. "Mr. Mannering," he said, "I understand that you are an Englishman." I bowed. "And that you were connected with the rising in Moscow in the later part of last year?" "It was said of me that I was," I replied. "I was unfortunate in having Felix Mazarev as an enemy." Asenov looked at me for a moment before he spoke again. Then, "You doubtless wish to return to England, Mr. Mannering?" I bowed and said, "Naturally." I wondered if the man was playing with me. I had read somewhere of the hope-deferred torture of the Inquisition. "I see you do not think I am serious," he said then. "I am willing to believe that you are," I replied. For a little while the man sat plucking nervously at his mustache, watching me furtively out of his small eyes. Then, seemingly having made up his mind, he rose and walked unsteadily to where a long, chintz-covered ottoman took up nearly one side of the room. He laid his hand on the lid and was about to raise it when a step sounded in the corridor outside. I saw the fear on Asenov's face, the moisture on his brow as he listened to the step's approach, and then pass and die away. Then he threw open the lid and by a gesture invited me to look within. I did so, and a cry burst from me. It must be remembered that I was but the ghost of the man I had been, and that my nervous system had been badly shattered during the last few months, and the sight that met my eyes would have startled a man sound in health and nerve by its unexpectedness and its tragedy. There, partly covered by a gaudily embroidered cloth, lay the dead body of Ivan Nevsky. He was on his back, his evil, handsome eyes were half open with a grotesque expression, half terror, half amusement. He seemed smiling in death, not the smile of peace sometimes seen, but a cynical, sneering smile, as though, in solving the riddle of life and death, he had found the answer amusing. In the forehead was an ugly wound, not a bullet mark, but one occasioned by a blow with some weapon, a jagged hole showing evilly in the setting of the livid skin. I, too, felt that I must be livid as I stood there speechless and gazed down at the still figure. Olaf Asenov let the lid of the ottoman down with a little bang. "A regrettable accident," he was saying. "The more to be regretted because a certain visiting official is due here some time in the next few days. Someone will have to bear the brunt of this." "But who did it? Killed him?" The prison master turned on me sharply, and I read in his face that I did not have to look far for the hand that had struck down young Nevsky. "That is immaterial," Asenov said dryly. "The official report of this unfortunate affair will read that Ivan Nevsky was murderously attacked, whilst performing his duties, by the inmate of cell 19, one Samuel Mannering, who—" I took a step forward. "But you dare not," I breathed. "You have no evidence to—" Asenov held up a silencing hand. "Permit me to finish. One Samuel Mannering, who escaped in the clothes of his victim and is now supposed to be in hiding in the forests which lie to the north of the prison." "That, Mr. Mannering," the prison master resumed, "is how the official report will be presented to the visiting officer. You take my meaning?" I thought I began to understand the fellow's drift, but I deemed it wiser to hear more before I answered. "It is not my desire," went on Asenov, "that any inquiry should be held to look into the death of—" He nodded towards the ottoman. "The blow was struck by one in authority. He had been drinking and struck heavier than he intended. There was a shot." He paused for a moment and looked sharply at me to see, no doubt, how I took his explanation, then went on. "You see, your absence will be ample evidence. Sit down here, Mr. Mannering." I took the seat he indicated, a chair facing him at the writing table. He pushed aside the papers and drawing a square bottle towards him poured out 2 glasses of some potent spirit and held one up in salutation. I hated to drink with such a man, but it was expedient. The prison master leant across the litter of papers, and I could feel his foul breath on my face as his words came in an earnest whisper. "You will come to me here, in this room, at 9 o'clock tonight. I will be waiting for you, and it will be arranged that this part of the prison is free of warders." He tapped the bottle of spirits suggestively. "We will not be disturbed. It will take but a few moments to effect the change. The clothing, I mean. Pray do not interrupt, Mr. Mannering. Tomorrow the body of Ivan Nevsky will be discovered in your cell. The motive of the apparent murder will, I think, be fairly obvious, when it is also discovered that you are not within the prison. Eh?" Asenov leant back in his chair and seemed as though he were waiting for me to speak. I tried to collect my senses. In my weakened state the situation unnerved me. The sombre panelling of the walls, the hideous wretch opposite me, the silent witness lying in the chintz-covered tomb within a few feet of us. And I will have little chance in an unknown country, a fugitive with every man's hand against me. Asenov waved aside my objections. That will all be arranged. You will reach the village unsuspected. It will be dark, and your supposed crime will not be discovered till morning. I can furnish you with a passport, but your uniform will hardly make one necessary. You will stop at the third house past the police office and tap twice on the window. And then? Then, by midnight, you will be on the train en route to Moscow, while my men, acting on my orders, will be searching the forest for one Samuel Mannering, who has broken prison. And he waved his hand to the north. Asenov jumped up as he finished speaking and glanced at the clock over the stove. You have been here long enough, he said. At 9 o'clock, you will not forget. Your bolts will be drawn, you will find. The prison master himself took me back to my cell, and in the solitude of it I sat and thought over what I had heard. The whole conspiracy to hide a brutal murder sickened me in all its morbid details. If ever man deserved a violent death, it was young Nevsky. But for the very life of me I could not get that cynical dead face out of my mind. I had feared him often alive. Now that he was dead, I seemed still to fear him. I did not, of course, for the moment think of doing otherwise than agree to Asenov's plans. Such a chance as was mine, I said, did not fall to the lot of every prisoner. There were risks, grave risks, but they had to be taken. I would cross my bridges as I came to them. What if I were recaptured? My case would be a hard one indeed. Asenov was ready enough to make a tool of me, and provided that everything turned out as he wished, would be true enough for the sake of his own skin. But should his plans miscarry, I knew that I could look for no consideration from such a man. Nothing I could say, no plea I could put forward, would counterbalance the damning evidence of my flight and the presence of the dead body in my cell. I would be shot or hanged out of hand, and no doubt Olaf Asenov would rejoice that his own crime would lie forever hid in the grave of a forgotten Englishman. But it was useless to meet trouble halfway. I told myself that anything was better than the living death of the past 6 months. If I won through, and with God's help I meant to do so, there was Myra. Here, in this faraway prison settlement, what use was I to the girl I loved? Better dead, I said, than this life of tortured suspense. My supper was served by the man who had brought me my dinner, and a half-hour later I heard stealthy feet in the corridor and the sound of bolts being cautiously shot back. Almost at the same moment the clock in the prison yard chimed the hour of 9. I took hold of my courage, and pushing open the door, stepped out and made my way to the room where Asenov would be awaiting me. He was there, his bloodshot eyes aflame with the drink he had been taking. We wasted no words. Each of us had made up his mind to the work he had in hand. The sooner it was done, the better for both of us. Silently we stripped the body of Ivan Nevsky of its uniform. He was slightly taller than I, but the fit was tolerable. It was not necessary that we should put my own poor rags on the dead man. They could be thrown over him when we had placed him in the cell. When all was ready, Asenov, who throughout had treated the whole affair with callous indifference, brought about, no doubt, by the Dutch courage he had indulged in, opened the door and leant out into the corridor listening. From a distant part of the building, drink-laden voices were raised in song, and Asenov smiled as he heard them. Between us we carried the cold form of the warder the 20 yards or so to my cell, and placed it on the stone-flagged floor, as far in the shadow of the door as was possible. And there we left him. I turned at the door and took a last long look at the place that had been my home for half a year. The picture will remain with me till I die. The lantern which my companion carried threw a smoky blur over the stone walls and the filth-encrusted floor, touching into points of yellow light the dead sneering face of the young servant of the Tsar. Through the small grated window the summer sky still held the afterglow of the sunset glory. A burst of drunken laughter came from somewhere far behind me, and I felt the prison-master pulling at my arm. "There is little time," he was whispering. "Follow me. Your victim will sleep well." He gave a hideous chuckle at his joke as he passed rapidly in front of me down the corridor. I do not remember how many passages we went through. The picture of the cell was still with me, and I stumbled along in a dream over the uneven paving. The sweet air of the June night brought me back to myself. I was standing under the shadow of a high stone wall. A few yards away I saw the stockade of the prison, and I felt a throb as I realized that I was outside, in God's good air. Asenov was speaking rapidly. 2 taps, you will remember. The third house. All is ready. I ignored the grimy hand that the wretch held out to me. I had been his ally. There was no need for friendship. Setting my cap as far over my eyes as it would go, I strode off in the gathering darkness to where, below me, the lights of the village were peeping out, one by one. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 14. Freedom. I think that for the first few delicious moments of freedom, I forgot the scene in my cell, forgot my tortures, forgot even Myra. I knew only that I was on the outside of my hateful prison, and that I was drinking in great breaths of the untainted air of which I had so long been starved. As I commenced to walk, I felt a healthful glow suffuse my body at the unaccustomed exercise. The blood raced in my veins, and I felt that, did not caution forbid it, I could sing aloud for very gladness and the joy of life. It was now all but dark. The lights below me in the village, and the stars in the sky above me, were twinkling out. The road, ill-made and heavy with dust, for there had been no rain for weeks, lay in a straight line across the bleak landscape. Here and there a few parched, badly nourished trees made a little dust-whitened clump on either side of me, but for the most part the road crossed the rolling expanse of bare open steppe. There were not many, evidently, who had business up at the prison after dark, and I passed but few people on the road, and these few merely peasants, who saluted me humbly as I passed them, for was I not in the uniform of the great white Tsar? They removed their caps and stood with bent heads, and when I had gone by, resumed their way unsuspectingly. And then I saw that I was coming to the outskirts of the village. Before the police office, where I had arrived some 6 months back from Moscow, a little knot of men were chatting and smoking and enjoying the calm of the evening. I cursed them softly and drew back into the shadow of a cart shed, and possessed my soul with what patience I could muster. Perhaps among that little brown-coated group would be one who had seen me on my first arrival, and who could claim with me an unwelcome acquaintance. At last, when my patience was all but exhausted, and I was asking myself whether I had not better risk passing them, a great fellow who had been holding forth from his seat on an upturned barrel knocked the ashes from his pipe and entered the office. This seemed to act as a signal for dispersal, for, with muttered good nights, the little group fell apart, and the men were swallowed up in the gathering shadows of the village. 2 of them passed me so closely that I could smell the tobacco smoke from their pipes. I kept as far as was possible in the shelter of the low little buildings, and so reached the 3rd house of the village. As I raised my hand to knock, I told myself that it was an even chance whether the good Azanov had not prepared a trap for me. I was thankful to that gentleman for what he had done, but he was not the man that one would altogether choose to trust one's life in the hands of, were it not absolutely necessary. But I said that it was too late for such thoughts as these, and without further hesitation I rapped sharply, twice. That I was expecting was evident, for the door was opened on my second knock, and the big form of a peasant filled the opening. He peered out over my shoulder for a moment, glancing up the village street, then drew back with a gesture of invitation. I entered. The door gave direct into the room. There was but one in the house, a low, square chamber, dirty and untidy to a degree. The small, grime-encrusted window was tightly shut, and the air was heavy and foul with perspiring humanity. On a shelf bed were huddled, sleeping, a mass of children. It was difficult to say how many, so intermingled were they with their garments and tattered bedclothes. One little face detached itself from the heap and stared at me for a moment with sleep-filled eyes, then tumbled back. On the wall to the right of them was a bare space, which showed marks where a stove had been, and, above that, a tiny lamp shed a light on the tawdry garniture of an icon. There was another lamp on the table, the smoking, flickering flame showing the debris of a meal, a samovar, a bottle, doubtless containing spirit, and half a loaf of blackish bread. To this recherché repast I was invited by my host, an invitation which I, for reasons of diplomacy, accepted. He was a sullen-looking giant, this host of mine, bearded and incredibly dirty, with a great moon of a face and eyes which, set wide apart, were absolutely devoid of all expression. He seemed surprised at my knowledge of Russian, and he grew more talkative when he saw that his remarks were understood. He had received instructions, he said, to drive me a journey of some 20-odd miles, and he would be ready to start within half an hour. Our objective, it appeared, was a small station on the railway at which the prison master had the power to stop the expresses did business connected with the government demand it. This, my new friend told me, had all been arranged. He also furnished me with a passport of some sort, much creased and crumpled, the writing upon which I could not, in the dim light of the lamp, decipher, but which, knowing the value of these precious documents, I accepted with many thanks. In spite of the unappetizing appearance of the fare and the unsavory surroundings, I made quite a hearty meal. I think it was the freedom of it all that appealed to me, that and the cigarette which my host handed me when I finished eating. I do not think I shall ever forget that smoke. After all, one has to be deprived of some things before one can appreciate them at their real value. I sat in happy laziness, watching the thin spirals of smoke ascend, spread out, and lose themselves in the shadows among the rafters. Through a door opening out the back, I could hear the man mumbling to his horse as he harnessed it. Then he called me, and I went out to view my equipage. It was a curious, lumbering vehicle, four-wheeled, and with a body of some kind of coarse wicker-work, roomy and comfortable. The horse, there was to be only one for the journey, beggared description. Never before had I seen so magnificent an animal. I wondered how it came about that the peasant should own such a creature. Perhaps Azanov had seen to it that as many miles should lay between me and the prison as quickly as possible. My speculations were broken off by the peasant reappearing and shutting the door behind him. He packed the body of our conveyance with rugs and a few pillows, and a basket from which protruded the neck of the bottle I had seen on the table. A moment later we were on our way down the center of the wide village street, heading, as far as I could judge, due north. My driver exchanged greetings with those who still lingered in the darkened village, while I, with my hat drawn well down over my eyes, kept my features hid as far as was possible. Through the summer night we drove. The horse fully endorsed by his performance my estimate of his powers, and the fellow at the reins knew how to handle them. We sped through little sleeping villages, showing dense, shadowy masses unrelieved by a single light. We saw no people after leaving our own village. Not even a shutter was opened as we went on our way. Now and again the sharp bark of a dog cut through the silence, or a night bird would scream away out over the plains. The way was level. On either side of the road the steppe spread out like the green-gray sea till it met the edge of the great spangled dome above us. In my imagination we were at the center of an immense world segment. It took us about 5 hours to reach the station, for we waited once or twice on the road to investigate the contents of the basket and to stretch our cramped limbs. Besides, as my driver pointed out, it would be useless our reaching the station long before the train that we were to stop and board should be due. The station, when at last we arrived before it, was a primitive little structure of wood set down beside the glistening lines of the rails, unlighted and devoid of all life. There was a tiny hut near by, and at the door of this my friend knocked. He entered into conversation with the man who opened to him and showed him some paper, at the same time pointing to where I sat in the vehicle. The other nodded and re-entered the hut. I heard the ticking of a telegraph, and a moment later I was beckoned within. It would be an hour, I learnt, before the express to the north would pass. I was given an official-looking document which was to serve as my ticket, and which, I was told, would take me through to Moscow. Really, I thought, the worthy Azanov was doing me remarkably well. My doubts as to his ultimate intentions were growing less as the distance between the prison and me increased. The station-master, for such I took the occupant of the hut to be, made me welcome, bringing out from a tiny cupboard a bottle of vodka and insisting that we should both drink with him. I didn't like vodka, but I did as he desired. Then, when the hour was past, a bell tinkled at some instrument, and the station-master, snatching up a cap, hurried from the hut. We followed. A thrill of acute pleasure passed through me as I heard the distant whistle and saw the long line of lights which spoke eloquently of civilization, gliding out of the darkness and winding towards me. The train came to a standstill a moment afterwards, puffing, and with a protesting crunching of brakes. I saw the faces of disturbed travellers as they thrust aside the curtains of the carriage window and peered out to ascertain the reason for this unwonted stoppage. There were carriages, too, where people were reading, and in one a party of men were playing cards. The contrast of life without and that within was impressive. Then, gripping the hands of the two men on the little platform, I swung myself on board. They stood there and waved their hands until the darkness swallowed them up. I wondered whether they had expected any payment for what they had done. They were poor enough, heaven knows, but I had no money, and perhaps they would have been offended. I sometimes wonder if I will ever again meet those two worthy fellows. They will not find me wanting in gratitude. My journey, from the time I left them, was uneventful. Doubtless my official pass, my uniform, and my fluent Russian disarmed any suspicion. There was no frontier to be crossed, and I do not think I was more noticed than any of the other passengers. Much to my surprise and thankfulness, the creased passport in my pocket was not asked for. And in due course I stood again in the streets of Moscow. 6 months had passed, and to me they seemed more like 6 years. I was penniless, hungry, weak, and in the costume of an alien nation. Also, I said, I was under the shadow of the crime of having murdered a servant of the Tsar. But I squared my shoulders and said these things could be easily remedied, and that the sooner I forgot the dead Nevsky, the better. I do not think that there was a more surprised man in the ancient Russian capital than Dick Berriman when, a quarter of an hour later, I followed his servant into his dining room. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 15. The Papers in the Rainpipe. He was seated at his breakfast, and he jumped from his chair as though he had been on springs as I entered. I had followed hard upon the heels of his man, and so took my friend completely by surprise. I, too, was perhaps nearly as surprised as he, for in the mirror that hung on the wall behind him in apparition, gaunt and in travel-stained uniform, seemed to advance across the room with outstretched hand to meet me. There had been no such luxuries as looking-glasses in the cell I had so lately left, and 6 months of tortured hardships, such as I had experienced, go far to age and alter a man. I am sure that in the emaciated, bearded figure, clad in the ill-fitting warder's coat, I did not at first recognize the well-fed Samuel Mannering, who had but 6 months past stood in Dick Berriman's room. And Dick, dear old fellow, did not seem to be able to make up his bewildered mind what to do first, whether to shake hands with me or fly to the sideboard and mix me a brandy and soda. It did not take him long to do both. Within the space of a very few minutes I was seated, clad in a barbaric dressing-gown, at the table, pouring out into my host's ear, as well as I was able to remember them, the things which had befallen me since I had last seen him. It is hard for me to write of the feelings I experienced as I sat before the cut glass and silver of Dick's breakfast table. The well-found comfort of it all, the cozy furnishings, the summer sunlight which glanced in at the long windows, did more, I think, to bring my physical strength back to me than the food itself, which I was somewhat greedily, I am afraid, devouring. At the same time, I do not wish to belittle the latter. Deviled kidneys and crisp rolls, together with fragrant coffee, had been strangers to my lips for far too long a day for me to speak of them with anything but the profoundest respect. Dick listened to my story with the keenest interest. Things had, he said, been a deal quieter in Moscow during the last few months. There had been many ugly massacres, however, details of which he told me, before law and order, as those things are known in the land of the Tsar, had been established. The ending of the war with Japan, too, had given the country something other than revolt to think about, but this was counterbalanced by the return of so many men with tales of their sufferings in Manchuria, men who, having no work to go to, infested the cafes and street corners, drinking and telling stories to willing listeners of the excesses of the exalted and the pilfering of stores by those in authority. The ranks of the revolutionaries were greatly increased by these malcontents, and, Dick thought, although comparative quiet now reigned, they were only waiting for a man to lead them to break forth afresh. Then, becoming more personal, Berriman went on to tell me a few very interesting details about myself, and as I listened I scored up further heavy items on my account with Felix Mrazov. Winson, I learnt, had come to Moscow in a fine state, moving heaven and earth and the Russian authorities to find news of one Samuel Mannering, who had arrived in the city of Moscow at the end of December, and of whom, after one letter, all trace had disappeared. His well-meant blustering way had been met with the most deadly courtesy by the officials. He had been driven from pillar to post, from one department to another, until eventually he had reached my little brown-eyed friend, Baron Kosto. This gentleman, Dick told me, and another gentleman who was with him when they visited the prison, were perhaps more polite than any of the previous officials. The other gentleman, who could speak English and acted as interpreter, told Winson of a raid which the police had recently made on a very nest of Nihilists, and in which many, how many it was impossible to say, were killed. It was difficult, he said, in such matters, to winnow the chaff from the grain, to tell the innocent from the guilty. Anyone attending such a meeting as that which was raided had only himself to thank for any fate which overtook him. There had been an overcoat found in the lobby of the raided flat that contained a passport with an English name and a few papers which established the nationality of the owner. The polite gentleman thought the name was Mannering. He would inquire. I had accompanied Winson, went on Berriman, thinking I might be able to assist him as interpreter, but the fellow with the baron could speak English as well as— "One moment, Dick," I said. "Had this man a red beard? Not Cosco, the other one." Dick Berriman looked his surprise at my question. "Why, yes, Sammy, a squarish affair of unholy colored hair. Do you know him?" "I think I do," I said, and apologized for my interruption. "Go on, there's a good fellow." Dick handed me over his cigarette case, and when we had lit up, "The man was not away long, and when he returned he had your passport with him. It was certainly yours. I remember you showed it to me the morning you were here. Otherwise, I might, perhaps, have suspected a forgery. I didn't like the eyes of the gentleman with the red beard. Besides, he was so damnably polite." He looked from me to Winson and back again with a smile that made me want to kick him. "You will see, gentlemen," he said, and Dick mimicked the hateful purring voice of Felix Mazarov, "that the case looks bad for your poor friend. He has evidently banded himself, is he not, with the enemies of Russia. You will understand that the authorities cannot discriminate." He went on to tell us of the regret that he, speaking for the government, felt that one belonging to such a friendly nation as the English, a people whom he personally so much admired, should have been so unfortunate. Perhaps, after all, Mr. Mannering was alive. He was afraid he could hold out little hope. If, happily, it was true, he would at once communicate with our ambassador. We might rest assured that all that could be done. You see, Sammy, that little affair at the flat was a big move at the government. There must have been a traitor in the camp somewhere. The police had been preparing the coup for days. They say that over 70 men and women lost their lives in the fight which took place. I can assure you that not only Winson, but I myself, believe that you were among those who were bundled underground, unhonored and unsung, the next morning. Winson, poor chap, was cut up, and I never saw a man more so. He hung about Moscow for a couple of weeks, hoping against hope. Then he went back to London. I guess he's wearing black for his friend to this day. He thought a lot of you, Sammy." I sat silent for a little while, when Dick had done speaking. There was a question on my tongue, the putting of which even the thought of Winson's grief could not postpone. "And Myra Ramsay, what became of her?" Dick took his cigarette from his lips and smiled. "Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" he asked. I did not return his smile, only leant across and laid a hand on his knees. "Dick, that girl is more to me than all the world. I would go through 20 times what I have gone through if it would be of the least service to her. Perhaps you know the feeling?" He saw that I was in dead earnest, for he dropped his bantering tone. "Sorry I joked about it, Sammy," he said. "Besides, I know you'll forgive me when I tell you that Myra Ramsay is, to the best of my knowledge, free. I saw her about 3 months ago in the streets here in Moscow." "And the group to which she belonged, are they—" Dick made an expressive gesture with his hands. "Practically off the map," he said. "The raid seemed to break them all up. There are a few left, but they are not strong enough to do any damage. Some got over the frontier, and are, I believe, in England." "And you haven't seen Myra Ramsay since?" "No, it's 3 months as far as I can recollect roughly. I think she must have gone home to England as well. I would have been sure to have seen her if she were still in Moscow. Now, look here, Sammy. There's razors and water and a bath in there." He pointed to where a door showed behind a curtain. "We are as near as possible in build. I'll see that Olaf sends some clobber in to you." "In a minute," I said. "Now, how do I stand in the matter of the murder of Mr. Nevsky? Won't there be a shine about it? If I'm caught, it's 'no flowers by request' for Samuel Mannering." Berriman snapped his fingers. "I don't think somehow your friend Azanov will worry much. It wouldn't suit his book to have you found, and possibly cross-examined. You'd both suffer. No doubt he'll fake up some sort of description that will be as much like you as I'm like an Iroquois Indian, in order to throw dust in the government eyes. More likely, by now, he will have murdered some wandering peasant, perhaps the chap who took you to the station, and buried him in your name." I thought of the bedful of children I had seen, and hoped that, If victim there had been, it was not the man who had driven me through the night to the little wayside station. At 1 o'clock of the same day as that in which I re-established my connection with civilization across Berriman's breakfast table, I was seated in the Hermitage enjoying a most excellent lunch composed, with a fine disregard to my digestion, of the things which I had missed most during the time I had been the guest of the Russian government. I was well clothed, Dick having a pretty taste in raiment, and his garments having suited me admirably. I had trimmed up my straggling beard and moustache, and I had bathed. Never will I forget the clean comfort of that bath. The sensation is pigeonholed in my mind in company with that I experienced when I lit my first cigarette in the third house in the village. Freedom, good wine, music, the dresses of the women, all played their part in the coming to life of Sammy Mannering. Berriman had, heaven knows how and where, procured me a passport, and I was, for the moment, one Harold Ericsson, a fur merchant from Birmingham. This, together with the change in my appearance, eased my mind wonderfully as to what Asnov might do if he did see fit to play the Pharaoh and fetch me back. In fact, the events of the last few months were fast falling from me, leaving only a confused memory as of some hidden dream, leaving also a most burning desire to come to grips with Felix Marazeff and to look again into the grey eyes of Myra Ramsay. I spent the afternoon walking about the city, rejoicing in my newfound sensations and feeling like some tourist beginning his holiday. I made a tour of the Kremlin, and, as it grew dark, took my way to the flat building where I had spent such an eventful evening 6 months previously. The place still showed signs of the rough usage it had experienced. The windows had been reglazed, but there were discoloured blotches where the stucco near the frames had been chipped away by the bullets of the police. The iron balconies, too, outside the windows, had not yet been repaired, and hung brokenly. Perhaps the authorities meant the damaged appearance of the place to be a salutary lesson to others, for they seemed to have been in no hurry to obliterate evidences of the fight. I walked round the corner and gave a casual glance up the little cul-de-sac where Myra and I had watched while the police brought in their dead. The thought of the girl's heroism gripped me as I looked, and again I seemed to see the pale face with its tendrils of damp hair, as it lay on its pillow of snow. Again I heard the sweet low voice as the girl had come out of her swoon to the desolation and distress around her. I was waiting now until it should grow darker, that I might put into practice a project I had had in my mind since I arrived in Moscow that morning. I meant to take an early opportunity of examining the broken piece of gutter pipe into which I had thrust the papers Myra Ramsay had taken from the bodies of the dead revolutionaries and thrown to me. They might prove useful in the work I had set myself, the task of tracing the girl and of presenting my account to Felix Marazeff. In the fleeting glance I gave as I passed the mouth of the alley, it seemed that all was as it was on that night 6 months ago, except for the snow. There were the crates, or others like them, the barrels and the broken sleighs. My fingers itched to explore the piping, which I noticed still hung brokenly from the guttering. I spent the next hour sitting outside a café nearly opposite, drinking coffee and watching the passers-by. I had not long to wait until I deemed it dark enough for me to act. The street was a little frequented one, running, as it did, parallel to the main road, and there were but few people about. A gas lamp a few feet away threw its yellow light obliquely into the little yard, but this only had the effect of making the further end of it darker than ever. I saw that once I had gained an entry, I would be able to work in perfect security. It was not likely that any of the few people passing by would disturb me by entering the cul-de-sac. I stood for a moment at the opening, lighting a cigarette and casting my eyes both up and down the street. Then, seeing I was unperceived, I slipped into the shadows. I wasted no time, but crossed to the corner and knelt down at the mouth of the pipe. My hands shook, and I told myself that my nerves were not yet what they used to be. There they were, a little sodden and discolored by the rain and moisture which, in spite of its being disconnected with the gutter, had percolated through the pipe during the last 6 months. As I drew them out, those evidences of dead men and women, I saw again the whole scene, the snow, the shapeless masses of the bodies, and the blood-stained face of my little heroine. I think I saw every detail down to the fur toque that had lain on the ground. And then I hid the papers beneath my coat and regained the thoroughfare. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 16. The Rat. As I threaded my way through the streets to the little hotel at which I had taken a room, the package which might mean so much to me seemed to burn a hole in my breast. I knew well the danger I ran. But what wonders a pair of gray eyes, or a pair of brown eyes, or a pair of blue eyes, for that matter, will work in a man. I laughed a little to myself as I thought what risk I was taking. Suppose the police decided to search me. I was a new arrival in the city, and as such was, of course, under a certain suspicion. I could see the gleam of satisfaction that would pass over the official faces as they looked through the papers, and the sneers when I was unable to tell them even the full address where Mr. Erickson, fur merchant, of Birmingham lived. I knew absolutely nothing of the man whose name was on my passport. In fact, I did not even know if the fellow existed. Berriman had not told me where he obtained the paper, and I had not thought to ask him. I carried with me perhaps enough evidence to hang a dozen men, myself included, but there might be among the letters a clue that I could follow up to reach the girl I loved, and that was all that mattered. Berriman had begged me to make my home with him during the time I should stay in Moscow, but I did not consider it fair that I should do so. I am afraid he thought me a hare-brained fool to return to the fire which had burnt me so badly. He told me that the next time I could not expect to have the luck to escape, and I knew that his advice was sound. He had recommended me to a hotel near the outer boulevards. It was an unpretentious affair, situated over a café, but it was eminently respectable, and much used by English commercial travelers. As far as was possible in Russia, the Hotel Saratov was passed over by the authorities as hardly the place to harbor dangerous revolutionaries. Here I knew that I would be in comparative safety, and it was to the Saratov that I went with my precious packet of papers. I did not, in case I should be followed, evince any hurry. In fact, I sat for quite a while in the café, choosing a table which was visible from the street. I picked up an English paper, I think it was the Telegraph, but the censor's black blotches made it almost unrecognizable. From out of the corner of my eye I saw that a man passed and repassed, but this did not worry me unduly, knowing as I did that watch is kept on all new arrivals in Russia. If the man was watching me, he must have been convinced of my harmlessness, for I saw him no more after that evening. For perhaps an hour I sat and picked out little items of news from the paper, then, bidding the proprietor good night, took my candle and ascended the narrow dark stairs leading to my bedroom. I had purposely chosen a room on the third floor as being perhaps more private than those just above the café, for however innocent the Hotel Saratov might appear, it was in Russia, and a little caution is seldom wasted. I locked my door, and setting the candle on the little table, prepared to examine my packet. There was no chance, I told myself, of it being overlooked. I threw up the single window the room contained, and noticed with satisfaction that it was placed in a sheer wall, and that there was hardly ledge enough to give foothold to a sparrow. It was not late. A clock somewhere was striking 10, and to my right I could see the blur of radiance on the sky that told of the night life of a great city. Moscow had risen phoenix-like from the ashes of her troubles, and was once again her own gay self. I saw at the first glance as I spread the papers out before me that a majority of them were of no importance. These, together with those which were too soiled by their exposure to be decipherable, I placed on one side, gradually narrowing my material down to 3 documents. One, slight in itself, had for me a very weighty significance. It was but a scrap. I took it to be the leaf of some letter. Upon it were penciled a few words, and even these were only partly legible, the paper being very stained. I could make out, "Advise you strongly," "Absent yourself," "Great doings," then leave at, "Delay is," "Remember," "Not to blame," "If you remain," "Meet me," "Share." Not a great deal in itself, but it was the writing that seized upon me. Bergstoff had shown me the letter he had received from Marazeff on the night of his fatal gathering. It had been an ordinary letter, not like the one which I had found a part of in the drainpipe. Bergstoff's invitation had been an invitation to the flat, and I recognized at once that the handwriting was identical in both letters. I lit a cigarette and, crossing to the window, looked out over the city. I reconstructed the tragedy of the receipt of that letter. Evidently Felix Marazeff was not alone in his schemes of treachery. There had been another, perhaps more than one, and he had neglected to take the warning his chief had sent him. Again, perhaps, he had hoped to make his mistake, and had been shot down by the police as they entered the building. The presence of the letter in the piping proved that his had been one of the bodies carried into the cul-de-sac, and that one traitor at least had met his deserts. I folded up the precious paper carefully between two letters. I said that my vengeance against Merezov did not require proof, but it was as well to have it. With these few words in his unmistakable handwriting, together with my knowledge of events, I had him in my power, to do with as I pleased when the time should come. I turned my attention to the other two papers. One was a soiled membership card of the order, dated 10 December, and made out in the name of one Simon Drafo, who, I read, had been received into the Geneva branch of the Brotherhood. This, I thought, might also be useful, and I placed it carefully away with the other papers. The third of which was merely a few names and addresses jotted on the back of an envelope. This latter I destroyed the next day, after committing its contents to memory. I did not hold it fair that I should, in my efforts to save Myra, incriminate others, and undo the work she had done in the snow-covered cul-de-sac. There were but 3 names, and I visited the addresses of them all, only to find that in 2 cases the rooms were empty, whilst the third had evidently changed its tenant. It seemed to me that I was wasting my time waiting about Moscow. I knew, also, that Russian soil was not the safest place for me, but somehow I was loath to leave the scenes among which I had met Myra, and among which, for all I knew, she might still be, perhaps in trouble. It did not follow because Berriman had not seen the girl since February that she had left Russia. I knew that to her the cause was everything. The more lost that the cause was, the stronger she would hold to it. Probably the raid had, for the moment, made it unsafe for her to remain in Moscow, but there were other places. What was to prevent her having gone to Kronstadt or Odessa or Petersburg to spread the propaganda in those cities? There was, I knew, always room for an enthusiast, such as was Myra Ramsay. It was while I was at this state of uncertainty that I met the Rat. He was sitting opposite to me in a café in the Red Square. I knew at once that I had seen him before. There was no mistaking the cadaverous cheeks, the hungry eyes, and the fair hair swept back in waves from his forehead, and falling in uneven lengths upon the collar of his coat. And then it came to me that it was at Merezov's flat that I had last seen him. He had accosted Bernard Bergstoff and myself as we had been talking to our host, given him greeting, and passed on. I had indeed been introduced to him in the moment he was with us, but his name I could not for the life of me recollect, except that like most prominent members of the revolutionary bands, he had his nickname. That of the man on the other side of the little table I remembered had been the Rat. But it is not the usual thing to address a man who is to all intents a stranger by a nickname, more especially when that name is such a repellent one as that owned by my long-haired friend. I decided to shoot an arrow into the air. Taking a pencil from my pocket, I pushed aside my glass and commenced to scribble idly on the marble top of the table between us. Then my pencil, taking definite action, began the limning of what I hoped would attract the attention of the man opposite. There's a parlor game, I believe, in which the company, blindfolded, are invited to indicate the eye of a pig on a rough drawing of that animal, or to append the tail to a donkey. The next time that game is suggested in a gathering of which I am a member, I will ask someone to draw a rat upside down. It's absurdly difficult, but this was the task I had set myself, and I suppose because there is no other animal which could by any stretch of the imagination be confused with a rat, it was recognized. I noticed at first that the man took his eyes from his paper and glanced curiously at my handiwork, then at me. He let me go on, and I, having drawn my outline, began to shade in my rodent as convincingly as I could. He waited until I had finished, and then adjusting a pair of spectacles he bent down and scrutinized my work. "Monsieur is an artist?" The man was speaking in Russian, and I looked up and gave a little laugh, at the same time wetting my finger and smearing my drawing over the marble. It had served my purpose. He went on. "A curious subject, monsieur. A rat, is it not? Have we met before?" I leant across the table and gave him the password we had used when Felix Merezov gave his death party. Then I called to the waiter and had our glasses replenished. I could see that the Rat was between 2 fires. a desire to fraternize with a brother, and the fear inborn in all revolutionaries of spies. Over our drinks I put him more at ease. It was only when he asked my name that I cursed myself for not being prepared. I felt that the man was watching me narrowly. I gained a little time by lighting a cigarette and pretending to search my letter case for a card. Between the folds of a letter I caught sight of the little yellow membership card which I had found in my drainpipe. The man opposite me was waiting for his answer, and I had but one course to take. "Simon Draffo," I answered. It had come upon me suddenly that if I was to find any news of the girl I loved, I had better keep in with the clique to which she belonged. They alone could help me. Simon Draffo had, by his card, been initiated in Geneva, and the dates between that event and his presumed death had not given him much time in which to get known to his Russian fellows. There was a risk, but like the other risks, it had to be taken. For all I knew, the man who was watching me from the other side of the table may have known the real Simon Draffo. The rat took the cigar from his lips. "Draffo," he said musingly, and put the cigar back again. "Yes, a new member, from Geneva," I said. "I'm an Anglo-Russian. I was taken that night. I've just escaped. I had a message for Bergstoff." The name of Bergstoff seemed to dispel any doubts the rat might have had as to my integrity. Also, knowing the man as I do now, the fact that I was well dressed may have had weight. The rat was evidently as poor as his namesake. "There are some questions I want to ask," I said. "There are certain members of the Brotherhood I want to trace. I'm anxious to—" The rat made a gesture of silence. "I think," he said, "that we would be better to come to my rooms. They are quite safe. I do not think I am suspected." He paused for a moment. Then, "Perhaps a bottle of vodka." I saw that he meant that I should pay for it, and I did so, also for what we had consumed at the table. He led me out by a door giving on to a side street, and to this day I do not know to what part of the city he took me. It was very dark and very dirty, and the rat's remark that it was quite safe came back to me. I could not imagine anyone, except in the most pressing business, penetrating the foul alleys we traversed that night. Great black buildings seemed to fall in on us as we threaded our way between them. Now and again I would catch a glimpse of the spangled sky. At last we stopped before a tumble-down wooden shanty, the door of which my guide opened by thrusting his finger through a little hole cut near the latch. I followed him up one short flight of stairs, broken and uneven, and waited while he scratched a match on the wall. The loathsome approach had prepared me for a scene of squalor, and I was agreeably surprised as the rat put the spluttering match to the lamp-wick to find that my surroundings, although poor, were at least fairly clean. A table covered with a red cloth, a camp bedstead, and a sideboard together with 3 chairs comprised the furniture. 2 of these the latter man drew up to the table, on which he placed a couple of glasses he took from a shelf near the unlighted stove. He polished them with a corner of the tablecloth. "Bergstoff," he said to me. "He was a good man. And you, Monsieur Draffo, were a friend of Bergstoff?" I thought it necessary to drive home my credentials. "Yes," I replied. "I met him first in Paris, in the Boulevard Saint-Michel. You said he was a good man. Is he dead?" My companion was pouring the vodka into the glasses. "He was killed on that night, monsieur. Only a very few of us escaped death, or worse." I had no need to simulate the grief I felt at the news. In the short time Bernard and I had been together, I had grown to like the man, to admire his high ideals, his love for liberty, his entire disregard of self. The rat took up one of the glasses and sighed. "You did not know his brother, monsieur?" he queried. "I met him once. Paul, was it not? I knew him but slightly. He, too, is dead. He was looked upon as a traitor, but I do not believe it. He was killed in London, Monsieur Draffo, by order of the Brotherhood." Here was news at last. If I was to learn more, I must proceed warily. "I heard something of that, I think," I said. "But was he not only wounded? I seem to have heard that he recovered." My host rose from his chair and took a square book from a cupboard I had not before noticed. He placed it on the table and thumbed over the pages. It contained, I saw, cuttings from newspapers, some in Russian, some in other languages. He stopped near the end and pointed out a few lines of print at the top of the page. I drew the book towards me and read. It was in Russian. There was no way of seeing from what paper it had been cut, and it recorded the simple fact that Paul Bergstoff, who had been sentenced to 3 years' penal servitude for the theft of the Azov diamond, had died in Dartmoor prison, no doubt, the cutting went on to say, from the effects of a wound received at an attempt to rescue him from the hands of the police. This information, as far as I was personally concerned, was far more important than that relating to his brother, but I did not intend that the rat should see this. Instead, I closed the book with a casual remark of sympathy. "A rescue," I said. The rat smiled. "So the fool papers said, but he was killed by the man who was sent to kill him. The Brotherhood never fail." "You mean Felix Merzef?" I could see that the man was surprised at the extent of my knowledge. "It was in Geneva I heard that," I said, hoping that I had not shown too great an insight into the doings of the Brotherhood. "And what has become of this Merzef? I met him but once, on that night. Was he, too, killed?" I waited with concealed impatience for the man's answer. When it came, I saw that even now Merzef was playing his double game unsuspected, still running with the hare and hunting with the hounds. "He is in London," the rat said, "where a few of us went after our disaster. I, too, have been in London, and in a week I return." For a moment or two I was silent, sitting at the table and turning over, casually, the pages of the book of cuttings. Casually, too, I put my next question. "Was there not a girl, Myra?" I asked, and toyed unconcernedly with my glass. The man across the table rubbed a grimy forefinger across the side of his nose. "Where Felix Merzef is," he said, "Myra Ramsay will not be far off." "Then she is also in London?" "Yes. She remained there a month or two. She was not convicted as the others were, although she was taken prisoner. Some said that a friend at the court interceded for her. There was another man, a mad Englishman, who was taken, and Miss Ramsay seemed interested in him." "Then she waited here in Moscow, hoping to hear of this man?" I could barely repress the joy that would creep into my voice. "Merzef, too, waited. I think he was jealous of the Englishman, and that he endeared himself to the girl by his actions at that time. He moved heaven and earth to obtain news. At last he did so. Mannering, that was the Englishman's name, died in the prison here in Moscow." I felt my face grow white with passion as I saw through the move of my enemy. Not content with sending me to a living tomb, he also, I would not trust myself to think. "And then?" I queried, and I was glad to notice that my voice did not show the state of my mind. "Then they went to England. They helped me to organize our little colony there. You are going to London, monsieur?" "Not for some little time," I said, for I was not anxious to have the rat as a traveling companion. I asked no more questions about Myra after this. We sat and spoke of other things, and all the time I was burning to get away from that little room and to stand under the stars and think. No longer had I a duty to consider. If I found Myra, there was no need to give her to another. Paul Bergstoff was dead, and my quest could now be for myself. I suppose I had some feeling of sorrow for that poor man who had given all, even his life, but it is the fortune of war. As I walked to my hotel room that night, my heart sang within me. Myra had been anxious for me, had waited here in danger for my sake. Perhaps in that dark cul-de-sac the same knowledge had come to her as to me, that love was all that mattered. Suddenly I stopped in my stride. What if, thinking me dead, she had turned to the man who had worked to find me? It was a deep game that Felix Merzef had played, but I would play a deeper, and it would be played on my native Heath. Merzef in London was hardly so formidable as Merzef in Moscow. I had made an appointment, without thinking, to meet my new friend, the rat, at the café where I had encountered him the evening before. I hope he was not disappointed, for the train that left Moscow for the west the next morning had as one of its passengers a certain Harold Ericsson, fur merchant, of Birmingham. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 17. The Game. I had ample time during the long journey across Europe to formulate my plans and to think over my position. Indeed, I had not gone 20 miles before I was asking myself whether I had not been too hasty in shaking the dust of Moscow off my feet. Perhaps I would have been better advised to have cultivated further my friend the rat. I had been far too careful in framing my questions in our first meeting that he should not suspect that I had any personal axe to grind in my support of the anarchist cause. I had really gained but little that would help me. I only had the bare word of the man that Myra was in London. True, I had put the question as to the whereabouts of the headquarters in London, and he had answered that they were in Norwood. Whether he was evading the question or not, I had no means of telling. Myra's address he did not know, or perhaps would not tell. I gathered, however, that he would be in England in 10 days or a fortnight, and that he was in the habit of dining every evening at a certain restaurant in a turning off Greek Street, Soho. It seemed, then, that for my haste in leaving Russia I would be condemned to kick my heels in London until my friend should appear at the rendezvous, for I saw that my only way to get in touch with the two people who at that moment summed up my world was through the medium of the London branch of the group to which Myra had lent her support in Russia. For this reason I decided that Sammy Mannering, having been considered dead for so long, might well remain so for a little while longer. Beyond Myra and Winston, whose anxiety I would have to relieve, none need know of my resurrection. Simon Draffo, however, would burst upon the nihilistic world as a survivor of that flat tragedy, and under the able tutelage of the Rat, could no doubt be sure of a hearty welcome, and surely, than I, no one was better fitted for a changed identity. My beard, which I had decided to take off when I once was out of Russia, would now remain as it was. As I caught sight of myself in the little mirror in the panelling of the railway coach, I had to admit that it was not unbecoming. Careful training during the last few days had changed the long, straggling affair which had adorned my chin on my return from my captivity into quite a presentable Vandyke, trim, full, and pointed. It added many years to my appearance, certainly, but so did the graying hair at the temples and the sunken eyes. Nature's disguise is, after all, the best. No doubt my friend Clarkson could have fitted me out with the most admirable beard, but with all respect to the able procureur, I preferred my own hair. No master, too, of the make-up box could have limed the shadows under the eyes and thinned my cheeks, as had those 6 hopeless months under the hand of the brutal Azanoff. My eyes had something of the strained look I had seen in so many of Bergstoff's friends. These men, I said, had been in prison. Nothing gives hunger to the eyes so much as looking through the bars at the liberty one cannot reach. As I sat stroking my beard and gazing at myself in the little mirror, I saw that even Bertie Traverson, who had known me ever since I was at Eton, would pass me by in the Empire Promenade with never a glance of recognition beyond his monocle. As a matter of fact, I put this to the test the first evening after my arrival with the most gratifying results. There was no hurry, and I left the train at Berlin, putting in 2 days in the German capital, purchasing clothes that would help to bear out the fiction that I came from Geneva. My solicitors in London, Berriman had told me, had, presuming my death, drawn out what funds I had in the Bank of Moscow, and with it, incidentally, the £1,000 which I was holding in trust for Myra, and which it seemed fated she should not receive. A pretty one, I told myself, to be trusted. I was without both money or the whereabouts of the person to whom it was to be delivered. An absconding solicitor is no worse. Perhaps it was as well for me that poor Paul was dead and unable to call upon me to render an account of my stewardship. It was an early morning of perfect summer when I left the train at Charing Cross. I had intended to turn in at the hotel for a few hours' sleep, but the cool breath of the morning air, after the close atmosphere of the train, tempted me, and, putting my bag in the cloakroom, I lit a cigarette and wandered down Villiers Street to the Embankment. The outcasts of the town were stirring uneasily on the benches. From the gardens came the matins of birds. The foliage of the trees, vivid in the newly risen sun, showed its fresh greenery against the green masonry of Somerset House. All was beautiful and seemed to speak hopefully of the coming day, all but the shapeless figures of the derelicts upon the benches. Those of them who were awake eyed me closely as I passed, as though weighing in their minds whether the prosperous foreigner was worthy of the effort needed to rouse themselves and solicit alms. I had intended calling on Winston at the offices of the Mercury, until I remembered that he rarely showed up there until close on 11. There were a few cabs standing outside the Temple station, and I hired one and was driven to his chambers in Victoria Street. It was about 8 when I rang the bell. James, who had been Winston's man for years, opened the door, and I was pleased to note that he regarded me with no recognition in his look. There was, indeed, a good deal of antagonism in his eyes, and I smiled as I remembered the worthy fellow's aversion to all who were not of British blood. I asked for his master by name, speaking with the slightest foreign accent. I did not know how long I would be called upon to act the part of the man from Geneva, and if I put on a heavy accent it might have to be kept up for longer than I liked. The mode of speech I had adopted meant little or no effort to me. James held the door open about a foot and regarded me with frank distrust. "Ain't up yet, sir," he said. I took a piece of plain paper from my pocket and scribbled a few words in an angular, foreign handwriting. "Simon Draffo," I said. "I have called on business connected with— that is to say, I am from Russia. I arrived only this morning. You will take that to your master?" At the mention of Russia a change came over the man's face, and I remembered how fond James had been of me. "Perhaps, sir," he said as he took the paper. "You have news of Mr. Mannering? Beg pardon, sir. I will wake my master." He showed me into the cozy dining room I knew so well. I received a little shock as I saw that some of the things from my own chambers were now in Winston's. That pair of bronzes, I remembered telling him that he could have them if at any time I failed to return from any of my wanderings. That little sketch of Condor's, the cup I had won at— My inventory was cut short by an apparition in a flaming orange dressing gown, which precipitated itself from the room adjoining to the one I was in. "You must excuse me," he said. "I was asleep. Yours is an early call, Mr.—" He glanced at the paper in his hand. "Draffo. I can only think of one cause for it. My man says you are from Russia. Is it about Sammy? Mr. Mannering, I mean." I rose from my chair and bowed, and perhaps added a little to my accent as I answered, "I am from Moscow, Mr. Winston. Mr. Mannering is well. He has been in great trouble. He is—" A heavy hand fell on either shoulder of my foreign-cut coat. I looked up and into the laughing blue eyes of my friend. Over his shoulder I caught a glimpse of James, his mouth open in wonderment at the unusual scene that was being enacted in the well-ordered household. "Why, it is Sammy! Sammy in the flesh! Thank God, old man! A bottle of the best, James! A magnum! And bring 3 glasses, James! Here's our old pal back! 3 glasses!" He pressed me down in a chair as he shouted his instructions, and then his face grew more serious as he noticed my sunken cheeks, my graying hair. "But, Sammy, you're 10 years older. And why this make-up?" He touched the Berlin tailor's handiwork. "It's part of a game, Winnie," I answered. "It's not played out yet." James entered with the magnum and the tumblers. We drank to each other, and James made me a neat little speech. When we were alone again, Winston lit a cigar and listened while I told him everything. "But I am sorry you saw through the disguise," I remarked, when the tale was told. "A lot depends on it, you know." Winston looked at me with affection brimming in his eyes. "If you knew how you have been in my mind, dear boy, you wouldn't wonder any more. I think I've been seeing Sammy Mannering in the most impossible persons for months." "Then you think I am safe from recognition?" Winston took the cigar from his mouth and looked at me quizzically, his head a little on one side. "I think so. Perhaps if I might make a suggestion, you might touch up your hair a little. Glasses, too, would help. You'll want a doss, old man. After your journey, eh? Of course, you stay with me." But I would not hear of it. I was going away, I said, immediately to take up my mission. I would take some money, that was all. Mine was a long game, and I would share its dangers with no man alive. Winston's friendship for me was of no light order. I think, by the way he remonstrated with me, that he thought me mad. I imagine also the whole thing appealed to his sense of journalism, and he held it a good story lost. Before he would let me go, and that was not until he saw plainly that my mind was made up, I had to promise to write to him as to how I fared, and that, should I need a friend to help me, that friend should be he and no other. My solicitors, he told me, had my money still in their possession. In the meantime, if I opened an account in my new name, he would see that my share of the Mercury's profits for the half year should be paid into it at once. He named the figure, a very gratifying one. I stayed in Winston's rooms, resting until nightfall. Then, taking a cab to Charing Cross, I reclaimed my bag and drove to an unpretentious hotel in a quiet Bloomsbury thoroughfare, registering under the name of Simon Draffo, of Geneva. The board was set for the game. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 18. The House at Norwood. For the first few days after my arrival in London, my principal occupation consisted in visiting some of the old haunts, restaurants, theatres, where I had been known in former days. These tests of my disguise were severe ones, but I emerged triumphant from them all. So one-sided, indeed, did the proceeding become that, after about a week, it bored me, and I ceased from practicing it. There was another pastime with which I passed the days of waiting, and from which I derived a deal of amusement, and that was the reading in the papers of a few months back the varied accounts of the disappearance and subsequent death of Samuel Mannering. If only Felix Marazeff had been half as successful in finishing me off as the papers had been, I had long since made merry feasting for the worms. The yellow press had surpassed itself. I had been shot, I had been hanged, and I had been frozen to death in a peasant's hut in Siberia. One enterprising journal, in a message purporting to come direct from their correspondents in Lodz, put forth evidence of a most conclusive kind that I had died from poison in a hotel of that town after escaping in a sleigh from Moscow. Still another credited wolves with my quietus. It was all very harrowing to my feelings. Each evening I spent the hours between 6 and 8 at the appointed rendezvous in Soho, and looking back on that time, I think the worst hours of the whole time of waiting were those I spent in that greasy little restaurant the Rat had named to me. But it had to be faced. It was, I think, on the 9th evening after my arrival in London that he came. I had been for an hour in my usual corner, and was looking forward to the remainder of my vigil in anything but a good temper. The soup that evening had been, if anything, rather viler than usual, and I had lingered over my coffee, the only thing which the proprietor of the café understood how to make. It was really excellent. I was debating in my mind whether it was worth the waiting longer, when the door opened and the Rat entered. He came in warily, looking eagerly from side to side and scanning the faces of those sitting at the tables. He was a little cleaner than he had seemed to be in Moscow, but not much. In spite of the weather, he was swathed round with clothing. His hand, as he shook mine, was cold and damp, and the sight of him as he sat opposite to me and sucked in great spoonfuls that awful soup was repellent in the extreme. Certainly my mission was bringing me into strange company. The Rat, who was addressed by the proprietor as Monsieur Ballet, was seemingly well known to the habitués of the dirty little restaurant, and it was with some difficulty that I was able to get him away after his meal. But at last I was successful, and I stood for a moment on the pavement, thankfully breathing in even the close air of the street. We walked arm in arm through the narrow, mysterious streets of London's foreign quarter, emerging at last into the gleaming lights of Leicester Square. It was the time when there was a lull in the movement of the West End, when music-halls and theatres have begun their performances, and we found the streets fairly empty. I asked Monsieur Ballet to accompany me to my hotel. Perhaps knowing the Rat's liking for strong waters, he might be led by little alcoholic persuasions to talk of the matter which was occupying my mind, and the consummation of which I was so anxious to arrive at. But he would not hear of it. A few of the group were meeting, he said, at their headquarters. He was due there, and it would be a good opportunity of introducing Simon Draffo to them. It was at Norwood, he said. There was plenty of time. We would walk to Victoria. There was a train at 9:40. During that walk I was prey to the various emotions. In fact, my thoughts occupied my mind to the exclusion of conversation with the bent little figure which was shuffling along beside me. It was one thing to try my altered appearance on friends who, did they find me out, would look upon it as nothing more than a joke. It was quite another thing to face men who, seeing that they were being imposed upon, would suspect a spy and take summary vengeance. I knew the type of gentleman I was going to meet. I did not delude myself into any false ideas of security. There were but a few, I gathered, to be present that evening, but among that few there might be one who had seen and known the man whom I was impersonating. What the real Simon Draffo had been like I did not know. In all probability I was his very antithesis. Again, suppose my enemy should be there. If there were any eyes in the world which could see through my deception, they were the cold, calculating ones of Felix Marazeff. I felt that I would require more wits than nature had endowed me with to see the evening to a successful conclusion if Marazeff was at the house at Norwood. Then I thought that perhaps Myra, and at the thought I unconsciously increased the pace at which we were walking, so that the little figure at my side, who had broken into an ambling run, protested. The girl had seen so little of me that I did not imagine for a moment that she would recognize my altered appearance. Moreover, she had been told by one she trusted that I was dead, and who possibly had shown her convincing proof of that event. The 9:40 was a slow train, and it was nearly 11 o'clock when, after walking for perhaps a mile from the station, we entered the garden of a fairly large semi-detached residence of the usual well-to-do suburban type. There was nothing to differentiate the house from any of its neighbors, and the road it was situated in, I noticed, was a long one. Norwood was unknown to me, but I judged by the traffic even at that late hour that the road was a main one. A long gravel path wound slightly upwards to the front door, a large double-winged door at the head of a few stone steps. The garden at the front, and winding away round on one side of the house, was closely planted with shrubs, so that I judged that from the gate the door of the house was practically invisible. There was a light in the hall, a single gas jet turned very low, showing yellow through the rather grimy transom. This, apart from the glimmer of a candle in the basement, was all the illumination that appeared at the front of the house. Bellis waited for a moment at the head of the steps, then gave a peculiar tap on the panel of glass beside the door, using the signet ring on his finger, which gave a sharp, defined sound. We waited in silence, and I saw that someone had evidently taken up the candle in the basement and was moving about with it, for grotesque shadows flitted across the well-worn holland of the blinds. Then footsteps shuffled across the hall, and the rat again tapped on the glass. The door was cautiously opened on the chain, and an elderly woman looked out. Her glance fell on me, and she paused open-mouthed. Then a word from my companion called her back to her senses, and a moment later we stood in the hall of the Nihilist quarters at Norwood. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 19. I See Felix in London. No word was said until the door was securely fastened behind us, then only a few muttered sentences in Russian between the woman and Monsieur Bellas. What their purport was I could only guess by the glances thrown to me by the former as she listened to what the rat had to say. The hall we were standing in was a square, well-built one, roomy and lofty. Indeed, as far as I could see, the house was a far larger one than I had thought from the outside. There was no light save the speck of gas and the candle which the old woman had set down upon the carved oak table, and perhaps the gloom which filled the corners made the hall appear more spacious than it really was. A wide carpeted staircase led to the upper floors, but this too was in darkness. From somewhere at the back came the muffled sound of tapping, and I was conscious of an odor of cooking that reminded me painfully of the restaurant I had lately left. Bellis turned to me as the woman opened a door on our left and held it for me to enter, following me and turning up an incandescent burner when I had done so. "You will wait here, Monsieur Drawfo," he said. "There are a few— I had better see those who are here before I take you up. There are papers," and he pointed to a round table on which were a few magazines. Left to myself, I investigated my surroundings. The room, like the hall, was lofty and well built. The moulding of the ceiling and the heavy marble mantelpiece told me that the house had been put up long before the days of the jerry-builder. Indeed, the whole place gave one the impression of mid-Victorian glories. There were 2 long windows reaching from the ceiling to within a foot of the floor, and in the space between them a mirror heavily framed in tarnished gilt scroll-work showed my figure at full length. I parted the long lace curtains. Outside the windows ran a little iron-railed balcony, very narrow, and looking more as though built for decoration or as a resting place for plants than to be stood upon. I saw, too, that the windows were fitted with rather large brass catch fasteners, and that heavy wooden shutters folded up into the panelling on either side of them. By their weight, as I tried them, I suspected they must have been lined with metal. That they, as well as the window catches, were of very modern workmanship, I had no doubt. The furnishings of the apartment were shabby genteel and depressing, horsehair and whatnots, and antimacassars. They all reminded me of nothing in the world so much as a dentist's waiting-room, a simile to which the dog-eared magazines on the round mahogany table lent colour. The pictures were unimportant, an engraving or two, with here and there an indifferent oil painting. An enormous gilt clock under the glass dome on the mantel-shelf, I saw, had stopped at 9:15. I took stock of myself in the mirror between the windows. I had taken Winston's advice and darkened my hair considerably, thereby accentuating the gray over the ears. My pince-nez alone added 10 years to my appearance. Also, by a happy thought, I had had minute pieces of gold fillings set between my front teeth. I am particularly blessed in the matter of teeth, and I feared that my moustache was hardly sufficient to hide them. These fillings, suggesting as they did decayed teeth, should disarm anyone who saw in Simon Draffo the least resemblance to Sammy Mannering. I managed the little operation without the aid of a dentist, and I could remove the little pieces of soft gold as I pleased. It was a quarter of an hour or 20 minutes before Ballas returned. He had with him a tall man of perhaps 50 years of age. It seemed to me that he showed some little hesitation at accepting what the rat had doubtless told him, for he looked at me sharply. I think, however, that my appearance went in my favor. Dr. Muraudon, for it was by that name and title the man was introduced to me, asked me many questions, touching very little, happily, upon Geneva. Indeed, I saw immediately, from even my limited knowledge of the Swiss city, that he knew it not at all. On Russian subjects, thanks to what I had learnt from Bergstoff and what I had myself seen and suffered, I think I satisfied him. I kept my card of membership to the last as a trump card. As the man figured the little square of yellow pasteboard stamped with the circle and inverted triangle of the Brotherhood, I knew that all doubt had left him. He questioned me about my prison life, and on this subject I did not have to resort to any invention. My description of life in a Russian jail was, at any rate, a reality. I accounted for still possessing my membership card by telling the first lie that entered my head, and saying that, at Bergstoff's suggestion, I had hidden it in my room at the hotel before going to the fatal meeting at the flat. Upon my return to Moscow 6 months later, I had engaged the same room, and luckily found my card still hidden behind the wainscoting where I had put it. Altogether, my story in its little details was so convincing that I believe for the moment I really thought myself to be Simon Draffo. Had my listener doubted me, I think I would have felt offended. But he did not doubt me, and in a few moments he opened the door and asked me to accompany him. My introduction to the others gathered in the Norwood house took place in a room on the floor above, a back room with big bow windows closely curtained with heavy red draperies. In the embrasure of this window 3 men sat at a square table, a little heap of papers and a chair that had been pushed back, showing where the middle-aged man who had questioned me had been sitting when he was called away by Ballas to welcome their brother, Simon Draffo. I gave a hasty glance at the faces that looked up from their papers at our entrance. One of them I had seen before, that belonging to a heavily built, short man, with black hair parted on one side close above the ear, and falling in a long wave across his rather intellectual forehead. I remembered him perfectly as one of the men I had seen at Felix Merazev's flat on the night of the raid. The man looked at me, I thought, somewhat intently, and I bowed. The recognition, I told myself, should come from me. That would be proof positive that I had been present at the flat. "I have seen monsieur," I said pleasantly. "It was on the night when— May I be permitted to congratulate monsieur on his fortunate escape?" The 2 other men at the table merely bowed as I was introduced to them. In their faces I read no sign of recognition, and it was evident that, for them, Simon Draffo had no particular significance. What had been the subject under discussion when my arrival interrupted them, I could not say. Whatever it was shelved, and the conversation became general, of Russia mostly, and of the events that had recently been taking place there. We spoke a great deal, too, of the debacle at the flat. Indeed, when possible, I turned the subject on to that comparatively safe ground. I imagined that the knowledge, palpably first-hand, that I possessed of the affair must have done much to dispel any lingering doubts any of the party may have had as to my bona fides. It was evident, however, that I was not to be included in their council, and it was evident also that they were only waiting for my departure to proceed with their business. Simon Draffo, as a member of their organization, was assured of a courteous welcome, but it was not necessary that they should trust him with the affair they had in hand. When, a little later on, I discovered that business, I was not surprised at the care they took over its discussion. The thick-set man, particularly, seemed to be impatient. He sat and drummed his fingers, thick square-topped fingers, on the table with ill-concealed irritation, and fidgeted with the papers before him. I tried to gather something from the glimpse I could get from where I sat of the documents, but beyond that there was a plan of some building among them, I was unsuccessful. At intervals I could catch the sound of the tapping I had heard as we stood in the hall. It was perhaps a few minutes after midnight when the Rat and I made our way back to town. We were too late for a train, but we happened upon a returning cab, and, after dropping Bellas at Shaftesbury Avenue, I reached my hotel a little after 1 o'clock, fairly well satisfied with my evening's experience. The next day, after breakfast, I again took the journey to Norwood, this time alone, and in a suit other than that I had worn the evening before. I had no fixed programme as to what I intended doing, but I had a fancy to see the mysterious house with the steel shutters by daylight. I had little difficulty in locating the house, and whatever had been my previous impressions, there was nothing sinister about the place seeing it as I did now, in the genial sunlight of a summer morning. The name painted in white letters on the top rail of the gate was Carina Villa. The life of a prosperous suburb passed up and down before the house. Tradesmen, nursemaids with their charges, errand boys, all went by with never a look up the gravel path that wound among the evergreens. The events of the night seemed far away as I stood for a moment reading the small brass plate affixed to the gate, setting forth that Dr. Murdon received pupils in foreign languages. A good cloak, judging from the lack of interest shown by the inhabitants of Norwood in the villa and its affairs. So far, I had said, as I walked on, so good. I had obtained a footing in the home of the London section. It remained now to find Myra, and, after her, Merzef. I do not know quite which meeting I looked forward to with the greatest pleasure. There was a public-house some 6 doors away, and nearly opposite the house, and it was the sight of the billiard-room, which I noticed was on the first floor, which gave me an idea. As well, I said, to pass my time in the neighbourhood as at my hotel in Bloomsbury. I might perhaps see Myra, if, as I half expected, she visited the house. My ruse was a simple one. I was a foreigner, I told the landlord, staying in the neighbourhood, and I was desirous of mastering the intricacies of the English pocket game of billiards. Perhaps I could hire the table by the afternoon. And so, after lunch each day for the next week, I occupied the room above the bar of the public-house. I'm afraid my practice with the cue was rather desultory, but I do not think I missed much of what was passing at Carina Villa. The elderly woman who had admitted us the night before passed in and out, presumably from the basket on her arm. She was shopping. Dr. Murdon himself took an hour's walk each afternoon, generally between 3 and 4 o'clock. Apart from the thick-set man whom I had seen in Moscow, nobody seemed to visit the villa, and the postman's visits were very rare. If Dr. Murdon received any pupils, I did not see them enter or leave his house. At last my vigil grew monotonous, and I had decided upon the abandonment of my study of billiards when my patience was rewarded, curiously enough on a Sunday when my ruse was not in operation. I had, however, gone out to Norwood as usual, intending to force matters a little by calling upon the doctor. I remembered that he held out an invitation of sorts to me upon my visit with Bellas, an invitation I had not as yet availed myself of. My plans, however, did not materialize. As I approached the villa, I caught sight of 2 figures standing at the gate. One was the doctor. The other, although he had his back towards me, I named for Felix Merzef. To step into the friendly shelter of the gateway was but the work of a moment, and I stood there, feasting my eyes upon the figure of my enemy, waiting for the men to separate. As I looked at the evil face as he half turned to bid Dr. Murdon good-bye, and at the hateful red beard of him, all that this man had done for me passed through my brain, searing it with hatred. The treachery at the flat, the taunts in the prison in Moscow, where I had had the short-lived satisfaction of feeling my fingers at his throat, the 6 months of hell under the brutality of Azanoff, the deception he had practised on one who was more to me than my life, all these things came back to me, and I remembered what I had said to him in Moscow as to the account being a long one when settlement came. The settlement, I said, was very near now. Here, too, was my chance for the supreme test as to my altered appearance, and what was it that the Rat had said to me, that where Myra was, Merzef would not be far off. Time enough for my revenge when the man who had unwittingly led me to the girl whose whereabouts were previous so hard to trace. The chase, when at last the men separated, was a long one, and the following of Merzef no easy matter. After bowing and raising his hat to the professor of languages, he walked leisurely down the road in the direction of the station. The way lay straight, and on this summer afternoon was almost devoid of traffic, a more difficult tracking ground, and one with less cover than a typical suburban road on a Sunday afternoon it would perhaps be difficult to find. I knew that Felix Marazev would look with suspicion upon anyone who seemed to take an undue interest in his movements. Moreover, should that person appear by his clothes to be a foreigner, those suspicions would be increased tenfold. I was careful, then, that the test I wished to put was not attempted in this neighborhood. I saw that the long road could lead only to the station, and I decided upon losing sight of my quarry for a little, and getting ahead of him by hurrying through side streets, of which I had knowledge. I had estimated right, for I had not been on the platform 5 minutes before friend Felix entered the booking hall, and when a few minutes later he entered a train for Victoria, I, unperceived, chose the adjacent compartment. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. The Park Lane Affair. Once in London, however, the test could be made, and when I followed Felix Marazev down the steps of the Underground, I took no care to hide myself. He gave me one glance, and rather a searching one at that, as I took my seat nearly opposite him at the end of the long car. Then he returned to the paper he had taken from his pocket, and did not, so far as I saw, again raise his eyes except to read the names of the stations. Either the man's powers as an actor, and the hold he had over himself, were superhuman, or I had emerged triumphant from the test of my changed appearance. My man left the train at Charing Cross, and walking up Northumberland Avenue, hailed a Hampstead omnibus. It seemed to me that his little trip on the Underground had not been necessary, and that he could have taken the omnibus from Victoria. Perhaps it had been a red herring trail in case he was being followed. This put me on my guard, and I took care that he should not see me. While he entered the vehicle, I climbed on the top. By the time Hampstead was reached, the semi-darkness made my shadowing of him an easy matter. Marazev walked slowly up in the direction of Jack Straw's, leaving the great open space of the Heath on his right. The man seemed either to have a great deal of time on his hands, or perhaps the beauty of the evening appealed to him. It was indeed a glorious end to the summer day, and I told myself in all likelihood he had but come to the Heath for a walk. Well, he must go somewhere sooner or later. My time was my own, and I would not lose sight of him. On over the hill, taking the road dipping down to the left, went my man. It must have been about 8 o'clock when he turned in at a gate in a close hedge which surrounded a little low-roofed white cottage lying back from the road. I waited a while so that his possible exit might not take me unawares. Then I approached the gate in the hedge. A trim, flower-bordered path ran straight to a little green door. On either side close-cropped lawns cut into minute terraces and studded with standard rose trees showed grey-green in the evening light. Beyond these was a small plantation of firs. A dainty little home, and to my mind not one that Marazev would choose. It was all too bright and healthy and clean. I seemed to know by intuition that within a few yards of me, behind the silken radiance of that blind, Myra was seated, and that the hour for which I had been waiting was at hand. My first thought was to open the gate and attempt to gain a glimpse of the room where the light was, but I told myself that it were hardly wise to risk anything now that I had practically gained the information I had waited for. What if this was not Myra's house? Suppose this was another nest such as that at Norwood? A nice fool I should look walking into the trap. Marazev would want to know a great deal about the man who was caught peeping through his windows. There was a simpler way to certify my convictions, and I took it. I made my way to the horse pond and entered the bar of Jack Straw's hotel, where by the courtesy of the proprietor I consulted a directory of Hampstead and district. I looked up the names of residents and found the name of Marshall at the cottage I had watched. I returned within a few moments, took my stand again in the road before the cottage, and wearily the hours passed. 9 struck, 10, then 1/2 past, and about 10 minutes afterwards I heard the door open and saw Felix Marazev coming down the path. He was not alone, and with him walked the graceful figure of a girl. I could not see her face, but I knew it for Myra Ramsay. They parted at the gate, and for the moment I was undecided which part to play, and then I saw that Marazev was walking quickly away, and I decided to follow him in the meantime. I would sleep on the situation and formulate my plans in the morning. I gave one longing look at the little house which sheltered Myra. Then I was at Marazev's heels. We had entered a dark street leading down, I think, to Hampstead village, when the strident cries of a newsboy caused me to pause in my steps and listen, as one always does at such cries. I could not catch what the boy was shouting, only here and there a word, burglary, shot. But I was anxious to know what had happened to send newsboys out to the Heath on a Sunday night. Felix Merizev appeared to be still more anxious. Perhaps, being ahead of me, he was able to hear plainly what was being called out, for I saw him stop and fumble in his pocket for a coin. The urchin, having served him with a paper, turned and went off down a street to the right, his cries growing fainter and fainter. I had perforce to remain stationary, for Merizev was standing under a gas lamp within 20 yards of me, holding the paper he had bought up to the light. He read eagerly, and when he had finished he crushed the paper up into a ball and crammed it into his pocket. Then, mending his pace so that I found difficulty in keeping him in sight, he set off down the hill towards London. At Chalk Farm he hailed a cab. It was, I saw, the only one to be had, and it seemed that my chase had for the moment come to an end. I caught a sight of his face as he turned, and gave his instructions to the driver, and it was, I thought, whiter than usual, with a nervous, strained look in the eyes that spoke of troublous and disturbing thoughts. Unfortunately, I had to wait some 20 minutes before another cab put in an appearance, and by that time it was too late for me to think of overtaking my man. The paper I had bought from a boy on the corner was evidently an earlier edition. It was a Sunday morning paper reissued, and in the Stop Press there was a reference to a burglary in the West End that evening, but there were no particulars. There would be a late paper, I expected, at the hotel. As I entered the little hall, the clerk behind the window beckoned me. There was a gentleman to see me in the smoking-room. He was very impatient, the clerk said. There was only one man besides the rat who knew where I was staying, and in some little trepidation I went to meet my visitor. At first sight the room seemed empty. Then with a bound a form sprang up from a deep-seated chair and fell upon me. It was Winston. "Shut the door, Sammy, shut the door." He dragged me to a chair as he spoke. "Now, what's it going to be, the Mercury or this tomfool knight-errantry?" "It's nearly over, Winston. I've traced the girl." "Excuse me, Sammy, but damn the girl. No, don't cut up rough. I'm excited. Is the Mercury to have the scoop or not?" "Really, Winston," I answered, somewhat nettled at his treatment of Myra's name, "I'm in the dark, quite." "Good heavens, man! And all the reporters of London filling Park Lane. You know Sir Boris Fenberg. You had his cheque 6 months ago. What do you know of all of this?" "Please explain. I've only seen this paper," and I showed Winston the early edition I had bought. "What does it all mean?" "It means an attempt was made on the Azov diamond, and that there has been a fight with the police, and the suicide of one of the desperadoes on a balcony overlooking the park. Think of the colour in it, Sammy. You knew all about the Azov last time. What do you know of this? For Lord's sake, think of the Mercury. It used to be food and drink to you at one time." I was silent for a moment while Winston drained the contents of a tumbler that had been standing on the table. Then, "We'll go to the office, Winston. I'll help you with your report. But," I added, "you must take what I give you, just that. What I can tell you I will tell. You must ask for nothing further than that." He was scrambling into his overcoat as I spoke, and in a few minutes we were both in a hansom bowling along to Fleet Street, and I was listening breathlessly to the details of the latest sensation that was at that moment stirring the metropolis. It had been a desperate affair, with 2 policemen in hospital and the man who had done the damage in the mortuary. I smiled to myself as I listened to the description of the dead ruffian. I felt sorry for Winston. I would do all I could to make the Mercury Report better than that of any of its contemporaries, but I wondered what Winston would say if he knew that the burglary that evening at the house of Sir Boris Fenberg was to me an open book, and, did I wish it, I could write a report which would set the whole of England talking for weeks. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. The Mercury Report. As I passed through the glass-panelled door leading to Winston's room, and he switched up the lights in their business-like green shades, I felt the spirit of the journalist strong upon me. There is, perhaps, no greater delight in the world than that which your real newspaper man feels as he takes his seat at his desk with a good story bubbling in his brain. The hour is usually late. Above him, perhaps, he hears the rattle of the linotype machines as they eat up the copy page by page as he scribbles it. Below, there is the muffled roar of the giant presses at work on the earlier editions. There is a behind-the-scenes sensation that is very gratifying, the feeling that the world is sleeping, to wake in a few hours to the news that he is preparing for it. The earlier editions of the Mercury had been passed by the time we arrived at the offices, and Winston decided, after a moment's deliberation, not to have the machine stopped for the article I was about to write. "Here you are, Sammy," he said, pushing me into a swivel chair at his own desk and putting paper before me. "As hot as you can, old man, both for my sake and the dear old Mercury's." I was really sorry for Winston. After all, I was not going to give him much more, if any, than could the reporters who had been at the scene of the crime. I sat for a moment quite unable to start. I could see eye to eye with my partner where the paper was concerned. I knew that if I wrote all I knew, the circulation and reputation of the Mercury would touch a record figure, whilst the controversy my exposure would cause would keep our machines at top speeds for many weeks to come. But I also knew that the girl I hoped to make my wife would be enmeshed in the downfall of the gang if by anything I said the house at Norwood should come under suspicion. I gathered by my week in the billiard-room that Myra did not visit the place very often, but there would be papers, letters. I saw Winston eyeing me anxiously as I sat pencil in hand. He had sunk into his leather armchair and was biting through an unlit cigar. A bundle of galley-proofs were in his hands, but he was not reading. Only over the top of them he was watching for me to begin. I wrote for perhaps half an hour, then leant back for a breather and a cigarette. Winston, who had been taking each sheet as I finished it and reading it, was, I think, pleased so far. "This is for the last edition only?" I asked, glancing at the clock. "Rather. I've sent up word that I'll make it up myself, double column, page 3. How on earth did you know all about this affair in Moscow? It seems to carry conviction with it." I smiled across at my partner. "Because, Winston, I was there when the raid took place, and I was speaking with the man who shot himself this evening on the balcony overlooking the park only a week ago." Winston groaned. "Seems a shame you can't tell us more, but I'll be content. Fire away." And he touched a bell button to have the last of what I had written sent up to the linotypes. In another quarter of an hour I had done, and while Winston was reading the last of it, I crossed over to a locker where I knew, of old, was kept whiskey and a siphon or two. For a little while we sipped and discussed the crime that had been perpetrated that evening. Then a summons came calling Winston to the making up of the last edition of the Mercury. I rose and put on my coat. "Look here, Winston," I said. "I've done what you wanted as well as I was able to. What it may mean to me I don't know yet. There may be inquiries here about it from the police, or others. Say nothing. If you must answer, say the copy was left anonymously by a foreign gentleman, whom you have not been able to trace. Good night." I passed out down the silent corridors into the well-lit courtyard of the building. The windows of the publishing office made a line of radiance on one side, and under the cold glare of a huge arc lamp the carts were piling up the earlier editions of the paper, rattling away when full to the termini, to make way for others who in their turn filled up and followed. I stood smoking for a moment, watching the animation and enjoying the fascination such a scene holds for one who loves newspaper work. Then I made my way out into Fleet Street. I walked slowly through Chancery Lane on my way to the hotel, enjoying the soft air of the summer night, and running over in my mind the events of the last few hours. Now that I was alone, conclusions, which had been hazily floating through my mind, took definite shape. When Winston had told me in the cab of the scene of the crime, how the burglars had been surprised, and of the fight that had taken place when the men were held at bay on the balcony, I had seen at once that this was not the work of an ordinary housebreakers. There had been 2 policemen seriously wounded, and in the end the man who had fired the shots turned the revolver on himself. The revolver was of a magazine pattern I have seen frequently in Russia, and not one that was likely to be in the possession of an English burglar. Besides, my knowledge of ordinary housebreakers told me that not once in 20 cases do they shoot. In fact, the majority of those who go a burgling refuse to allow themselves the possession of a revolver, well knowing what it means if, in the heat of the moment, they are tempted to use it. But I knew that in Russia and in other continental cities such affairs as that which had taken place in the West End that night were of frequent occurrence. This, together with the type of revolver used and the suicide of the man on the balcony, a foreigner, meant for me but one thing: expropriation. Besides, a reporter had described to Winston the appearance of the man, thick-set and with a long wave of black hair across his forehead. There was no doubt in my mind as to the house where the expropriation of the Azov diamond had been discussed and plans formulated. Little wonder that I had not been asked to take part in the deliberations of the men at Clarina Villa. In my article I had been purposely vague. I did not think that with the time at the other reporters' disposal they would have been able to see what I saw. I had referred to the raid of the flat in Moscow in detail, and to the number of dangerous criminals who had immediately afterwards left the Russian city and landed in England. I brought up the affair of Paul Bergstoff, of the first expropriation of the Azov, and of how this man had been a member of the Moscow organization. Here, as in my description of the Moscow raid, I wrote from first-hand knowledge. I had made it clear, I thought, that the affair had been engineered in England, probably in London, but I had given no clue. When the article appeared in the morning, the world would have something to talk about. I knew that what I had written carried conviction. Even Winston had been pleased, and had begged me with tears in his eyes to cut adrift from the dangerous people he saw I was associated with. Well, so I would, but not until Myra Ramsay was out of the fire as well. I knew the binding nature of the oaths she had taken, and I knew her too well not to think she now regretted them. It was one thing to be in sympathy with the intellectuals I had known in Moscow, men and women of the highest ideals. Another thing altogether to associate with such criminals as the man who now lay dead in his sins, a man who under the cloak of anarchy plundered and murdered, not, I imagined, for the cause so much as for himself. It was men like Merezov and Dr. Muradan who, I said, played on the feelings of these dangerous aliens. How much, I wondered, of the proceeds of the Azov would have gone to the regeneration of Russia had the coup at Park Lane been successful, and how much into the pockets of the doctor and Felix Merezov? I had, so to speak, fired the first shot, in the article I had written. In the morning I would send a note to Myra asking her to be at the horse pond on Hampstead Heath at 9 in the evening to meet one who had news for her of Samuel Mannering. Once I could release the girl from the net in which she had placed herself, I would attend to Felix Merezov. After that, Winston and the Mercury could do what they liked with the house at Norwood, and all it contained. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Myra. I wrote the letter before I turned into bed, and gave instructions that it was to go by the first post in the morning, and that I was not to be disturbed. My exertions since catching sight of Felix Merezov talking with Dr. Muradan at the gate of the Norwood villa that Sunday afternoon had, to say the least, been strenuous, and a night's rest would not come amiss. When I awoke, the sun was high and forcing its way into my bedroom through the slats of the blinds in little shafts of yellow light. I saw by my watch that it was 11 o'clock, and I rose and pulled up my blinds. It was a glorious day, and one that promised to be very hot. The sun blazed in the brazen blue of the sky, and the hotels opposite lay white under the glare, their windows gay with red-striped sun-blinds and radiant blossoms. There was a boy racing along crying out his papers, and I rang the bell and sent out for one. The Park Lane affair having taken place on a Sunday, the evening papers had put on pressure and evidently rushed their first editions this morning. I put on a dressing-gown and pulled my chair up to the open window. When the servant had placed my tea and toast to my hand and had left the room, I reached eagerly for the paper. It was an early Star, and beyond giving its own account of the happenings in the West End, it gave, what was far more interesting to me, extracts from the morning press on the same subject. Just as I had expected, the Mercury was the only paper except one which had touched to any extent upon the anarchist aspect of the burglary in Park Lane. The other report I refer to commented upon the nationality of the dead ruffian, and deduced that the affair was the work of a continental gang, and they had many bitter things to say as to the question of admitting alien criminals into England. But at the end of the article in question my heart seemed to stand still as I read. The writer had finished. At the moment of going to press, a report has been sent by our Plymouth correspondent that a daring escape was effected early on Sunday evening from the Dartmoor prison, the man who had regained his liberty being none other than Paul Bergstoff, whose connection with the Azov diamond was the cause of his 5 years' sentence. Whether this is a strange coincidence, or whether the superstition that such historic gems as the Azov have influence over the lives and destinies remains to— The paper dropped from my listless fingers, and I sat there gazing with unseeing eyes over the trees in the square below me. All the airy castles of my hopes seemed to crumble, and my world darkened as I thought of all that this news meant to me. Perhaps it was only a rumor. Paul Bergstoff was dead. Dead. I had seen it in print. There could be no mistake. But had I not been rather quick to take the evidence of the scrap of printing in the cutting book the rat had shown me in Moscow? I grew chill with the knowledge of my own evil heart when I asked myself whether I had not been only too glad to believe that the man who had trusted me was dead. I took up the paper again. Coincidence, I laughed bitterly. What of the other coincidence that Paul should regain his freedom at the moment that I had located Myra? I have looked at the door of my room as though I expected it would open to admit a tattered figure, with clothes black-arrowed and stained, who would come to me and demand an account of my stewardship. The paper had turned as it fell from my hands, and showed the page containing that day's news. Of course I would find here confirmation, or— I turned the sheet feverishly. There was no mention. Yes. Below me a barrel organ was playing a popular waltz, and all the merry music of the streets came up to me as I read that which brought all my dreams tumbling about my ears. I read that up to a late hour last night the warders had been unable to gain any clue as to the whereabouts of the convict Bergstoff, who had made good his escape earlier in the evening. The report went on to say that the man, of whom a complete description was given, had had a start of a little over an hour before his escape was discovered, and that a mist which had descended over the moor had greatly hampered the movements of the officials. There was another report below marked "Later." The body of a man had been discovered on a lonely part of the road which runs between the two railway lines that connect Tavistock with Marytavy. There were marks of a scuffle, and a patch of oil in the road seemed to point to the presence of a motor car. The dead man, from whom the clothes had been stripped, lay in a ditch and had been dead some 4 hours. The report went on to say, "There can be little doubt that this man, when his identity is traced, will be found to have been a chauffeur, and that the escaped convict, by some ruse which will perhaps never be known, attacked and overpowered him on the lonely road." And so, I said to myself, Paul Bergstoff was a murderer, and in this I thought I saw an outlet for my dilemma. I did not know how matters stood between Bergstoff and Myra. The girl, during the little while I had been with her, had not even mentioned his name. Did my duty lie now in preventing the man from meeting her? How could I let any perverted sense of my duty to Paul Bergstoff help in tying for life a sweet girl like Myra to a murderer and an escaped convict? I lunched alone in my hotel, a prey to the most conflicting emotions. I spent a great deal of my time in writing a full report of the evidence I had got together, dealing with the treachery of Felix Merzov. It was my intention to leave this in the possession of Myra, if she were willing, so that if in the coming fight with the man with the red beard I were worsted, proof of his villainy would still be in existence. There was a further report in the later papers, and from this it seemed that what had appeared such a coincidence was not so great a one at all. The prison clothes of Paul Bergstoff had been found hidden beneath a heap of stones on a tor not a mile from the prison. This seemed to point to the fact that the man had known where to make for on his escape, and that where the prison clothes were found others had been in readiness for him, placed there by some unknown friend. A hotel-keeper in Tavistock had informed the police that 2 foreign gentlemen stayed at his house last week for a few days, and from this description these would seem to have been Russians, or in any event natives of Eastern Europe. These descriptions, however, fitted none of the men with whom my wanderings had brought me in touch. I made an early dinner at a restaurant in the Tottenham Court Road, and then took an omnibus to Highgate, choosing to walk to my rendezvous by way of the Spaniards' Lane. The promise of the morning had been amply fulfilled, and the day was dying in a riot of colour. As I passed the Spaniards and emerged on to the expanse of the Heath, I thought that the scene would be difficult to beat in any part of the world. It was magnificent. A clump of twisted firs stood out black against the sky, a sky ablaze in the west with rose and saffron and glory. The ridge-like roadway which runs across the gorse-strewn heath was still fairly thickly peopled, and the seats lining it, and dotted here and there among the firs, were mostly occupied. I rather wished that I had arranged my meeting with Myra at a less conspicuous spot. To the right of me the broken, shrub-dotted ground rolled away into the haze of the coming night. A little below me a few lights flickered uncertainly, and somewhere among them, I said, was Myra Ramsay, and somewhere there, as I turned to my left, among the jungle of bricks and mortar spreading out like a great purple cloud, was Felix Merizev. Paul Bergstoff, too, would be there, for he would make for the metropolis, I told myself, in all haste, if he had been successful in shaking off the hue and cry against him. It was very quiet now on the darkening highway. From the city there seemed to come the elusive murmur of its striving millions. Just below me at the Vale of Health, a steam organ was wheezing out an old melody, and from time to time a shout of raucous laughter would jar on the beauty of the evening. I looked at my watch and saw that I was still some quarter of an hour ahead of my time. I was glad of this, as it meant that it would be practically dark when I should see Myra, and I was not desirous of advertising our meeting more than was absolutely necessary. I walked back the way I had come, as far as the Spaniards, where, in a little arbor in its gardens, I drank a brandy and soda. As I took in the surroundings of the famous old tavern with its Dick Turpin associations, I raised my glass to the memory of the highwayman and his gallant Black Bess. After all, I told myself with a smile, there was nothing so very new in expropriation. Walking back, I reached the horse pond as the clocks down in Hampstead were chiming the hour. I stood by the railings where I could watch the road, and wondered what reception I was about to receive. Myra was only a few minutes behind her time, and my heart beat wildly as I saw the well-loved figure ascending the pathway. The girl came to a halt at the bend, and stood there silhouetted against the topaz of the sky. I imagined that there was a certain timidity in her attitude and manner, and, anxious to put her at her ease as soon as possible, I strolled towards her, whistling as I did so a tune that I had heard in Moscow, one which was much in vogue amongst the revolutionaries. As I came to her, she turned her head with a nervous look of inquiry, and on my raising my hat she held out her hand and fell into step beside me. We might have been just one of the many pairs of lovers who met at that spot every evening. Myra spoke after we had taken a few steps in silence. "You wrote me that you can tell me of one who is dead?" I turned to her. We were passing under a gas lamp as she spoke, and I could hardly repress a start at the change that had come over my poor girl. Terror, hopeless dragging weariness had drawn the roses from her cheeks and given to the eyes the look of one haunted by a great dread. There was no need for me to prolong the deception. "You do not know me, Myra." It seemed quite natural that I should call her that. She gave a little cry and would, I think, have fallen, but I was ready for any effect my words would have. I thought she was going to faint as she had done on that other occasion when we were together in Moscow, but she recovered herself and stood upright, one hand resting against the trunk of a tree. "Mr. Mannering is dead," she said. "Mr. Mannering is nothing of the kind," I answered, and the little laugh with which I accompanied my rather flippant remark seemed to break the tension, for Myra bent forward with a glad little cry. "But, oh, I see now, it is you! Thank God for it! Then he was wrong. He said he saw you shot. He sent me this." "Who?" I asked. She pulled at the collar of her blouse and drew out a slender gold chain, and at the end I saw in the lamplight dangled a little silver pig, a tiny mascot engraved with my initials that had been given me by Winson when we brought the Mercury, and which I had worn for years. Together with all my effects, the little trinket had vanished after I had been sentenced in the room in the Moscow prison. But I did not look long at the petit cochon. Beyond it shone the grey eyes I had hungered so long for. There was no terror now, and in their depths I read the message I had read once before across the frozen snows of the Cul-de-Sac. There was no mistake this time, and there was no need for words. I just opened my arms, and Myra crept between them with a happy little sigh. No doubt the passers-by, if there were any, said to themselves that a cook had come out to meet with her milkman lover, and on their reaching home would say that they didn't know what Hampstead was coming to. We stood there, beneath the shadow of a great tree, heart to heart for a few moments. What I said to her as I bent my head o'er hers, outpourings of a love-starved soul, I do not know, but in a little while we were again walking along the road, telling the same old story that those trees had listened to since they had been saplings, and which, please God, they will go on hearing till the end of time. Myra told me of how love had come to her as we knelt in the snow watching the soldiers bring in their dead, of how she had moved heaven and earth to gain news of my fate. Her own release had been quick. Some influence, she thought, must have been at work, for 2 or 3 others, including Merezov, had been freed also. Merezov. I clenched my teeth as I heard the hated name, but in Myra's voice there was no hatred. She told me of the efforts he had made to discover me and use any influence he possessed for my release. He had searched every corner of Moscow, only to come to her a few weeks later, by which time I was in Azanov's hands, with the news that he had heard that I had been included in a batch of revolutionaries who had that morning met their death at the hands of a firing party in a Moscow prison. The little silver pig he had obtained from a warder of his acquaintance who had shown him my body. Felix Merezov was mistaken, I said shortly, when Myra had finished her recital. For the moment, I kept the knowledge of his villainy to myself. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 23. On the Heath. As we sat on one of the seats just off the highway which cuts a straight line across the heath, I told Myra a story that was long in the telling, a story of my sufferings and of my escape. I told her also the reason of my changed identity and of my visit in the person of Simon Draffo to the house in Norwood. As I mentioned the villa and the rat, I felt the little gloved hand that lay in mine tighten round my fingers. I paused and looked at Myra inquiringly. "It was in that hateful place," she began, and glanced round with a return of something of the horror I had seen in her eyes when I had first met her on the heath. "But, Myra," I interrupted, "you speak strangely. You are still a member of the group? You still have the cause at heart?" I could see that the girl was very agitated. She started up and stood before me, her eyes flashing, her breast rising and falling as she spoke. "The cause! There is no cause. Not here. Over there in Russia there was always a reason. There men and women gave their lives, and I would have given mine, oh, so gladly. But here it is all different. I have seen and heard things in Norwood. They have kept me in ignorance as much as possible, but I have seen things which made me wish I were dead." I drew the trembling girl down beside me on the seat. In a moment she went on, pouring into my sympathetic ears that which had been fermenting in her heart for months. "I joined the group when my greatest friend was taken as a suspect. They beat her, Oh, I saw her afterwards. She had been beautiful. I have seen, too, women bending over their children lying wide-eyed on the frozen ground. I have seen the severed arm of a baby. God, there was a cause then. I taught music. Perhaps you know that. And among my pupils were 2 girls of one family, Olga and Nita. They were rich, but they were revolutionaries. They were, I think, the sweetest girls I ever met. Olga is dead, and Nita drags her chains in Siberia. Can you wonder that I was consumed with a dead hatred against the government that let such things be? I cared nothing for politics. I cared only for the misery of the people, and for the baby's arm on the snow." "And do you not think like this now?" Oh, yes, indeed. But after that affair at the flat, it all changed. There only seemed to be left the scum of them then. All the intellectuals, the lovers of freedom, were gone. There remained only such men as Veyo and Stefanovich." "And Merezov?" I said. "Yes, and Merezov. But he is not like the others. He still dreams of regeneration. The others are wolves, he says, who forage for the cause and for the pieces he likes to throw to them. The end, to his way of thinking, justifies the means. He will not let me go to Norwood now. He says that if I marry him he will get us both released from our oaths. We will go away, he promises, and start afresh in America. He is rich." "He has every reason to be," I said, and the bitterness I could not keep out of my voice attracted her attention. "What is that you say?" she asked, and I decided to tell her. "Only that hell holds no greater scoundrel than Felix Merisev," I said, and went on to tell her of all the man had done to me and of the lies with which he had pleaded his cause to her. I told her of what I had found out in his flat, of the scene in the prison office, and of his insults to her and to me. I showed her the portion of the letter which I had put in the envelope, together with the complete account of the man's villainy I had written out that morning at the hotel. At first I do not think that Myra believed all I was saying, but at last the truth of it was forced upon her. She would not discuss it. It was all so strange, she said, and she must think. Almost in silence we walked down to her home, and the clocks were striking 11 as I left her at the little white cottage where she lived with her married sister. Before we parted, I handed the envelope, the contents of which would, if used in the right quarters, send Merisev to his death at the hands of his comrades. "I want you to keep this, dear," I said. "Tomorrow I enter the lists against Felix Merisev, and he is an enemy of whose powers I have a very great regard. I will send you word each morning, even if it is only a card. If at any time 2 mornings pass without a word from me, I want you to hold this until, say, 1 o'clock. Then if you still have not heard from me, make what use of it you can. For if you do not hear, I shall be in that man's power. I will let nothing else prevent my sending you word." She took the envelope. Her hand was steady, and I knew that she would do as I wished, and that my life could be in no better keeping. "And you," she said, "you will take care of yourself? You will not run into danger?" I took her in my arms and kissed her for the thought. "My life is too precious to me, darling," I said, "to throw it away lightly." I watched her as she ran up the garden path. She stood framed in the radiance of the lamplight in the hall for a moment. Then I turned and retraced my steps to the Heath. It may be wondered at that I did not descend the hill on my way back to my hotel, but there were reasons which made it important that I should examine the neighborhood of the seat where I had been sitting with Myra. The girl had not noticed it, I felt sure, but as we had risen I had sensed more than seen a movement in a clump of gorse a few yards behind us. It was hardly likely that anyone who had been concealed there could have overheard what we said, but the thought of espionage was disturbing, and it was my business, clearly, to know every move of the game. I had bought, while in Berlin, a little revolver, and this had been my constant companion ever since. I slipped it now from my hip pocket to the outside pocket of my light overcoat, and kept my hand on the butt in readiness. It was nearly full moon, and the white road cut clearly through the expanse of heath, which, grey-green with inky shadows beneath the clumps of gorse, rolled in little waves of earth like some mysterious sea to a far horizon. There were no people abroad now, and I walked sharply to where Myra and I had been sitting, turning off abruptly and striking at the particular gorse bush that I suspected with my cane as I passed. I did not, of course, think for one moment that even had anyone been hiding when Myra and I were on the seat, he would be there now, and seeing that all was clear, I knelt down and examined the ground on the farther side of the bushes. There were ample evidences here that some one had been lying, for the dried grass was pressed down as though by some heavy body. After all, perhaps it had been no more than a tramp, or one of the pretty blackmailers who ply their odious trade in the open places of London after dark. I turned away, intending to make my way home, when my eye was attracted by 2 matchsticks lying at my feet, further proof, had it been necessary, that someone had been on the spot. I picked them up, and as I looked closely at them, a sense of impending danger came over me. For the matches were of that particularly obnoxious kind one meets with upon the continent, those that burn with a blue flame, and if you are not careful, fill your pipe of tobacco with the sulphurous flames of the pit. These matches cannot be bought in England, and it was clear to me that whoever had been watching Myra and myself that night, that person had been a foreigner. I stood there, one hand holding the tell-tale matches, the other gripped round the revolver butt in my pocket, turning my eyes slowly from side to side, watching and waiting for I knew not what. A cricket chirped in the grass. From a long way away came the whistle of a locomotive. The heath lay around me, untenanted, unfathomable, mysterious in the moonlight. As I looked round me, I thought of another great heath, and of another man alone on it. garbed in the hideous livery of the Broad Arrow. I looked over to where the London lights shone in the sky, and I wondered where Paul Bergstoff was, and I remembered with a start that during my talk with Myra we had neither of us mentioned the man who had been the means of bringing us together. Surely, as Morozov had said, Paul Bergstoff had been unfortunate in his choice of a messenger. His £1,000 was still in my bank, the girl in my arms. I gave another look round the Heath, then, shivering slightly, made my way at a sharp walk down to where I could get an omnibus back to town. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 24. A Little Lunch in Soho. Perhaps, in this world, there is nothing more irksome than the hours of forced inactivity which precede an event of importance. I told myself, when I woke the morning after my visit to Hampstead, that I should find it a hard matter to get through the day until the evening should bring me again to the Heath and Myra. I said that the first thing to do was to start the day as late as possible, and for that reason I rang and had coffee and rolls, for my travels have taught me continental ideas and matutinal diet, placed with the morning papers on a little table at my bedside. There was no post. No one save Winston and Myra knew of Sammy Mannering's arrival, and Simon Draffo naturally had no correspondence. I lay there in the genial morning sunshine which came in at the open window and listened to the sounds of life in the street below, the rattle of the cabs and the cries of the street vendors. The papers contained nothing of interest to me, or, rather, nothing of use to me. The Park Lane burglary was still the main theme of all the journals, and I smiled as I read the sensational deductions of the leader writers and the alarmist letters in the correspondence columns. Some of these were far nearer the mark than the writers were aware. About 11 I got up, and after dressing lazily, made my way through the Bloomsbury Squares until I found myself at the end of Tottenham Court Road. And so along the Euston Road and into Regent's Park, there to walk up and down ruminating on the events which had happened since my arrival in London. I was glad to find that the brisk exercise had a beneficial effect on my brain, and that I could think more clearly than I had been able to while lying in bed. I paced the long gravelled walks, hardly conscious of my surroundings, cudgelling the grey matter behind my forehead for a way in which I could extract the girl I loved from the meshes of the net in which she had found herself. I chose a deserted walk, where there was nothing to disturb my thoughts save an occasional nursemaid passing with her charges, or the roar of some imprisoned beast in the zoological gardens near by. I knew that while the group to which Myra had given her support and sympathies had existence, she would never be safe from the effects of the vows she had taken. And if the group ceased to exist, if it were wiped out, what, I asked, was to become of Myra? I had ideas of going to the police and of giving information which would put them on the track of the house at Norwood, that there might be papers there of a nature to incriminate the girl, and again, the role of an informer was not one that appealed to me. Bayliss, at any rate, was by way of being my friend, and I did not like to think of the poor little rat in the hands of the police through any doing of mine. Further, I must be careful how I attacked Morozov. Would not any act against him bring the whole of the Norwood clique tumbling about our ears? I knew that Felix, if he must fall, was not the man to fall alone. Myra must be my first care. Disgusted as she had shown herself to be at the degeneration that had turned the cause she loved into one of robbery and murder, she was nevertheless bound to it as strongly as though her heart were still in its doctrines. I knew enough of the Brotherhood to know that the vows taken by its members were till death. I had gathered from my perusal of the morning papers a fairly complete reconstruction of the affair at St. Boris Fenberg's. Beyond the man who was dead, there had apparently been two others. Doubtless they were the two men I had seen on the night of my visit to Celerina Villa. The burglary had to a certain extent been successful, although the men had been disturbed before they had been able to annex the main object of their crime, the Azov diamond. The two men who had made their escape had not done so empty-handed. I judged that these men had been waiting in the garden while their comrade went back to make a last search for the gem, which, by the way, was at the Russian financier's bankers during the owner's stay in Scotland. I think that when the caretaker gave the alarm, it must have reached the waiting men in the garden, and that they judged it wise to waste no time over their departure for safer ground. The garden of the Park Lane house is well planted with shrubs, and when, after the death of Stefanovich, on the balcony, these gardens came to be searched, the police found plenty of evidence that a couple of men had trodden their way over the soft mold of the flower beds, skirting the high brick wall that ran round the gardens, also that the marks were made by boots of foreign manufacture. The footsteps came to an end at a thick plantation of rhododendrons, the shrubs being in such dense masses that tracking here was out of the question. The walls surrounding the garden did not show any signs of having been clambered over, and the house and grounds were patrolled and the search kept up for some hours without success. It became certain that the miscreants had made good their escape. It was thought that they had taken advantage of the fight their comrade was putting up at the front of the house, and in the excitement had perhaps been able to mingle with the crowd which quickly gathered. I wondered what had become of the booty secured. I had read the full list of stolen articles published by Scotland Yard: jewels, snuff-boxes, miniatures, and a large sum of money in gold and notes. No doubt, I said, Felix Merezef and the worthy doctor at Norwood, after paying their dupes the wages of their crime, would find good use for the money they would obtain for the expropriated articles. I wondered how much would find its way to Russia, unless it was into Morozev's account in the Bank of Moscow. The nearest these treasures would get to the peasants of the Tsar would probably be the house of some fence in Rotterdam. Suddenly I remembered that I had made a semi-promise to Monsieur Bellas that I would lunch with him, provided he chose a more appetizing restaurant than the one he habitually used. I am afraid I did not look forward, gastronomically, to the event, but I felt that any time spent in the society of one of the revolutionaries was not wasted. Far better, I said, than pacing the gravelled walks of Regent's Park, grappling with unsolvable problems. There was plenty of time, I saw, by looking at my watch, and I took a cab from the rank at the park entrance and drove to the Marble Arch. A fancy had come to me to take a look at the scene of the outrage with which I seemed to be so mixed up. I remembered my last visit to the house of Sir Boris Fenberg, during which Paul Bergstoff was waiting in the Barbarians' Club. I called to mind the mixed reception the nasty little Russian financier had accorded me, and I could not find it in my heart to pity him the loss of his jewels and snuff-boxes. I took the path which runs parallel to the lane, but just within the railings of the park. If I had not already been acquainted with the residence of the Russian, I could have easily picked it out by the knot of curious people who stood in the roadway and gaped at its windows. The house was but 2 stories high and painted white. This, together with the red-striped sun-blinds, gave it, in the noon sun, a dazzling effect that was almost painful to the eye. A broad sweep of carriage drive semicircled to the great pillars of the porch, and the gardens facing the road were gay with flowers and shrubs. 2 or 3 policemen stood guard outside the big wrought-iron gates. There were but few evidences of the fight for the crowd to feast its eyes upon, but I noticed that a man was working, reglazing the window which gave on to the farther end of the balcony, and it was here, I said, screened by the banks of flowers, that the man I had seen in Moscow and at Norwood had made his last stand. I could see in my mind the savage face of Stefanovich, with its long wisp of black hair and maniacal eyes, peering through its ambush of blossom. Well, I could feel no sorrow at his death, although, as Simon Draffo, I had hailed him as a comrade. I am afraid that the sympathy I had felt for those in Russia who were working for the regeneration of their country was fast melting away under the influence of English conditions and the evident self-seeking of the gang I had been introduced to at Norwood. I knew that in the higher branches of intellectual anarchists, expropriation had no part except under peculiar conditions. Violence? Yes. And death to those who, having been tried by their tribunal, were found to be unworthy of life. Very few thus sentenced, but for their one wretched life had sacrificed hundreds of innocent ones. Expropriation of government money had, I knew, been looked upon, when funds were low, as a necessity. These exploits had been carried out tactfully and mercifully. I had heard of a boat conveying the mails, among which were the collected taxes of harassed villages, being held up on the Volga, and the taxes recollected by the representatives of the Nihilists. But the expropriation had respected the lives and the property of private persons, and the ordinary mails remained untouched, only the money of the Tsar, to which the Nihilist believed he had no right, being taken by them. I am afraid that the men at Norwood had no such scruples. From what I had gathered in my talk with Myra, burglary was openly discussed and planned among them, and that human life was held very lightly, were the success of their enterprises involved. Merezef, I knew, thought little of murder, and it was hardly likely he would restrain the gang of wolves who did his bidding. I did not remain with the crowd. One glance at Sir Boris Fenberg's mansion was all that I allowed myself. Then I walked slowly on, down Piccadilly, and through the crowded streets to the garlic-impregnated atmosphere of Soho. I was most agreeably surprised to find that the restaurant to which I had been bidden by Bellis was quite respectable, and, the walk having given me a keen appetite, I found myself looking forward to the meal with something akin to pleasure. If its cooking and service proved as clean as its white-curtained windows, it would suit Samuel Mannering. I was a few minutes behind my time, and when I entered, the rat was already at a table, his serviette tucked in at his neck, and watching the door with anxious eyes. He seemed to me somehow different, a trifle paler than usual. Facing him, with his back towards me, was Felix Merezef. I think that, had it been possible, I would have retreated. But Bellis had already caught sight of me, and I had no time to go back. After a moment's deliberation, I had no desire to do so. The rat had jumped up from his seat and was holding a chair out for me. Felix Merezef watched our meeting, but from the one glance I took at his face I could tell nothing. He was rolling a cigarette as I greeted Bellis, and it seemed to me that he took more interest in his occupation than in my arrival. When he looked up his expression was noncommittal. His eyes held the polite interest of one who waits for an introduction. I have ever been one to carry the war into the enemy's camp, so I did not give Monsieur Bellis time for an introduction, but held out a hand to Felix, smiling at the same time, and giving him ample opportunity to notice the little pieces of gold filling that I had inserted between my teeth. "I have had the honor, I think, in Moscow, was it not?" I said. "There were so many there that night that you will not remember Simon Draffo. I was from Geneva." I spoke in fluent Russian. Felix Merezef in all his replies, and indeed in all his actions, was inscrutable. At the mention of my name he shook his head with a little smile. He did not think he had had the pleasure to meet Monsieur Draffo, although one of the men present had mentioned the name to him. The affair of the police had happened so suddenly that the name had been driven from his mind. Draffo. Yes, he remembered it perfectly now, and was pleased to meet the owner of it. He congratulated me on my escape from the flat. There are very few, alas, who are so fortunate. At one time I wondered if the man was playing with me. Again I told myself that it was impossible. Surely no man was capable of such perfect acting. Since the first shock of the sight of him, my nerves had come nobly to my assistance, and I welcomed and prepared to make much of the chance that had come to me. After all, the meeting had to come some day, better sooner than later. The man had evidently not accompanied the rat to the restaurant, for he had all but finished his meal when I came in. On his plate was the litter of dessert and ashes of his cigarette. A little glass of cognac stood beside his empty coffee-cup. He spoke to me in a low voice of the movement in Russia, and I could well understand the hold he had over the revolutionaries. Knowing him for the Judas he was, it was amazing to notice the fire and fanaticism that lit up his face as he declaimed against the Tsar and his works. He asked sympathetically of the Geneva branch of the order. It seemed that he had paid them a visit a little while after the fall of the Moscow patriots, and 2 months later that same Geneva branch had been broken up by the Swiss police. I think I understood how their fate had come about. And all the time we were talking, Monsieur Bellis was content to sit silent and drink his claret and listen. It was evident that, to him, Merezef was as a being apart, and I could see by the little attentions he gave him that he either held his chief in great respect or in great fear, or, perhaps, in a great hatred. For some 20 minutes Felix remained with us. Then, glancing at the clock on the green-washed wall of the room, he called the waiter and paid his bill. The rat stood as the other rose from his seat and helped the man with the red beard into his coat. Felix Merezef had finished his cigarette, and as he held out his hand to bid me good-bye, I noticed that an unlit cigar was between his teeth. I rather wondered at the vulgarity of the man who had omitted to remove the gaudy gilt of a red band from his cigar. After all, Merezef, in as far as I had seen him, was a polished rogue, and lacked nothing in the manners which go to the making of a gentleman. I was soon to know that even in little matters, such as the band of a cigar, the man with the red beard did not act without a reason. He held my hand for a moment in his, which even on this summer day was cold and clammy. "It has given me great pleasure, Monsieur Draffo," he said, "to have made your acquaintance. My heart still bleeds for the heroes who lost their lives on that night in Moscow, and it is good to meet one whom I thought was dead." "And I, Monsieur Merezef," I said, "am glad to meet you, and honoured. Believe me, your name is often spoken amongst the brothers in Geneva. I am deeply sorry to hear that the little band there has met with disaster. I was afraid something was wrong. I have not heard news of their movements for so long." Merezov sighed and threw out his hands with a fateful gesture. "Ah, monsieur," he said, "we take our lives in our hands when we work for the good of humanity. It is a dangerous game, Monsieur Draffo." And with a little bow which embraced both the rat and myself, he walked from the restaurant. I watched him from the window, and he did not look back. Also, I saw him stop a few doors away and remove the band from his cigar. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 25. Trapped. Left to ourselves, Monsieur Bellis and I proceeded with our meal, but looking back, I seemed to see that there was a certain restraint in the manner of my companion. For some reason which I could not even guess at, he appeared to be somewhat nervous, and although he answered the questions I put to him, and which concerned mostly the man who had just left, he did so in a preoccupied manner, not raising his eyes from the tablecloth where he was rolling morsels of bread into little pellets, and twirling the stem of his claret glass between his thumb and finger. I could almost imagine that Felix Merezov was possessed of some hypnotic power, and that in leaving the rat he had left his influence behind him. This idea was given additional support by the fact that as the meal came to a close, my friend had regained, in his part, his usual spirits. But it was more than likely that it was the amount of wine he had consumed, for friend Bellis was no laggard where the bottle was concerned. Although on this occasion my companion was acting as host, I did not imagine that he would raise any great objections to my suggestion that we should go elsewhere for coffee and liqueurs. I have, I think, before mentioned that the rat gave little evidence of worldly wealth. I made my suggestion with a purpose. I felt that while we were in the restaurant the evil influence of Merezov pervaded the place. Perhaps in other surroundings Bellis would prove more talkative, and I might be able to get at the bottom of his altered manner. It was unbearably hot also in the little Soho restaurant, and however well one has enjoyed a meal, it is not pleasant to smell the cooking of similar meals over one's cigar. Bellis called the waiter and paid the bill, a painful process which meant, apparently, diving into every pocket in his clothes in an effort to round up loose cash. At last, after each item on the bill had received his closest scrutiny, the addition was paid and we left the place. The streets of Soho were very quiet. No doubt many of the inhabitants were enjoying a siesta. My walk of the morning, together with the lunch, had bred in me a certain drowsiness, and I would gladly have followed their example. But it is a curious thing with our big cities that the drowsiness of its teeming people is uncatered for. There are places where one may eat, drink, read, play billiards, in fact, do almost anything but sleep. We walked slowly through the street beside the Shaftesbury Theatre and entered a restaurant in Leicester Square. It was deliciously cool here after the stuffiness of the restaurant and the glare of the pavements, and the rat and I lingered over our liqueurs into the middle of the afternoon. For me it was just one way of spending the time until I would again go up to the Heath and to Myra. We spoke of many things, and gradually I brought the conversation round to the subject of Paul Bergstoff. I wanted to ask Bellis more concerning the press-cutting he had shown me in Moscow, and which asserted that the man who had been shot in Leicester Square had died in prison from the effects of the bullet. In my gathering together of evidence against Felix Merezov, I imagined that this cutting might be useful. Could it be proved, as I suspected, that it had been inserted at the spy's instigation by some newspaper subsidized by the government, in order to prove to the revolutionaries that their death sentence had been duly carried out by the man commissioned to do the act? There was but little doubt in my mind that the wretch had taken on the killing of Bergstoff for more than one reason. Not only would he be removing a possible rival to his affair of the heart, but he would solidify his position in the revolutionary ranks by this show of zeal, and, incidentally, gain further the trust of their leaders, so that he might have more to sell to his master, the Tsar. "The cutting. Ah, yes," Bellis was saying. "I can show it to you. I do not leave things like that behind me. It is in my rooms." "What? Here in London?" I asked, for I felt that another careful reading would be sufficient for me to remember it word for word, and, moreover, I was anxious to trace, if possible, the paper it had been cut from. In Moscow I had given it but the most casual reading, not wishing to appear anxious, or to have any real interest in it.
It is not 10 minutes from here, Monsieur Draffo. I will show it to you with pleasure." I had never been to the Rat's rooms, and I rather welcomed the opportunity. He lived, I understood, alone, and an hour spent with his book of cuttings might prove of the greatest value to me. And so when, a little later, we had finished our coffee, we made our way back to Soho and up to the room where Monsieur Bellis had his habitation during his visits to London. Whatever Dr. Muradin and Felix Merizev made out of the depredations practised by the little gang of desperadoes at Norwood, it would not appear, judging from the approach to the Rat's abode, that that gentleman was overpaid for any services he might give to the cause. We turned into a street, I think it led into Dean Street, narrow and dingy, and about half-way down we entered an ill-paved court containing perhaps a dozen houses, and ending with a high brick wall which looked as though it might be the side of some large warehouse. It was windowless, and covered to the height of some 20 feet with ragged posters. The houses were for the most part empty, and those which had tenants appeared scarcely less desolate than those without. Mean little hovels, the windows broken and grimed, the curtains, where there were any, dirty and ragged. They looked what they were, the habitations of those who had sunk to the lowest ebb of degradation. If it had been hot and oppressive in the streets, it was doubly so in this airless court, with its offensive odours arising from the garbage barrels before some of the doors. There were 2 or 3 women standing on the steps of one of the houses, low-browed, foreign creatures, their greasy blouses rolled up to the elbow, who nodded silently to Bellis as we passed. Round the lamp-post which stood erect in the centre of the court some children of the district had placed a rope and were playing some game. I took it to be a representation of an execution. Then I saw that my guide had stopped before the last door on the left-hand side, and was fumbling in his pockets for a key. I remember feeling a touch of what was perhaps fear as I took in my surroundings. As far as I could judge, I was in a little colony from which escape, did it become necessary, might prove difficult. It seemed hard to realize that the life of the West End of London was within a few feet of me. I might have been in the depths of a Polish ghetto. Never until that moment had I had the least suspicion of the Rat's feelings toward me. Even then, as I looked at the man, I laughed at myself for letting my nerves get the better of me, but I made up my mind that I would not grace the residence of Monsieur Bellis for more than a few minutes. Then he had the door open, holding it so that I should enter. He followed me inside and closed it with a little bang. He muttered an apology as he passed in front of me and led the way along a narrow passage. It was almost in darkness, but the little light which did percolate through the dirt-encrusted panes of the fanlight showed me walls from which the cheap marble paper had peeled, leaving great damp patches. There was no furniture in this hall, save on the right, where a row of pegs held an overcoat or 2. The floor, I could feel, was covered with some kind of linoleum. The pervading smells of the place was paraffin and oily cooking. The crazy, uncarpeted stairs creaked beneath our weight as we made our way to a room in the front of the floor above, from which what I remembered of the outside appearance of the house would be the top. The apartment, at first sight, seemed to be dining, sleeping, and work-room combined. In one corner an iron bedstead stood, with the blankets disordered, as though the occupier had just risen. Along one wall, and so placed that what light could find its way through the grime of the windows fell upon it, was a heavily built bench. At one end someone had evidently been making a meal, for a copy of Le Matin had been spread out for a cloth, and on it a broken long French loaf lay, together with a portion of highly coloured sausage, still in the paper of the delicatessen shop where it had been purchased, and a small bottle of claret. One of the windows had been slightly opened, but it was not enough to have any beneficent effect on the atmosphere. Perched up there under the slates, the room was unbearable, filled with 101 odours of uncleanliness. At the other end of the bench a man was working. He had his back bent towards us, but as we entered he turned and raised his head. I felt no surprise in recognition of him as one of the men I had seen in the Norwood villa on the night of my visit. Doubtless here was one of the 2 men who had been in the garden of Sir Boris Fenberg's house in Park Lane. He was a narrow-faced, rabbity man, with cavernous eyes and a little fringe of yellow beard. He gave me a quick nod of recognition, and, had I thought for a moment, I might have wondered that there should have been no surprise in the look he gave me. This man, who presumably was hiding from the police almost within a stone's throw of the scene of his crime, might naturally be expected to show some surprise at 2 men entering the room when he had only been expecting 1. It seemed almost as if he had had some knowledge of my coming. He turned again immediately and resumed his work. On the bench before him I saw a few cylindrical pieces of metal, and among the litter of tools a phial or two containing liquids showed. The tools, which the man took no care to hide, were palpably burglarious, and I told myself that the estimate I had made of the purposes to which the gang devoted its energies had not been far wrong. Monsieur Belus closed the door when we had entered, and, motioning me to a seat, crossed over to the window and made a remark that I could not catch to the man at work there. Then the rat took up a claret bottle and held it up to the light, putting it down with a grunt of disapproval when he saw it was all but empty. There had been a few words between us as we had entered the house, but I cannot now remember what they were. We had spoken of generalities only. Now, however, I asked my host to show me the book. My words seemed to call him back from a land of daydreams. Ah, yes, the book. Belus turned from the window and seemed to stand in indecision. I was growing impatient to get the business over and leave this horrible room. "Yes, Belus," I said, "I remember I have an appointment at my hotel. It had slipped my memory, I am afraid, and I will not be able to wait long." Surely the manner of the man was rather strange. I said that he had been drinking heavily at and since lunch, but did that account for his curious actions and the strange looks in which I imagined I read pity he gave me? The feeling of uneasiness that I had experienced as I found myself in the court came over me again, and I think had the door been open I should have made an effort to get away. Then I told myself again that it was nerves. Belus had fallen on his knees beside the bed and was drawing from beneath it an old leather portmanteau, much worn and belabelled. He was speaking to me about Bergstoff as he unstrapped it, but he mumbled his words, and my own thoughts were too busy for me to take much heed of what he said. Then he came towards me with the book I remembered having seen in Moscow. I noticed that his hands trembled. As he walked across the room, he opened it at the page I required, and, pushing aside the debris of the luncheon, placed it on the bench, where it was fairly light, pointing to the cutting I had asked for with the black-fringed nail of his index finger. I read the extract carefully, and now that I knew Bergstoff was alive, I could easily trace the mind of the traitor who had inspired this printed proof of the success of a mission which he had bungled for those who had commissioned it. Beside me, the man with the fair beard worked on, tapping with a little hammer on metal, and I called to mind a similar tapping which I had heard in the house at Norwood. I could not see what the man was doing as his arm shielded his work. As I glanced in his direction, however, I saw that he was looking sideways, regarding me. Again my fears came thickly upon me in spite of myself. Perhaps the man read my thoughts, for he turned his head back into the room as though looking for Belus. The man had left me while I had been reading. I wondered why he was so quiet. Then the thing happened. I felt strong arms round me, enveloping my head in the folds of some material which smothered me from light and air. I leapt to my feet and hit out wildly, then fell fighting across the bench. I heard the claret bottle fall, and, it is curious how small things impress themselves on the mind, listened to it as it rolled along to the wainscoting. Still I fought. I felt my knuckles glance on the side of the head of one of my attackers, but, stifled as I was, and in darkness, the odds were too heavy for me. I knew at last that I was lying bent back on the bench, and that I was powerless. Evidently the ruffians had succeeded in binding my arms, although I have no remembrance of them doing it. I felt a hand at my hip pocket, and my revolver was withdrawn, and with it my last hope seemed to go. I was lifted up and carried across the room and tumbled on to what I took to be the bed I had seen on my entrance. The sickly odour of chloroform pricked my nostrils, and the material which swathed my head grew cold and moist at my mouth. Doubtless only a moment passed, but to me it was an eternity of fierce dreams. Then I seemed swirling through clouds at night, stars in the blackness. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 26. Face to Face. Afraid the rat. Sentimental. The disjointed words spoken in Russian came to me seemingly from a great distance, and for some moments the voice conveyed nothing to me. Then the purring soft words of the speaker came to me more clearly, and, recognizing them, I groaned in spirit. In spirit only, although I could well have found it in my heart to have groaned in very earnest, for I told myself that I was in the hands of my enemy, and likely to come to a speedy end. There was no government now to step between Felix Merizev and his victim, Samuel Mannering, as there had been in Moscow. My head ached abominably, and not my head alone, for every bone and muscle in my body was in sympathy with that member, and I felt as though I had been racked. The events of the afternoon crowded back on me in all their utter hopelessness. I lay still, arranging them, to the best of my poor brain, into some sort of sequence. I remembered the lunch and the meeting with Merizev, and the altered demeanour of Monsieur Bellas. Then had come the question of the newspaper cutting and the visit to the house. The man at work at the bench, too, came clearly to my recollection. The book of cuttings, the unprovoked attack, the chloroform. That had been as far as I could judge about 4 o'clock. This I felt must be the evening of the same day. I did not seem to have been unconscious long. The room was now in darkness, and as I lay there a clock in the neighbourhood chimed the hour of 9. Through the windows the sky still held the light of the afterglow, and below I could hear the cries of children still at play in the court, and through it all the mutterings of voices in the room. The speakers were evidently unaware that I had come to myself, and I blessed the thought that had prompted my stillness. My brain was rapidly clearing, and in a few moments the words came plainly to me, or as many of them to enable me to get the gist of what was said. Felix Merizev was speaking. "You see, I happened to meet Drafo, the real Simon Drafo, in Moscow, night before the unfortunate raid." "The real Simon Drafo?" I had closed my eyes in order that I might hear the better, but now as the other man spoke I cautiously opened them. The men were sitting, as I had judged, by the window, Merizev in a chair, the other on the edge of the bench, his head sharply silhouetted against the glow of the sky. I saw, as I had guessed, that Felix Merizev's companion was my friend with the fair fringe of beard. Merizev himself was sitting in the shadow, but the glow of his cigar as he drew in the smoke cast a devilish light over his hateful features. In the darkness of the room the effect was weird in the extreme. The features grew as it were out of nothing, shone for a moment in the red light, then again dissolved into the shadows. Yes, my dear Veo, the real Simon Drafo was, I should judge, less than 5 feet in height and bald as an egg. The speaker gave a little mirthless laugh. Our friend on the bed over there is an Adonis to poor Simon, rest his soul. Simon's, I mean. But a little note of sternness came into Merizev's voice as he went on. "There is no question of buts, Veo. The quarrel is mine and mine only. I think I am competent to deal with the imitation Simon. Simon Drafo lies with our other comrades in that pit outside Moscow. The man who has taken his name lies on that bed. One is dead and the other is damn near it." The conversation flagged a little after this comforting remark. The men had opened the window fully and were enjoying the cool breeze which seemed to have sprung up after the heat of the day. It was strange to lie there waiting for the end, for not for one moment did I allow myself to enter the fool's paradise of thinking that Felix would have any mercy for me. I knew too much, and I had crossed his path too often. It all seemed so unreal that such things could be happening on a summer night in London. I tried to tell myself that not 100 yards away the streets were teeming with pleasure-seekers, that theatres were in full swing. I found it difficult of belief. From the open window came the sounds of the night, the bell of a bicycle, the cries of the paper boys, a distant barrel organ grinding out a popular tune. All this was real, familiar. The room I was in and the men talking there by the window seemed to be part of some strange dream. What, I wondered, would the paper boys be crying out in a day or two? Discovery of an unknown body in Soho. Police hunt for the assassins. Is it a secret society? What a haul for the papers! Perhaps Winson would be among the first to view the body of the unknown victim. My gruesome thoughts were interrupted by a movement at the window, and I felt that Merizev had risen and was crossing the room towards me. I still acted unconsciousness, but I must have acted badly, for he laughed as he bent over me, and I could feel his warm breath in my face. "So, Sammy, and what did I tell you about meddling in the affairs of the—" He broke off suddenly. "You will find, Mr. Mannering, that the affairs of Felix Merizev are equally dangerous, I am afraid." He turned to the man who was still sitting on the edge of the bench by the window. "Light the lamp, Veo," he said. "I want to have a look at this fellow. We are quite old friends, Sammy and I." A match spluttered, and I, knowing that further semblance of unconsciousness was futile, opened my eyes and looked around me. The sight of the curious sulphurous blue of the match sent my thoughts flying back to the night before. "Better light the fire, too, Monsieur Veo," I said. "Our climate is deceptive in England here, and one is apt to get chill lying under gorse bushes after nightfall." It was a shot at random, prompted by the foreign matches the fellow used, and I suppose bravado had more to do with the little speech than anything else. For a moment a hard look came into the eyes of Felix Marazev, then the old bantering sneer came back. "Mr. Mannering is, like all newspaper men, exceedingly well informed," he said, speaking between his teeth. "Sufficiently well informed, Judas Marazev," I replied hotly, "to stop your—" He leant forward, and his cold, clammy hand was pressed over my mouth. Weak and bound as I was powerless to resist him, but I learnt, by the way he looked to see if his companion had heard what I said, the one weak spot in the armour of Felix Marazev. When he spoke again it was to the man who had lit the lamp. "That will do, Veo. Go down to Mother Stepsky and get yourself a drink. Come back when Bellis comes in." The man spoken to, evidently accustomed to obey, left the room immediately without a glance towards the bed where I lay. He, at all events, took little interest in the man he had helped to truss up. And when he had gone, and not before his steps had reached the passage below us, Felix Marazev removed the hand that had come near stifling me, and drew up a chair to the side of the bed. For a hateful moment or two he sat there and regarded me with a smile, nodding his head slowly up and down. "I am afraid, Mr. Mannering, that you are about to say something which, had Mr. Veo heard, might have been harmful to the power I have over these patriots." There was a sneer on the word. "Also, the term with which you prefixed my name is not one which I want advertised, however much you may think I deserve it. Perhaps, Mr. Mannering, you would like to hear all about it, and why he is here." I did not answer, and the purring cynical voice went on. "Sulky, eh? Well, you've got to hear all about it whether you like it or not. You needn't worry about Hampstead. It's past 9 and Myra Ramsay will not wait. Your English climate, you know, Mr. Mannering, is deceptive after nightfall." I was stung into answering him. "Is it not poor sport, Marazev, this baiting of a man you are afraid to face, unbound?" The insult did not seem to touch the man by my bed. He took a cigarette from a richly ornamental case and lit it leisurely, emitting a cloud of smoke full in my face. "I feel rather proud of my perception, Mannering," he began, "and think I will tell you my story my own way. If at any point of it I should appear to be baiting, as you call it, please forgive me. A man can't change his ideas of humour at a moment's notice. You see, Simon Draffo, the real thing, that is, happens to be cast in a somewhat different mould from his illustrious imitator. Heaven knows you're no beauty, Sammy, but you can give poor Simon points. You see, when Dr. Mearsden sent me word that Simon Draffo had escaped from prison and had visited him at Norwood, I knew that there was a screw loose somewhere, the reason being that I had happened to see Draffo shot dead. It was you yourself who gave me the clue as to who the impostor was. That was when I read that most able article in Monday's Mercury. Really, Mr. Mannering, you have a fluent style. The press will lose an ornament when you die. I had a watch put on a certain house in Hampstead after reading the article, well knowing that were things as I suspected, that house would prove an attraction sooner or later. It was sooner. Even then I was not entirely satisfied, for I could not understand how you could ever get out of Asinov's clutches. He gave me his word you would never leave his prison alive. To make sure, I arranged with our mutual friend Bellis that I should meet you today. He had his instructions what to do in case I decided to have you brought here. We arranged a signal, the vulgar one perhaps, of not removing the band of my cigar. That simple action of mine conveyed a message to the rat that you were to be brought here by hook or by crook. Monsieur Bellis is to be congratulated on having done me a very good turn." Still I was silent. I had been listening, true, but into my mind had crept a memory of the envelope I had left with Myra. I think my silence robbed Marazev of some of the fruits of his revenge, for when he spoke again a sharpness had come into his voice. "You are listening, I hope, Mr. Mannering. Believe me, it is important that you should do so." My answer must have surprised him, for it took the form of a loud burst of laughter that echoed round the walls of that quiet room. "You find the situation amusing?" he queried. "Somewhat," I answered. "The affair has its light side. You will find out in due course, even if— Do I judge your intentions toward me correctly? I am not there to enjoy the joke. It looks, Monsieur Merezef, as though we were likely to take the last long journey of all, in close company." I looked at the man as I said this, and I could see that, for all his bravado, he was mystified at my remark. I was glad that I had made the remark to Veo that had showed him that his watching on the Heath had not passed unnoticed. Evidently Merezef was anxious to make out how much I really knew. He threw away the stub of his cigarette and was lighting another when the door opened and Veo and Bellis entered, the former callous and indifferent, the rat with a shuffling step and a look of shame on his face. It needed but one glance at the man to tell me that any wrong he had done me had been done against his will, that he had not acted freely in the matter, but the stronger will of Merezef had bent the weaker one of Bellis to his bidding. I could not help wondering at, and almost admiring, the marvellous power that Felix Merezef had over the group of revolutionaries into whose clutches I had fallen, and that at the same time he should be hand and glove with the government. I learnt later that it was this very duplicity which gave him his strength. What was sauce for the goose was sauce for the gander, and his information, when he chose to give it, made him as valuable to the Nihilists as to the officers of the Tsar. That there was an antagonism between Bellis and his chief was as apparent as that I was the cause of it. Anger showed in Merezef's face, and in that of the other dull resentment, and I said that if ever man was piling up hatred for another, the rat was doing so for Felix Merezef. Fear, and that alone, kept those long fingers from the throat of the man with the red beard. I lay still while these three men spoke together. I could not catch what they were saying, but their actions told me plainly that my unworthy self was the object of their discussion. I smiled a little, as I thought how Merezef was rather on the horns of a dilemma. He could hardly leave me where I was if Bellis and Veo were to be with me. There was no doubt in my mind that he knew I was in possession of his secret, and that did the opportunity occur I would not hesitate to speak. It seemed to me, as I lay there and saw the three faces in the lamplight, that the pieces on the chessboard of Felix Merezef's plans were, for the moment, a little awkwardly placed. It looked as though he were putting some proposition before the others, a proposition, by the way, which one of the men did not seem to take kindly at all. In Bellis's face there was active resistance. In Veo's I read that the whole affair for him held little interest. At last I saw Felix look at his watch, and he appeared to give in. He rose and buttoned up his coat, and picking up his hat from the bench, he came over to me. Behind the bantering tone he used, I could read the man's anger. "I am afraid, Mr. Mannering," he said, "that there are a few difficulties in the programme I had mapped out for you. These two gentlemen here, or rather one of them, seem to have some insane objection to my ending my quarrel with you once and for all in the way I would like best." "It was a firing party last time, Felix Merezef. I remember your amiable intention was—" Again the clammy hand was pressed over my mouth, and Merezef turned to the others. "I will meet you men downstairs," he said. "I have a private word for this gentleman." As before, he was obeyed, and I felt sure that poor Bellis was glad to get out of the reach of my eye. And when they had closed the door, Felix took his hand from my mouth. "Can you wonder," he went on, "that I want to kill you? Few men cross the path of Felix Merezef a second time. You have crossed it many times. I wanted to kill you as you lay there. It was Bellis who objected." "Monsieur Bellis is to be congratulated on having done me a very good turn," I said, echoing Felix's words. "There is a sense, I will admit, in what he says," Merezef went on. "He points out that he is the tenant of this room, and as such is known to the landlord and many other people. He says that it would be awkward if your body were found here or near by. He was seen entering the house with you." I smiled up at my enemy. "It seems I am going to be as great a nuisance to you dead as I am alive," I said pleasantly. He made no answer to this, but moved towards the door. With the handle in his right hand, he turned. "You saw Miss Ramsay last night?" he said. "I hope for your own good that you told her nothing of—" "Your treachery?" I put in. "My devotion to the Tsar," he went on, as though I had not interrupted him. I saw the advantage a lie would be to me. In less than 2 days Myra would open my envelope and would act as she thought fit. "My business with Miss Ramsay," I said, "was private. You were not mentioned." I saw a wave of relief that passed over his face, but thinking that perhaps he might still have some doubts of me, I added, "You see, I did not think that I was suspected. I was to meet her tonight, and had intended to tell her of you then. I avoided unpleasant topics, my first evening with her." Quite a lovers' meeting, if what Veo tells me is true." "Quite a lovers' meeting, Felix Marazev," I replied with a smile. "The lady in question is going to do me the honour of becoming my wife." He seemed about to speak, but did not. Instead he blew out the lamp, and I heard him lock the door and withdraw the key when he left the room. Then his steps descended the stairs. There was a confusing murmur of voices, and I heard a little party whom I took to be Veo, Marazev, and Bellis leave the house and walk away up the paved court. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 27. The Woman in Yellow. I listened to the sound of the retreating footsteps until they reached the end of the court and became lost to me. From below, the strident voice of a woman calling her child in from play came up to me. Fritz, I think the child's name was, probably one of the grimy little urchins who had been taking part in the game of executions round the lamp-post. The woman spoke in Russian, and at the sound of it I called to mind the evil-looking faces I had seen as I passed through the court with Bellis that afternoon. I think that it was the thought of these faces that kept me from crying out. Better to think over my position than to bring that horde about my ears. I imagined that anything that might bring the court to the notice of the police would be resented by my neighbours, and I was not at all sure what form their resentment would take. I congratulated myself that things had so far turned out better than I had expected. I could understand that the rat objected to my taking leave of this life on his bed, but I did not think that that was his only reason in protesting against my speedy dissolution. I imagine that poor Bellis had at heart somewhat of a friendly feeling towards me, and that in the scurvy trick he had played me that afternoon he had been acting under orders which it would have been practically suicidal in him to disobey. Perhaps, I said to myself, he would find a way to repair the wrong he had done me. I knew Marazev far too well to think for a moment that he would let me out of his power. If he had ever possessed any doubts as to my knowledge of his treachery, and of my intentions towards him, he could at least have none now. My preservation, so far, I owed to the fortunate turn affairs had taken, yet I knew it was but a respite, and that my friend with the red beard would soon see a way out of the temporary difficulty as to the disposal of my remains. My release could come from Myra alone. I could only hope that the fact I did not keep my appointment with the girl, followed, as it would be, by the non-arrival of a letter, would cause her to open the envelope I had left with her before the time stipulated had elapsed. Once let the secret of Marazev's treachery reach the wolves in the Norwood house, and I might then begin to think of ultimate safety for Samuel Mannering. Little time would be lost in bringing the traitor to book, and, if they acted quickly, Felix might not have time to come back and attend to me. If, on the other hand, he had spies among the Norwood gang, and was warned, he would not dare show his face in any haunt so well known to his comrades as the rats' rooms in Soho. Surely, I said, Myra was a sensible girl, and would not wait till tomorrow morning to open my package. It was quite dark in the room in which I was lying. The sky had taken on the coppery glare of the reflected lights of the town, blotting out the stars. There was a yellow light shining on the dirty ceiling, coming, I take it, from the lamp round which little Fritz and his fellows had been playing. From the distance the confused murmur of the town came to me, and somewhere near a man was wheezing out a tune on a cornet. I could imagine the scene, the red-faced performer in the dingy public-house outside which he was playing, and among all the life, within calling distance, a score of police, as I was lying helpless and with the fear of speedy death before me. Oh, but Felix Marazev should pay dearly to me for this, for the insults he had heaped upon me as he sat by my bed. I was not alone in the house, for downstairs I heard the voice of a woman singing, or rather humming. The dirge-like sound was incessant, and from that I judged that the woman was alone. In a little while I promised myself I would call out if no one came to me. Slowly time passed. There was a clock somewhere in the room with a cheap aggressive tick, and defective striking, for it gave 3 staccato clangs while some big clock outside was chiming 11. The noises of the town grew louder as the theatres and music-halls ended their performances. Then, an hour later, they quieted again. The singing, too, had ceased, and I asked myself whether the woman knew I was in the house, or whether it was the intention of my captors to starve me to death. For I had eaten nothing since lunch, and now that the sickness from the chloroform had passed off, my inner man called for food. Still I hesitated to raise my voice, not knowing what such an action would bring about. Instead, I whistled, softly at first, then louder. I chose a popular tune of the day so that the sound would convey nothing to any of the other inhabitants of the court who might happen to hear me. The lady, however, who had been singing downstairs would hear it, and I hoped investigate its source. For a little while there was no result. Then I heard a creaking in a room below me, as though a somewhat weighty person was either getting on or off a bed or sofa. Then the sound of slippered feet shuffling along the passage and up the stairs. I waited silently. The door opened a few inches, and I saw the light of the candle my visitor carried play on the most amazing face I think I had ever seen. I was not at first glance sure whether it was male or female who looked in at me. The upper lip was covered with a thin growth of hair, and the lips protruding through this part of the face into the shadow and made the moustache appear thicker than it really was. The face was long and thin and very white, and I saw now by the hair coiled round the head that my visitor was a woman. "What for you make so damn row?" I was rather taken aback by the lady's mode of addressing me. I gave her what was intended to be a propitiatory smile. "Won't you come in?" I said. "There are a lot of things I want to talk to you about. I take it your English is limited. We'll speak in Russian, eh?" The woman came a little way into the room and stood leaning against the wall, the candlelight throwing grotesque shadows of her gaunt figure on the ceiling. I shall never forget the sight, the dull yellow of the dressing-gown she had put on, the oily blackness of her hair in such contrast with the chalky face and vivid scarlet of the protruding lips. The eyes were fixed on me, glowing from their deep sockets in little pinpoints of flame. I stared at her fascinated. Since then I have sometimes thought that perhaps under normal conditions she was not altogether the ill-looking creature she seemed to me then. But I shall always think of her as she appeared to my disordered senses that night. The effects of the drug had not entirely worn off, and I suppose lent bizarre effect to the vision. The woman had all the barbaric savagery of a painting by Gauguin. She asked me again the reason for the whistling, this time speaking in Russian. For answer, I put before her the salient points of my case, imploring her and even threatening her if she did not assist me. I asked her if it was not in her power to set me free, at least to see that a message was sent to an address I would give her. I promised her money, and I did not stint in my offers. The deep-set eyes showed greed as I spoke of payment, but the look was only a fleeting one. I think it was the name of Felix Merizev that brought back the hardness of her face. "You are an enemy of Felix Merizev's?" She hissed the query at me. To me the question seemed somewhat superfluous. "Well, I have told you what he has done, that I owe my present position here to him. I can hardly be expected to call him my friend." I was surprised at the passion which swept over the hard features of the Russian woman as she listened. She came and bent over me, and I swear I feared her more than I had ever feared Merizev. "Then you are my enemy too," she said. It came upon me suddenly that to this woman nothing mattered in this world but the man who had brought me to my present evil state, that she was his creature, body and soul, serving him, loving him blindly. Her eyes had something of the expression of an animal that fights for all that holds dear. I think that, were it not for the fact that I had been left in her charge, she would have killed me at that moment when she leant over my bound body. It was useless, I saw, to tell her that her god was a spy and a traitor. Doubtless she knew as much as I about that, and did not dream for a moment that any calumny I could heap upon Merizov's head would make an atom of difference to her feeling for him. I could expect no help from her, and I said no more. She left me in a few moments, taking the candle with her and locking the door. I heard the slippered tread as she descended the stairs, and then all was quiet again. I remembered too late that there had been no mention of food, but for the life of me I could not summon up courage to recall that hateful woman in yellow. The streets were silent now, and in those early morning hours a cool wind seemed to have sprung up. It stirred the shabby curtain at the open window and chilled me to the bone. I was quite unable to sleep. I suppose it was because I could not get the visit of the unearthly creature in the yellow dressing-gown out of my head, and when at last I fell into an uneasy slumber she still stalked, gaunt and threatening, through my dreams, sometimes alone, sometimes in the company of Felix Merizev. When I woke it was light, although the world beneath my window was hardly yet astir. I could hear the cry of a milkman going his rounds and the jangling of his cans. I was now ravenous, and I decided to again summon my wardess. Perhaps she would be less fearsome in the light of day, and demand something to eat. I thought, too, that I would play on her jealousy by telling her about Myra.
It was a risky thing to rouse the passion of such a creature, but there was a chance attaching to it, and I was desperate enough to welcome any chance, however remote. But there was no need for me to put my scheme into operation, for matters were taken out of my hands by a girl entering my room, a wizened little creature of perhaps 8 years, ragged and ill-kept. She carried a cup of some meat extract, and held it to my lips as I drank. I did not speak. One look at the vacant face of the mite told me that it was useless to question her. She was either an idiot or was in deadly fear of something, most likely the woman who had visited me. The bouillon was refreshing and strengthening, and perhaps it was the genial warmth of it that made me again go to sleep. I have since thought that more probably it was drugged, for when I awoke it was to a splitting headache and a sun high in the sky. I judge it was not far short of midday. In all probability I would not have awakened even then, but for the sounds of the house beneath me. I told myself that events were moving, and moving somewhat rapidly. The high-pitched voice, which I recognized as that of the woman who had honored me with a visit the night before, was raised in anger, and through its shrillness came the murmurs of men's tones. Higher and more piercing grew the voice of the woman. She was getting abusive now, and imprecations were invective and came plainly to my ear. The men maintained their level monotony of muttering. Followed the sound of a chair overturned, and I judged that a scuffle was taking place at the foot of the stair that led up to the room where I lay. The cries of the woman became muffled and suddenly ceased altogether. The men, however, continued to murmur amongst themselves, and it was evident that they had silenced their female companion in some way. I smiled as I thought that the yellow-gowned lady would put up a creditable fight. A few moments passed, during which I lay straining my ears to catch any sound that might tell me what this new turn that affairs had taken might mean for me. Then conjecture was rendered useless, for I heard the stairs creaking under the footsteps of men, and a moment later the door opened. There entered first a man whom I did not remember to have seen before, a tall, stoutish man with glasses, dressed in light tweeds, apparently a foreigner. Behind him, and keeping as far from observation as possible, I made out the skulking figure of the rat. He turned at a gesture from the other man and closed the door. They came over to me at once, the stoutish man taking the chair that had been occupied by Merezov, while Belus, who had not once looked towards me, sat at the edge of the bed, and gazed out over the housetops, biting his nails. I remember that he brought to my mind Cruikshank's picture of Fagin the Jew, last night in Newgate. Monsieur Mannering? It was the man in the chair who was speaking. The English he used had but the faintest foreign accent. I bowed as well as my bonds would let me, and replied that that was my name, and that I was very hungry and thirsty, and had been bound as I now was for nearly 20 hours, all of which information he received with a smile. A very few moments more, monsieur, and you will be freed. There is a condition. I gave a short laugh. I agree, I said, without hearing it. This rope round my arms first. There's a good fellow. It cuts into— The man held up a silencing hand. In good time, he said. You must first hear what I have to say. It will take but a moment. Then fire away, I said. The man cleared his throat. He reminded me of a man about to address an assemblage. I am, as you perhaps guess, he began, a member of the organization with whose affairs you have chosen to interest yourself. How you personally are going to come out of the tangle you are in I cannot say. He paused for a moment, but I did not answer. This morning, he went on, I was at breakfast with my comrade, Dr. Muradin, having stayed the night with him at Norwood, when a cab drew up which contained a female comrade, by name Miss Myra Ramsay. Please do not interrupt me, Mr. Mannering. The lady was in a great state of agitation at not having received word of one Simon Drafo, a member of our Geneva organization, lately arrived from Russia. Miss Ramsay held in her hand a letter containing the most serious charges against Felix Merezov, a comrade whose integrity and devotion to the cause has never been in question. The narrator stopped speaking while he lit a cigarette which he had taken from his case. Burning as I was to ask questions that would hurry on the action of his tale, I refrained and lay silent, my eyes fixed on his face. I knew the type of man, long-winded and proud of his knowledge of the English tongue. In a few moments he resumed. The man in question happened to have also spent the night at our villa at Norwood, where a discussion of importance had necessitated a somewhat protracted sitting. How unctuously the fellow mouthed the carefully chosen words. And while I was reading the letter which the doctor had handed to me, Felix Merezov himself entered the room.
He gave a start of surprise as his eyes fell on Myra, but he said nothing. Only a curious look came into his eye, as he sank into a chair and passed a handkerchief over his lips. And when I had finished the letter, it needed only one look at the face of Merezov to tell me he was in the grip of great fear. I enjoined the silence, and read out the letter to him. It took the man at my bedside nearly half an hour to tell a story which need not have taken him 10 minutes. And all the time Bella sat at the edge of the bed, gnawing at his nails and staring out over the chimney-stacks, a picture of grinding, hopeless misery. I will now set down here what I remember further of the rambling narrative that Rumus Dietrich, as I found the man's name to be, treated me to, but rather I will give the gist of it. I gathered that Merezov had sat still and gazed at the girl while my letter had been read out to him. Then he had risen and denounced me for a spy and a liar. I could picture the scene in that suburban front room, the raving of the man who must have seen the great danger he was in, the eager faces of his comrades as they weighed his explanations against the letter of indictment. I could see Myra, too. She would be standing, white-faced, watching the storm she had created. Merezov, eventually, had been asked to remain at the villa, a prisoner practically, while I was sent for. If I had accused him of treachery, he had not been behind in meting out the same treatment to me. I was a journalist, Mannering by name, he told them. I had visited Moscow to gather information of the organization for the English press, information that would have set the police on the house at Norwood. It was I, according to Merezov, who had given the Russian authorities the information that had led to the raid upon the flat. Felix had not stopped there. He accused me, among other things, of having murdered Draffo and taken his identity, so that I could be thought to have been buried with the others after the fight. I saw quite plainly that, although I might send Merezov to his death, it was very likely that he would not go unaccompanied, and that our quarrel seemed as though it would be resumed on the other side of the Styx. The condition Dietrich told me to my being released from my bonds was that I should give my parole that I would accompany himself and the rat to Norwood, and that I should offer no resistance and make no attempt to escape. The alternative was a simple one. I was to be killed there in the room in Soho. Even at this the rat did not move. Evidently any such objections as he had made to this course when it was proposed by Merezov had been overruled. There was little need for me to give the matter thought. At Norwood I would at least have a fighting chance, as well as the satisfaction of dealing a blow at Merezov. Myra, too, perhaps she would be still there. I solemnly gave my word that I would accompany the men, and that I would not attempt escape. I saw that they were relieved when I so readily gave my promise, and no doubt the idea of the alternative had been distasteful. However hardened a ruffian a man may be, he is likely to draw back from the cold-blooded killing on a summer morning of a bound man. The relief I felt as my bonds were cut is hardly to be described, although for the moment I was quite unable to move. When at last I was assisted to my feet, the furniture of the room seemed to join the two men in a fantastic whirling dance. The sunlight darkened, and I fell back upon the bed. I kept my senses, however, by an effort of will, and I read consternation in Dietrich's face as he saw that it would be some time before I was physically fit to make the journey with them to Norwood. But my constitution is, fortunately, a good one, and in a few minutes I was able to walk across to the chair by the window, and once there the genial sunshine did much to restore me to my normal self. That, and the food and wine which, at Dietrich's order, the rat had fetched from some shop near by. I ate sparingly after my long fast, and allowed myself but a single glass of wine. It was a rich, full Burgundy that Bellis had brought in, and I felt that while one glass would do wonders, more than that might have a disastrous effect upon my enervated condition. As I drank, the blood seemed to course through my veins anew, and in an hour after my rising from the bed, I announced myself ready to go with my captors. We passed in single file down the stairs, and at the foot of them an open door gave me a curious sight, and explained the noises I had heard before the men had come up to me. The Russian woman, still clad in the yellow dressing-gown, was glaring at us across a gag composed of a stocking which had been tightly tied across her mouth and knotted securely at the back of her neck. Of the child I saw nothing. My visitor of the night was lying back on a chair bedstead, to which she was tied hand and foot. The disordered room, in the glimpse I obtained of it, showed that the woman had fought hard to prevent the removal of the man whom Merezov had left in her charge. As she saw me pass along the passage, she commenced to struggle afresh, and from behind the gag came the strangled cries of a creature who is desperate. I felt very glad that the woman in yellow was securely bound. It was decided that Dietrich and I should proceed to the end of the little street which contained the court,
and wait there while Bellis released the woman, or rather undid enough of her fastenings to ensure her ultimate freedom, by which time pursuit on the part of the outraged Amazon would be useless. As we passed out of the court, evil faces followed our movements from windows and open doorways. Bellis came to us in a few minutes, swearing and breathless, and evidently anxious that we should put as great a distance between the Russian lady and ourselves as possible. I could hardly repress a smile at the thin red marks left by the nails of the Amazon on the rat's face. I did not envy him his experience. It was a curious sensation that I felt as we made our way down the shady side of Shaftesbury Avenue. I wondered what the people we passed would have thought if they had known that the man walking so unconcernedly along between his friends was really on his way to take his trial at the hands of the most dangerous gang of criminal anarchists in London. As we crossed the Circus to take a green Victoria bus from the opposite corner, I noticed that the policeman on traffic duty was a man who, in my Mannering days, was well known to me. For a moment the thought entered my head that it would be the simplest matter in the world for me to make myself known to him and effect the capture of Bellis and Dietrich, and my own escape at the same time. But the thought of Myra forbade my taking such action. The capture of the two men, with whom apparently I was taking a quiet stroll through the West End, would bring the police in touch with the circle, and in the general debacle the girl I loved might easily suffer. I am afraid that had it been only a matter of my parole— Seldom, I imagine, has man taken such a strange journey as that I took on that summer morning. The joy of life was over everything, the gay toilettes of the women, the blaze of colour in the baskets of flower sellers at Piccadilly Circus, the sun shining on the brass and nickel of the vehicles, and through it all, I, with the shadow of death upon me, passed. For, I said, putting Merzif out of the case, I did not underestimate the danger in which I myself stood. The men at Norwood might perhaps thank me in their hearts for the exposing of the spy in their midst, but I knew the kidney of the man far too well to expect any mercy at their hands. There could be but little doubt that the time that would have elapsed before I reached Norwood would have been well used by my enemy in thinking out ways in which he could harm the man who had brought about his downfall. Moreover, the stake the men were playing for was a big one. Was it likely that they would let an English journalist loose into Fleet Street with full knowledge of their ways, their history, and their haunts? They might regret the necessity of putting me out of the way, but that would have no effect on the ultimate result. Whatever Dr. Murden was, he was certainly no fool. We reached the villa at 2:30. The rat had left us at the station to proceed to the house alone, in order not to draw undue attention to the premises, and Dietrich and I passed quite unnoticed. The house looked as innocent as ever. The brass plate on the gate glittered bravely in the sun. At the upper windows dainty white curtains screened the windows. The garden was trim and well kept. Altogether it would have been hard to find a more respectable-appearing house in all the suburbs of London. Dietrich held the gate open, and I passed in on the gravel drive. Perhaps it was fear, but for the moment the world seemed darkened round me, and I thought of the valley of the shadow. The feeling passed quickly, and I squared my shoulders, resolved to meet in a proper spirit what was before me. Dietrich took a coin from his pocket, and using it as Bellis had his ring, gave the same peculiar taps on the glass panel beside the door. The woman must have been waiting in the hall, for the door was immediately opened by the same person who had admitted Bellis and myself on the previous visit to the house. There was upon her face the strained look of one who, aware that something terrible is happening or about to happen, does not know what form the blow will take. I was shown, as before, into the room with the long windows which had so forcibly reminded me of a dentist's waiting-room. There was still a litter of breakfast things on the table, and it must have been in this room that the dramatic events of the morning had taken place. Evidently, by the appearance of the place, the domestic arrangements of the house had been sadly disorganized. I saw that the elaborate fastenings of the windows were shut, and the air of the room was intolerably hot. The journey had tired me more than I had imagined, and the change from the open to the atmosphere of the room caused me for the moment to stagger, so that I had to clutch at the sideboard for support. Perhaps it had been faintness, and not fear, that had darkened my world for me as I came up the path from the gate. Be that as it may, I felt no fear as I sat in that depressing room, waiting for what fate had in store for me. Surely, I told myself, I had not succeeded in unmasking Felix Merzif only to die with him. I think I had been growing somewhat tired of my masquerade as Simon Draffo, and I rather welcomed the approach of the final act. I was not given much time in which to think over my situation, for Dietrich, who had left me, had not been gone 3 minutes before he returned, accompanied by Dr. Murden. The professor of languages regarded me gravely as he bowed and took a chair near the sofa on which I had seated myself. He spoke coldly, and I could see that he was far from being well disposed towards me. "I have not come, Mr. Mannering, to inquire into the circumstances which caused a gentleman of your position to enter another gentleman's house under false pretences. There are others here now who will sift that matter to the bottom. Herr Dietrich has, I presume, told you why you have been brought here, and of the events which happened this morning." "I believe, Dr. Murden," I answered, "it is to assist in the unmasking of a traitor that my presence and my evidence is needed." "Precisely, and for your own sake I hope that there may be only one. Come with us." And with this uncomforting little speech the doctor signed for me to follow him. It was again the room on the first floor to which I was taken, but now the folding doors which I had not noticed on my previous visit had been thrown open, and one long room made of the front and back apartments. The table had been moved out into the centre of the square carpet. My eyes immediately singled out the man with whom I was to share the fateful hour before me. He was sitting in a chair in the embrasure of the window, where previously I had seen the table, and as I looked at him I saw that all the assurance and self-control had left Felix Marazev, and that my enemy was already beaten. He must have seen the shadow of his fate in those hours during which he had waited for my coming. His head had sunk down between his shoulders, and he seemed to have aged 10 years since I had parted from him the evening before, when he had sat by my bed and taunted me. For a moment, as his eyes met mine, the old fire again shone in their depths, and he made a gesture as though to rise. He was not bound, they had spared him that indignity, but the men seated on either side of him evidently had their instructions. As Marazev moved, they put out their hands and pressed him firmly back in his chair, and he, after one look at their faces, made no further effort, but took again the attitude of dejection he had been in when I entered, head sunk on his breast and his eyes fixed on the carpet at his feet. As in Russia, there was little of the dramatic ritual that one is apt to associate with the secret doings of anarchists, and what little there was plainly introduced with the idea of playing upon the feelings of the less intelligent among them. The square table, for instance, was covered with a black cloth, in the centre of which the circle and triangle of the order was embroidered in red. At the end of the table nearest the front window, a curiously shaped chair showed where the president of the gatherings had his place. Before the chair was an inkwell composed of a skull. This and the embroidered cloth were about the only signs of mystery, and it was easy to see they carried no importance to the men gathered in the room. Indeed, to me, they had all the tawdry pathos of theatrical properties. There were, perhaps, 8 men seated at the table, and the remains of 2 bottles of whiskey denoted that they had not allowed dryness to attend their labours. One man, indeed, a weak-faced degenerate by the look of him, was plainly drunk and hung limply over the table. I cannot describe, word for word, the curious trial that followed. There could be but little doubt that Felix Marazev had been judged guilty before I had arrived on the scene. The details that I had placed in the envelope in Myra's care had done all that was necessary. Not alone from the attitudes of the men to their prisoner did I know this, but by the hopelessness on the face of the man with the red beard himself. I told my tale fully and convincingly. I omitted nothing from the time that Bergstoff had accosted me in the Empire until I had entered that room that afternoon. I only held back anything that Paul had said as to my persuading Myra to leave the organization. My motive in assuming the guise of Simon Draffo, I pointed out, was to find out Myra's whereabouts, so that I could fulfill my trust, and, what was of more personal importance, to unmask the man who had caused me so much suffering. I think it was this latter reason which touched the vicious hearts of my listeners. Vengeance was the wine of life to them, and when I spoke of that, I spoke of a passion they well understood. As I described the scene in the Moscow prison when I had attacked Felix, I heard muttering around me, and one man, the drunken degenerate it was, made a motion as though to attack the man who, with staring eyes fixed on me, was listening to his doom story. The 2 men guarding Felix pushed the youth back, but I saw the look of fear that shone in the prisoner's eyes. With the knowledge that his defeat was assured, all the courage and fight seemed to have left him. I dwelt with a wealth of detail on the treatment meted out to me by Azanoff, and of my escape. Here again, I think I reached the hearts of my hearers. Doubtless many of them had experienced the same things as I had, and were filled with the wondrous kindness of a fellow-feeling. I told, too, of the murder of Nevsky, and for the moment a look of interest came into Felix Marazev's eyes. Hitherto he had never been able to find out how I had escaped the clutches of such a man as Azonoff. And when my story was done, I fell back in my seat exhausted. The privations I had suffered in Soho, the journey across London, the heat, all combined in showing me that my energies were about spent. Someone poured out whiskey for me, and I heard the splash of a siphon. Can corroborate in every detail, as far as I am concerned, all that Mr. Mannering has said. The speaker had evidently been in the room adjoining while I had been addressing the men at the table, and now stood with his hand on the back of Dr. Murden's chair. One glance showed me that it was Paul Bergstoff. I hardly had energy left to feel any surprise at his presence. He had no doubt made his way there as soon as possible after he had effected his escape from prison. I remember he came over to where I sat and took my hand. I think he was thanking me, his unworthy messenger. As in a dream, I saw Merizev lifted to his feet to receive his sentence. I saw the limp figure stiffen as he faced his judges, and I listened to the speech of lies he made in his defense. But he spoke low and without conviction, and I think he knew that his time had come. And then they took him away, leaving me in the council room with Belas's company. In the room above I could hear the movements of many feet. I asked the rat what they were doing. He made an expressive gesture with his hand at his throat and drank half a tumbler of neat whiskey. We did not speak. It was hardly the time for me to take him to task for his share in my kidnapping. Neither did I feel disposed to speak of anything else with such a man. I remained sitting at the table listening to the sounds of the room above. Baylis had walked over to the window and stood there with his back towards me, gazing down over the top of the curtain into the garden. I read in the bent back dejection and misery, and I felt sorry for the man, an inoffensive creature, weak and pliable in the hands of scoundrels. I think, too, I felt a little sorry for the man in the room above me. He was my enemy. Surely never man had a more bitter one. But even the thoughts of the insults he had hurled at me a few hours before in the room in Soho could not drive from my mind the knowledge that I had sent a man to his death, for there could be no doubt as to what was taking place in that room above me. I wondered what form his death was taking, and how the men would dispose of the body. I could not rid my mind of that dramatic exit from the room I had witnessed. It is clearer to my vision now than it was then, the room lit by the glow of the late afternoon sun, the stern looks of the men surrounding their prisoners, and the white, hopeless face of the man with the red beard. He had turned as he passed out at the door, and there was a look in his eyes that I had never seen there before, the look of a man who had played for a great stake and, seeing victory in his grasp, had suddenly lost all. And all the time I could not forget that within a few feet of us, the life of an ordinary suburb was going on in its even way. Nursemaids were wheeling children past the house, tradesmen, postmen, all going about their work without a thought of the tragedy which was being enacted so near them. I tried to put aside my pity for the man by thinking of Myra, and of the fact that Felix Merizev had, by his detention of me in Soho, brought about the opening of the envelope that contained the tale of his misdeeds. Myra had acted quickly. I broke off in my thoughts and rose from my seat. At the same moment Bellis turned swiftly from his gazing over the blind, and I saw that his face had whitened. We remained motionless, standing tense, our faces upraised to the ceiling, listening for, but dreading to hear, a repetition of the sound that had startled us. It was not repeated, and I told myself that the cry we had heard had been the last that Felix Merizev would utter in this world. Truly, vengeance had been swift in overtaking the man with the red beard. I put my former thoughts into words and asked Bellis what would be done with the body. He had turned again to the window, and as I looked to him for his answer, I saw a strange thing. The rat leapt back from the curtain and turned on me, his face strained and working with fear. With a crooked forefinger he pointed down to the garden. At the same moment I heard a loud knocking at the front door of the house. Bellis was speaking to me, his voice trembling so that he had difficulty in jerking out his words. "The police! They are around the house. Is this your work?" End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 28. The Cellars. I was at first staggered at the suspicion the man had of me. Then I thought that such a thing was quite natural. "Before God, no," I said, and the earnestness in my voice carried conviction. I thought of Myra, and of how unwise it had been of her to set the authorities on to the house,
for at that time she provided the only explanation of this sudden turn of affairs had taken. It looked as though, in her efforts to save me, there had been a silence fall upon those in the room above me when the knocking had commenced. Now hurried footsteps descended the stairs, and I heard a man, I think there was but one, creep along the passage and open a window that looked out over the front door. Still the knocking continued. A revolver cracked out on the heavy summer air, then another, and now cries were heard both back and front of the villa. The men of Norwood were in a trap, and in the same trap, I told myself with a little laugh, was Samuel Mannering. A moment later, the door of the room burst open, and Dr. Murden staggered in. He looked round him, livid with passion. Then he saw me. I noticed the revolver in his hand, and heard the cries of "Spy! Traitor!" he hurled at me. Evidently the doctor harboured the same suspicions I had successfully dispersed in the mind of the rat. I saw the revolver come up into line. I stared at it fascinated, as I backed to where I thought the folding doors would afford me cover. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Bellis crouching low and creeping towards the doctor in the rear. Then he sprang upon him. I heard the sound of the revolver and the hiss of the bullet as it passed my ear and embedded itself in the woodwork of the folding doors behind me. I felt my senses leaving me, and I reeled against the table, clutching at the black cloth to save myself from falling. I saw, as in a mist, the forms of the doctor and Bellis as they swayed to and fro for the possession of the weapon. Then I slid to the floor, pulling with me the tablecloth I was gripping, and bringing bottles and glasses clattering to the floor. The last I remember was the sight of the skull inkstand lying on the floor. The ink it had contained was running gruesomely over the whitened bone. My faint, if such it was, must have been but momentary, for I seemed to be at once again on my feet watching the struggle between the rat and the doctor. The latter was undermost, and as I called up my strength to go to Bellis's assistance, the man who had saved me from death rose up with a little sigh. For a few tense seconds Bellis stood looking down upon the figure of Dr. Murden, and I, fascinated, stared from one to the other of them. The man on the floor was not dead, but his action seemed to be merely muscular, and performed unconsciously. He dragged himself a few inches along in the direction of the door, then fell sideways, little groans escaping from his white lips. Then the spell passed, and I was shaking the rat by the arm. "He's not dead. See, there's whiskey over there. Hold up his head." Bellis shrugged his shoulders. "What's the use?" he said, and I, looking at the man on the floor, echoed his query. Murden had rolled over on his back, his knees drawn up, his glazing eyes showing like dull pools in his grey face. The hands thrown out on either side of him lay palms uppermost, and as I looked the fingers of one of them opened and shut spasmodically, then lay quiet. I knelt beside the body of the man who had sought my death, but it did not need the hand I put over his heart to tell me that Dr. Murden had breathed his last. The bullet from his revolver had entered his body, apparently near the base of the lung, and although there was not much blood on the clothing, the internal hemorrhage must have been very severe. I was called to myself by a touch on my shoulder, and, looking up, I encountered the eyes of the rat regarding me. "We are level now, Monsieur Mannering," he was saying. "The affair in my room in Soho need be no more mentioned between us, eh?" As I rose to my feet I took the Russian's hand. "You have saved my life, Bellis," I said. "The other affair I never blamed you for. Dr. Murden is dead," I added to change the subject. The rat gave a glance down at the body, and in his eyes I knew that he had held the doctor an enemy, and that he was glad that things were as they were. But all this took place in the space of a few moments, and during them steps had been hurrying to and fro in the passage outside our door, and now and again a revolver shot sounded, the firing being, I took it, from the window which overlooked the front door. I moved cautiously to the window, peered over the curtain, and drew back with a cry at what I saw. The placid afternoon tranquillity of Norwood had received a rude shock. From my point of vantage I could see over the mass of shrubs in the front garden of the house, to where in the road a large crowd was gathering. From as far as my eye could reach in either direction people came running, and above the agitated murmur of the crowd the call of police whistles shrilled incessantly. I drew back into the room, for I had seen a man in the crowd pointing to me, having evidently discovered my face above the blind. "A nice mess," I said, "I had gotten myself into now," and I wondered again what on earth had possessed Myra to put the police on the track of the Norwood men so soon. As I turned from the window, I saw that the rat had opened the door of the room and was leaning out into the passage. He drew in again, and made a sign that I should come to him. I did so, and placing my finger on his lips as a sign that I should keep silent, he took my wrist, and we passed out into the corridor. A few yards to our left, a curtain draped off a little lobby in which the bathroom of the house was situated. In the shadow of this hanging I was dragged by Bellis. From where we were, I was able to get a glimpse of the passage and of the window at the end of it. At this were clustered a group of 4 men, their heads and shoulders silhouetted against the light. They had their backs to us and were so intent on what was going on outside that Bellis and myself had been able to make our way to our curtained ambush quite unperceived. For perhaps 5 minutes we stood there in the little lobby, and I do not think that any of the men at the windows turned their heads once during that time. There were, as far as I can remember, 2 shots fired. Then, watching his opportunity, the rat made a dive for the head of the staircase, I following. We proceeded down cautiously, my guide going with his head held forward, alert and watchful. The hall was deserted, and I noticed that one of the glass panels had been splintered. Through it I made out the blue coat of a constable, and from the fleeting impression I had as Bellis hurried me past, he seemed to be supporting another man in his arms. Then I found myself, still preceded by Bellis, on the stairs leading down to the basement of the villa. It was very dark below stairs, and my companion put a restraining hand on my arm as we reached the bottom. I watched his grey, shadowy figure as he tiptoed to the door of what I took to be the kitchen, waiting breathlessly as he stood there without motion. Then I saw him push the door open carefully, and after a glance within, beckoned me to advance. The room was comfortably but plainly furnished, partly as a sitting-room and partly as a kitchen, and was evidently used as a living apartment by the old woman who had admitted me on my 2 visits to the house. I looked round now for a sight of this person, and told myself that she had either fallen in the fight, or perhaps, having an inkling of what was about to happen, had quietly taken her departure. We passed through the scullery, and in a corner of the floor Bellis bent and pulled up a ring set in a trap-door. It opened easily, and I saw the top rungs of a crude ladder, the bottom of which was lost in illimitable darkness. The rat tapped at the outside of the pockets of his coat, and satisfied himself by the rattle that he was possessed of matches. There was a stump of candle standing in its own grease on the copper, and he caught this up. Then, with an agility for which I would not have given him credit, he disappeared down the ladder. Looking below, I saw a match sputter in the darkness. Then the steady flame of the candle in the man's hand showed me his face looking up at me. "You can see now, Monsieur Mannering," he whispered. "I will hold the candle so. Come." I think my agility must have equalled, if not surpassed, that of the rat, for, as I held out a foot for the first rung, there came sounds from above that told me we had been none too soon in seeking the sanctuary of the cellars. At a word from Bellis, I let the trap-door carefully down into place, fastening it with a bolt the man pointed out to me. As we stood in the cool dampness of the cellars, we could hear, dimly, the commotion over our heads. The front door, I said, had fallen in under the assaults of some sort of battering ram, and from the hall came the confused sounds of footsteps and shouts, punctuated every now and again by the crack of a pistol-shot. "We can escape this way?" I whispered the query in the rat's ear, and my heart sank at his answer. "I'm afraid not, Monsieur Mannering. There is no outlet. Perhaps they will not come here. Even if they do, I can hide you. It is a chance only." He moved forward as he spoke, holding the candle above his head. The place we were in did not have the appearance of being much used. Old crates and barrels, broken and mildewed, lumbered the brick floor, and here and there a few empty whiskey bottles lay about among the litter. The walls, as the candlelight flickered on them, showed broken, uneven brickwork, on which the dust and cobwebs clung like a creeper. Bellis led the way to the extremity of the cellar, which, as far as I could judge, would lie under the front rooms of the house. He dipped a little pool of grease on an upturned box, and, sticking the candle upright in it, began to pull out the lumber which was stacked in the corner. In this I lent a hand, and we laboured as silently as we could, lifting each article and placing it carefully on the floor behind us. More than once a rat, disturbed in its fastnesses, would glare at us for a moment, the candle making pin-pricks of brilliance in his beady eyes, then scamper away into the shadows. One great fellow darted between my legs, and I all but dropped the cask I happened to be handling at the time the gross body brushed my ankles. And when at last we had cleared the corner, Bellis pointed out to me an alcove in the shadow of a buttress of brickwork. It was not an ideal hiding place, but in all probability would pass observation in the event of a hurried search. The rat told me that he had come upon it by chance during a week in which he had been left in charge of the villa. The gang seemed to have made rather a man-of-all-work of poor old Bellis, and I could see that, did we but get away safely, he for one would not regret the fate that had overtaken the men in the house at Norwood. He had explored the cellars during that week, and, coming upon this small alcove, had himself enlarged it, using the bricks he removed to build up a cunning little angle to make the hiding-place a better one. He told me that he had always thought that such a spot might some day come in useful, in which, events were proving, the rat was wise. Above our heads the noises of the conflict between the police and gang continued. Now there would be a pause, then again the crack of shots and the hoarse cries of the combatants. It was irksome in the extreme, the waiting there, not knowing how the battle was faring. Sometimes a distant cheer would come to our ears as we waited in the darkness, for we had thought it wise to harvest our candle, and we would say that the crowd were expressing their approval of some move on the part of the police. Suddenly it came to me that we had done a foolish thing in bolting the trap-door. Any security it gave us would at best be a temporary one, and the fact of the bolt being on the underside would point plainly to the fact that the cellar was tenanted, and any search made with the slightest care could not fail to unearth our poor hiding-place. I mentioned this to Bellis, and at a nod from him I groped my way softly to the ladder and unbolted the trap. As I did so, perched up there on the ladder, the sounds of the house came more clearly to me. The fighting was taking place, undoubtedly, in the top rooms, and I felt sure that the basement, in any event, was untenanted. I returned to where I had left Bellis, for the idea had come into my head whereby I hoped both of us might regain our freedom. I did not like the cellar. I have a strong objection to confinement that one who has led an open-air life always feels. The dust-hung walls, the low raftered roof gave me the impression of a living tomb, and I felt it would be better in the thick of the fight raging over our heads than this smothering blackness. Moreover, I did not hold our refuge a safe one. It was not likely the police would depart without thoroughly overhauling the premises, and it was idle to think that the cellars would escape their notice. When I reached Bellis, I sat down beside him on a barrel-top and told him my plan. First, however, I asked him a few questions. "There is no way out of here, I suppose?" The man beside me grunted. "There is a manhole, but what good would that do us? It would be hard to reach it from the floor. Besides, the garden would be full of police." "But one could get in by this manhole?" I asked. "I don't understand." "Never mind, Bellis. Listen. I am going to wait here with you until the house is quieter. Then I am going up into the kitchen." Bellis gave a start. "Both of us?" he queried. "No, you will remain here, and I will do my best to divert the search from your hiding-place. And you?" "I am taking the only chance there is for me to take. If we stay here in the cellar, it is only a question of time." And I proceeded to tell him my plan. He agreed to it with a grunt which plainly said that he had little faith in it. For a few moments we allowed ourselves a light, and in that time I ran through my pockets and destroyed the card of membership and all papers and articles which could in any way identify me with Simon Draffo. From my notebook I tore the pages on which was any writing, and on the flyleaf I wrote, "Samuel Mannering, Mercury Office, Fleet Street." The discarded papers we reduced to ashes in the flame of the candle. Then in the darkness we waited perhaps an hour or an hour and a half. I paid periodical visits to the top of the ladder, and at last I told myself it was time for me to put my plan into execution. I called a whispered farewell to the rat, and raised the trapdoor a few inches. The red rays of the setting sun nearly blinded me after the darkness of the cellar, but in a moment I could see that the kitchen was as we had left it. With a heave of the shoulders I pushed back the flap and emerged, a dust-grimed figure, into the basement. I stood for a moment in indecision, keeping well back from the window. Every now and again a shadow would pass across the panes, telling me that the garden was occupied, presumably by police, put there to see that no one left the house. I looked at the cheap American clock which was ticking on the mantelpiece, and saw that it wanted 20 minutes to 8. It would be better for my purpose to wait until it grew a little darker, and I took my seat on a Windsor chair, screening myself behind the scullery door. I waited there till between 1/4 and 8:30. The fighting had ceased long since, the only sounds which reached me being the occasional tread of footsteps crossing the room above me, and the distant murmur of voices. It was by this time much darker, and shadows filled the corners of the great kitchen. Treading lightly, I walked upstairs into the hall. Here all was quiet, but through the slightly open door of the back room I could see an inspector of police writing at a table, and from the voices I took it that there were 3 or 4 men in the room with him. As I stood there at the head of the stairs, someone came from the room at the front and, seeing me, gave a gasp. I caught sight of myself in a mirror a little later, and I can understand the consternation I must have struck into the heart of a sudden beholder. The man, he was a constable, and he showed signs of the fight he had been through, made a grab at my shoulder, at the same time calling to his comrades in the other room, who came running at his voice. Together they dragged me in and stood me before the inspector whom I had seen writing. "When you've quite done," I began. "You are English," the remark was shot at me by the inspector. I bowed with a little smile. "At your service," I said. "Mr. Samuel Mannering, of the Mercury. Really, you shouldn't knock the press about like this. Is Sir Andrew here?" At my mention of the chief at the yard, the manner of the man at the table underwent a change. He was still undecided, however, how to act. "That's all very well, Mr. Mannering, but the house is surrounded. How did you—" "You underrate us newspaper men," I said. "There's a manhole at the back. Coals, I think it's for. But it does for reporters at a pinch. Rather a tight pinch, too, it was." The inspector frowned slightly. "But the garden is watched," I said. "So I saw as I came through, Mr. Inspector." There was a little laugh at this, and I saw my case was as good as won. "I came through the cellars," I added, and pointed to the cobwebs on my clothes. "The cellars?" "Yes. Didn't you see a trapdoor arrangement in the scullery?" "We hadn't made a strict search yet. We're waiting for Sir Andrew, who has gone back to the yard. He's motoring, so he may be here at any moment." "Then he'll remove the last lingering doubt as to the identity of Mr. Samuel Mannering. Do these infernal anarchists keep whiskey in the house? I'm dry as dust, and there are a lot of empties in the cellar." The inspector seemed struck by an idea. "Nothing else in the cellar, I suppose, Mr. Mannering?" "Meaning?" I asked blandly. "Any of the fellows we have been after. There's 4 dead and 2 prisoners, so far." "Oh, I see. No, you can cut out the cellars from your reckoning. I was there the best part of an hour looking for the way up into the house. There's no one there." And I took a cigarette from my case and lit it so that the inspector should not see my eyes. I stayed with the men in that room for nearly an hour longer, but it was little in the way of information that I could gather. The order from headquarters as to pressmen had evidently been made plain. Moreover, I do not imagine that until Sir Andrew Fordman arrived, I was quite taken at my word. When at last a motor drove up to the gate and the white-bearded chief entered, it was plain sailing. I had during my journalistic career often come in touch with Sir Andrew, and, indeed, before he reached the top of the tree I had, on occasions, been of some slight assistance to him in the working up of a case. He greeted me in a friendly manner, although I could see he was very preoccupied with the magnitude of the events which had been happening that evening. He listened to the story of my forced entrance with a smile. "Like old times, Mr. Mannering, to have you on the spot," he said. "You've been out of the game lately, eh?" "Somewhat," I said. "I've been abroad. Manchuria. I'll tell you later. Now, am I to be let in on this job, Sir Andrew?" For a moment I thought he was going to refuse. He fingered his beard and seemed to be weighing pros and cons. "As you're here, Mr. Mannering, you may as well stay. You've been to Russia, eh? Perhaps you'll be useful in our search." And so, by great good luck, the only journalist who was allowed to accompany the party who made an examination of Clarina Villa was Mr. Samuel Mannering, of the Mercury. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 29. The Top Room. "And those cellars you came through, Mr. Mannering, we'll take a look at them. 2 of you," Sir Andrew went on, turning to the men, "will remain here in the hall. Merton, and you, Chesney, come with me." I showed them the way down to the kitchens. My thoughts as I crossed the linoleum-covered floor and put my hand to the ring of the trap-door were not enviable ones. It went against my grain to play a double game with such a fine fellow as Sir Andrew, but it was not to be thought of for a moment that I could do otherwise than shield Bellis to the best of my ability. If ever a man's life had been saved by the actions of another, mine had been by the rat's attack on Murden when his revolver threatened me. I took as long over raising the trap-door as I could without raising suspicion. "There's hardly any need to go down. I was here for an hour," I said, and added, as I thought of the evasion of a lie Bellis's nickname offered me, "I can assure you, Sir Andrew, all I saw was a rat." But the chief was not a man to do things by halves, and he insisted in personally following me down the crazy ladder.
When he stood beside me on the cellar floor, I took the lantern one of the men handed down to me and turned to Sir Andrew. At my suggestion, he agreed to stay at the foot of the ladder while I made the round of the place, flashing the piercing rays of the lantern on to the walls. I was careful to pass as rapidly as possible over the corner where Bellis hid. If Sir Andrew stayed where he was at the foot of the ladder, all would be well. Now and again I would purposely fall over some of the lumber, or would anathematize an imaginary rodent, in order that the chief, who was by way of being a dandy, should be impressed by the dangers of the place, both as regarded shins and clothes. No doubt this had its effect, for after a few moments he expressed himself satisfied, and with a little sigh of thankfulness I followed him up the ladder. Just as I was emerging on the floor of the scullery, I stopped and swore softly. "My notebook, Sir Andrew. I put it down on one of the barrels. I'll join you in a moment." I said this very naturally, and did not wait for an answer, but went back swiftly down the ladder to the cellar, and in a few strides I had reached Bellis. The little fellow was in a pitiable state of fear. "Quick," I whispered. "They are searching the house. Where are the papers kept? Is there a list? For all our sakes." I think the rat saw the importance of what I was asking him, for he answered at once, speaking in a whisper. "In the room where MaryAnn, where we waited, a little black-covered book, third board from the window, fireplace side." There was no time for more, as I heard Sir Andrew's voice calling for me to join them, and I was afraid that he might suspect something had happened to me. I pressed Bellis's hand, and in another moment I was in the kitchen again with the searchers. I find it difficult now to write of the feelings I experienced as I accompanied the men over the well-known ground. Not for a moment did I dare let my grip of myself weaken, and, after all I had so lately passed through, this was not very easy. When one of the men discovered the heavy steel-lined shutters, my surprise had been as great as that shown by any of the others, and my exclamation of horror at the sight of the dead men laid out on the table in the front room, which had been turned into a temporary mortuary, was, I think, convincing. MaryAnn was there, and Veo and Dietrich, and I think this was my greatest ordeal, Paul Bergstoff. He lay there, his head thrown back, showing all the noble beauty of his high forehead and clean-cut profile. I felt a sob come into my throat as I looked at him, the man who had trusted me. There was a small bullet wound in his temple, at the spot a man chooses when he takes his own life. I turned to Sir Andrew, and I think my voice was calm. "Was not this the man who escaped from Dartmoor? You have killed 2 birds with 1 stone, it seems, Sir Andrew." And the man's answer sent a wave of thankfulness coursing through me, for, as I heard it, I knew that Myra had no hand in the evening's work. "It was he who gave us the tip, Mannering. He was recognized entering the house this afternoon by one of the local constables. His description had been well circulated. If he had surrendered quietly, I doubt whether all this would have happened. They took fright too easily. What they thought was a raid was merely an investigation as to this Bergstoff. I'm afraid the police were more surprised than these rascals were." I thought of what had been taking place in the top room when the summons came from the constables at the door, and I did not wonder at the men taking alarm. I could hardly restrain my anxiety to see what had happened to Felix Merizef. Room after room was visited. The litter of the battle had in some measure been cleared up, and the search was now evidently for papers and articles which would be useful in building up the case against the prisoners, and in running to earth anyone connected with the gang who had not been on the premises that evening. And each room brought us near to that which I so much desired, and dreaded to see. There were, I was relieved to see, very few documents brought to light, although the quantity of jewellery and valuables was considerable, some of the articles found being recognized by Sir Andrew as having been recently stolen from different houses in the West End. Truly, Paul Bergstoff had led the police into a land of plenty, and unearthed for them a pretty nest. At last the room above where Bellis and I had waited was reached, and I took a brace on my nerves as I entered. To my surprise, the apartment was in perfect order, the furniture arranged regularly, and no sign apparent that anything out of the ordinary had taken place. But I, of all the search party, knew that only a few hours previously a man had been done to death among these orderly surroundings. I suppose it was this knowledge which made the large cupboard that reached nearly to the ceiling in one corner an object of suspicion. I noticed that a policeman was trying the door of it, and I watched his efforts with a heart thumping in my breast. It was locked, but at a word from Sir Andrew the man struck at the lock with a poker he had taken from the grate. When a break had been made, he used the poker as a lever, and with a splintering of wood the door parted from its hinges and hung brokenly. And perhaps I,
who of all the men in the room alone knew what was behind that door, was the most startled at the thing which tumbled heavily out onto the shoulders of the policeman in a grotesque embrace, and sliding to the floor, lay there hideous, shapeless. To Sir Andrew and his assistants this was but a new item in the affair. To me, who had known and feared Felix Marazeff in life, it had a terrible interest. In the police report we would read that an unknown middle-aged man with a red beard had been found strangled in a cupboard in an upstairs room, whilst to me the body was the last link in the reconstruction of a tragedy. I gave a casual glance at the ceiling and saw what I expected I would see there, a hook firmly fastened in the beam which traversed the room. To others this might suggest the support of a hanging lamp, but I clothed it with a more sinister significance. The whole scene seemed to come into my vision, the fear-stricken figure of the traitor, the rope hanging limply over his shoulder. Perhaps there had been some horrid ritual attendant upon the execution, some impressive formula. I saw in my mind's eye the quivering form depending from the hook in the ceiling, the panic that overtook the men at the knocking on the door. They had cut the body down, I told myself, and pushed it into the cupboard, locking the ghastly thing in together with the rope and removing the evidences of their deed. The face of Felix Marazeff seemed to look up into mine. The eyes were open and staring. They appeared to regard me wistfully. I could describe the color of the livid blotched skin, the swollen lips, the protruding tongue-tip, but I have no mind for the task. I turned to Sir Andrew. "I have seen a few sights in my time," I said, "but I don't like this. It's too horrible. If you don't mind, I'll take a little sketch of the room below. It's the council chamber, I take it." Sir Andrew nodded, what I took to be his permission. I don't think he was listening. He was busy superintending the removal of Marazeff to join the other bodies in the room downstairs. I waited until the little party had reached the hall, then, counting swiftly, I prized up with my penknife the third board in the flooring of the council room. There was nothing distinctive about this board, but it came up easily. In the cavity beneath lay what I sought, a little black-covered book. There were a few papers besides, and I gathered these up and placed them with the book in my pocket. Then, roughing out a sketch of sorts in my pocket-book to carry out my deception should Sir Andrew mention it, I went downstairs and joined the others. I was on the horns of a dilemma. My plans had so far succeeded far better than I had any right to expect of them, but now I seemed to have arrived at a brick wall. On the other hand there was Myra, and anxious as I was to reach her side and assure her of my safety, I was held to the villa by the mental picture of a little Russian sitting in a cellar, gnawing at his nails and waiting. Sir Andrew was drawing on his gloves as I entered the room, and at the gate I could hear his car being cranked up. He was giving instructions as to guarding the house that night. The inspector was to remain, and with him 2 men. There would also be a man at the front and one at the back to watch the place. The genial chief turned to me. "Can I give you a lift to town, Mr. Mannering?" I thanked him, but told him no. If it was not against the rules, I said, I would rather wait on the spot and write my story while it was red hot. I claimed to be the only journalist who had managed to get into the house, and I intended to stop till I was turned out. The inspector, I was glad to see, was nothing loath to having a further companion, especially one who was on such friendly terms with his chief, and after Sir Andrew's car had started on its journey to town, we proceeded to make ourselves as comfortable as circumstances admitted. I produced my cigar case, and asking the inspector to help himself, I took my fountain pen and began to write. I wrote on, with little breaks for conversation, until I heard a neighbouring clock strike 10. I had made by this time friends with the inspector, mostly by hinting at the prominence his name would have in my report for the Mercury. We had the back room to ourselves, the 2 constables he had instructed to remain in the hall. Shortly after the clock had struck, I rose and gathered up my papers, stretching my arms and stifling a yawn. "This must go at once," I said, "to get to press for the first editions. I'll take a stroll out to the road and pick up a messenger of some sort." I watched the inspector narrowly as I spoke. He was sitting with his feet perched up on a chair, and was almost nodding over the evening paper. He showed little interest in what I had said. Certainly he evinced no disposition to accompany me. I stepped out into the hall, the 2 men on guard saluting the friend of Sir Andrew as I passed through. I appeared to hesitate for a moment. Then I turned back into the room. "I'm going to forage, Mr. Inspector," I said. "There may be a bottle of something in the kitchen. I don't know if it's strict duty, but this is a special case, I think. Blame it on me if there's anything said." The men in the hall smiled broad smiles of anticipation as I made my way past them and down the kitchen stairs. It was dark as the pit, and as I stumbled over the chairs I wished at first that I had brought a candle, but on second thoughts I said the darkness well suited the errand I was on. Moving carefully, I located the trap door, and raising it, I knelt down and gave a low whistle. At first there was no response save a slight rustle beneath me. Evidently, I said, the rat was taking no chances. Then I whispered his name. Followed the sound of his stealthy steps and a hoarse voice. Am I to come up? I whispered an affirmative, and in a moment the shadowy form of my Muscovite friend loomed beside me in the darkness. There's a way out of here? I asked. For answer he caught my sleeve and drew me over to a door in the scullery which led into the garden at the back, or rather into a stone area from which the garden was reached by some half-dozen broken steps. I opened this door softly and peered out. The shrubs with which the garden was filled took strange shapes in the darkness. At the further end of the gravel path I could just make out the form of the policeman left in charge. I drew back into the shadows. If I take off the attention of that man, I said to Bellis, can you get away? The rat thought for a moment. Yes, Mr. Mannering. Is he the only one? At the back, yes. Then take him, if you can, over to that far corner to the right. There's a gap in the fence behind that bush over there on the other side. If I can make it, I'm all right. It leads to a lane. Then, Bellis, my boy, quick's the word, and lie low when you get clear. And with that and a pressure of the hand I walked boldly up to the policeman, lighting my cigar as I went. I knew that the splash of light my vesta made would take the man's attention off anything else. The policeman had seen me about the place during the evening and would suspect nothing. I held him in conversation for some minutes, gradually drawing him to the right-hand top of the garden, and I remained with him, questioning him as a journalist naturally would on the events of the night, until I judged that the rat had made good his escape. Then, thanking the officer for the information he had given me, I pressed a half-sovereign in his hand and returned to the house. This time I struck matches and was fortunate in finding, in the fairly well-stocked larder, a 3/4 full bottle of whisky and some cold meat. This banquet I took upstairs. I told the inspector as we drank that, on second thought, I would take my copy up to town myself. It was rather risky trusting a messenger. I advised him to be sure to get a Mercury in the morning, and so left him to dreams of fame and promotion. There was still a big crowd in the vicinity of the house, and I told myself that the rat would have had no difficulty in mixing with the people, and, at his leisure, making his way back to town. I wondered where he would go. Not, I told myself with a smile, to the lady in the yellow dressing-gown. I took a cab back to town and delivered my copy into Winson's own hands. He, it seems, had had 2 reporters out on the case with no results worth mentioning. Except in my case, Sir Andrew had been very strict. I would give my partner no explanations. I said I was tired, and that if after tomorrow he mentioned the house at Norwood to me, I would brain him where he sat. When I left him, he was fingering my copy as a connoisseur would an old and valuable vase. Tired as I was, there was a further journey for me that night. I hailed another cab, choosing one with a useful-looking animal between the shafts, and drove out to Hampstead. I had no intention of calling at that late hour, but I could not rest until I had seen that Myra's house, at any rate, wore its normal aspect. I dismissed the cab at Hampstead station and made my way to the house on foot. It was, of course, in darkness, but all was quiet, and after passing and repassing 2 or 3 times, I went on to Jack Straw's Hotel, where, late as it was, I was obliged with a bed. And in the conversation I had, before retiring, with the landlord and one of the waiters, there was little spoken of but the doings at Norwood, but there was no mention of anything out of the way having taken place at Hampstead. I did not ask a direct question, but framed my remarks so that, had anything happened at Manor Way, I would certainly have heard of it. I scribbled a note to Myra, asking her to be at the Heath the following morning at 10 o'clock. I gave no particulars of what had taken place that day. It was enough that the girl should know that I was safe and at liberty. This note I left with the boots, with instructions that it should be sent down to Myra about 8 o'clock. I spent a little while, when I had gone to my bedroom, in examining the papers and the book I had taken from beneath the flooring in the Norwood house. The papers were quite unimportant, consisting mostly of letters to Dr. Murden from Russia and newspaper cuttings dealing in the main with the recent burglaries in and about London. The book was, as I gathered from the rat, a record of the doings of the gang and a list of members. This, together with the papers, I tied up carefully, intending to put the parcel in my locker at the safe deposit at the earliest opportunity. Before wrapping the book up, however, I neatly removed 2 pages on which were the names and addresses of Bellis, Oscar, Pickard's Rents, Soho, and Ramsay, Myra, Manor Way, Hampstead.
These pages I reduced to ashes in the flame of my candle. I opened my window and scattered the charred paper out into the night. Below me the heath stretched black and silent, and beyond it the sky shone with the glare of the city that never sleeps. I looked over in the direction I took Norwood to be, and pictured to myself a row of dead men whom I had known so recently in life. I prayed that this might be the end, and that the girl sleeping near me, in the cottage down there in the hollow, might be free from the vows that had become hateful to her. For me, I swore that this should be so. The Tsar of all Russias could in future manage his own affairs as seemed best to him, without interference from Samuel Mannering, who, not having had any proper rest for 2 days, shut the window and went to bed. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 30. Conclusion. The clocks down in Hampstead had just finished chiming the hour of 10 when, looking up from the reading of the Times account of the doings in Norwood on the day before, I saw Myra coming towards me. She was walking quickly, and the light wind that blew across the heath fluttered little purple shadows over the white of her gown and blew tiny tendrils of hair about her face. I had chosen the first seat east of the horse pond, and seeing me, the girl sank down breathless beside me. I was so afraid I would be late. My sister's rather trying sometimes. I have been so anxious, dear, not knowing what was happening. The papers last night told nothing. I took her little hand in mine and told her all the tragedy of the day before. As I spoke, I watched her changing expression, horror at the details of the deaths of those whom she had called comrades. I read pity, too, in the grey eyes as I spoke of the end that had come to Merezov, but through all the compassion I thought I detected a relief that could not be kept back. I spoke to her also of Bergstoff, and for the first time of the mission which I had undertaken in his behalf. When I mentioned the £1,000 I held in trust for her, she started up. No, oh, no, I could not take it. It seems too horrible. Besides, she went on, I have no need of money. My sister married, as the world goes, well. I can take— But, Myra, perhaps there is a use you could put it to? Were you not speaking of a friend, a girl who was in Siberia? The girl brightened. The look of the enthusiast came again into her grey eyes. Oh, yes, yes, we will do that. It may release her. It will, at any rate, give her comforts. There's a priest I know in St. Petersburg who will arrange what he can. Paul Bergstoff was a good man. He was, I agreed, and he deserves a better fate. It was he who unconsciously led the police to the villa after his escape from Dartmoor. Do you know, Myra, I thought for a moment that it was you who had given the information. I don't think I could have done that, she said, and something in her voice made me ashamed. I opened the envelope you left with me earlier than you had said, because I felt afraid. After you left me that night, I saw a man creep from the shadow of our hedge and follow you. It was Veyo, I think. I would have warned you, but I had no time. Then, when you did not come the next evening, I grew alarmed, and when the post brought no word, I just had to open the envelope. You know the rest. I nodded. Yes, dear, it was brave of you. No, it was not brave of me. I was afraid, I say, afraid for you. After I had faced Felix Merezov at Norwood, I came back here and sat in the cottage trembling all day. Dr. Murdon would not let me stay at the villa. He said there was work to be done where women would not be wanted. My sister thought I was ill and made me go to bed early. Does your sister know all this, what you did in Russia? Myra gave a little smile. No, I'm afraid that Peggy is too much wrapped up in her house and her baby to care about politics. She thinks Russia is a hateful place and can't make out why I went there when father died. The girl paused for a moment, then went on, her eyes staring out over the heath. But I had to do something. I knew Russian, and I did quite well with my music teaching. Peggy went as companion to an old lady, a Mrs. Marshall, who lived in a bath chair at Brighton, and, of course, she married the old lady's nephew, like they do in the books. Merezov came to the house as a friend I had met in Russia. I think Peggy wanted me to marry him. She gave a little shudder, and we again fell into talking of the events of the last few days. It was past 12 when we parted, she to return to her home and to Peggy and the baby, I to my hotel in Bloomsbury, where I hoped by means of a razor and suitable raiment to take again my place in the world as Samuel Mannering. I spent the afternoon at my old desk in the Mercury building. I put our chief reporter on the Norwood case, contenting myself with sifting the evidence and touching up his copy. As I told Winston, the farther I kept from Clarina Villa, the better it would be for me. The dear fellow did not question me overmuch. I turned in at the Empire that evening, and, of course, ran into Bertie Traverson. As I had done 7 months before, I took his arm and led him up the sloping passage to the American bar. A fancy prompted me to choose the same table at which I had sat with Paul Bergstoff on that former occasion. "You're quite a stranger, Sammy," Traverson said, letting his monocle drop with a tinkle on his shirt front. "Where have you sprung up from this time?" "Russia, again," I said with a smile. "And you?" He gave the little bird-like laugh I remembered so well. "I? Oh, I've been here every night since I saw you last. Don't think I've missed twice. When I have been in town, that is." Since he had seen me last. Ye gods! In a moment all that I had been through passed through my mind. I saw the corpses on the snow in Moscow, the body of Nevsky in the Ottoman, the woman in the yellow dressing-gown in Soho, the glazed eyes of Felix Merizev, the cellars at Norwood, and over all, serene and full of hope, the eyes of Myra Ramsay. And this little man had practically been sitting here all the time. "What are you staring at, Sammy?" Bertie Traverson's voice came to me through the maze of memories and called me to myself. "Nothing, old man. I was thinking, that's all." And I raised my glass and wished the very best of health to Bertie Traverson. The trial of the 2 Russians, which took place some 6 or 8 weeks after the events at Norwood, will be recalled readily to the minds of those who read the newspapers of 3 years ago. The proceedings at the Old Bailey will perhaps be best remembered as having been the vaguest trial ever heard in that court. The almost entire lack of direct evidence and of identity, together with the linguistic difficulties attending the examination of the accused, caused the affair, from a legal point of view, to be anything but satisfactory. From the standpoint of the writer of this narrative, it was eminently so. I have before me, as I write, the copy of the Morning Post, in which it is reported the sentence of 5 years' penal servitude passed upon the 2 men known as Davidoff and Hersky by Mr. Justice Epgrave, the terms of imprisonment in each case to be followed by deportation. In his able summing up of the scanty evidence at his disposal, his lordship gets very near to the truth of the matter. In speaking of the dead man, Murdon, the only one among the brotherhood at Norwood of whom anything direct was known, his lordship commented upon the bank book belonging to the doctor, which was found among the papers in a desk in the villa, and which showed a balance of more than £60,000. There is little doubt that under the cloak of anarchy this man had been able to draw into his net younger and weaker men, upon whose mistaken sense of patriotism he had played, to the extent of getting them, in time, to do any dirty work he liked to set them. The jury, his lordship went on, must take into account the youth and bearing of the accused. They had, he thought, been more sinned against than sinning. They were, as the jury could see at a glance, of a peculiarly degenerate type. Moreover, there was nothing to connect them with the murder which had undoubtedly taken place in the upper room of the villa. The efforts of the police to identify the victim of this crime had been unsuccessful, and, as far as the men in the dock were concerned, this count must fall to the ground. As to their being accessories, at any rate, after the burglary at St. Boris Fenberg's, many articles from the Park Lane house being discovered in the Norwood cellars, there could be no reasonable doubt. Again, the evidence was complete that the prisoners took an active part in the defense of the house against the police. But it is not alone the report of the case which makes that particular issue of the Morning Post of interest to me, for in it also is an announcement that a marriage has been arranged and will shortly take place between Samuel Horworth Mannering of Guildford, Surrey, and Myra, youngest daughter of the late Reverend Silas Ramsay of Atterbury, Wiltshire. And the marriage did shortly take place, for within a month of the date of that copy of the Post, Myra and I were among the gay company at St. Moritz, high up on the roof of the world, and there are many worse places than Switzerland in which to spend one's honeymoon. We had intended going on afterwards to Moscow, but on second thoughts we decided to postpone that pleasure. That was more than 3 years ago, and we have not yet taken the journey. Perhaps next winter we will arrange a little tour and look again on the places where we suffered so much, and where we passed through the darkness to the love-light. There is no terror now in Myra's eyes, no haunting dread of what may come. in them shines only a great contentment. Sometimes I imagine I read in their grey depths that she is thinking of those she had known, of the girls who had given of their best to the cause, and who even now were paying the penalty among the snows of Siberia, or in some foul Muscovite prison. I've noticed, too, that after such times my dear wife will speak to me of money affairs, and I've been surprised, or pretended that I was, at the smallness of the balance at the bank in Guildford, where I have opened an account for her. After all, Myra can do what she likes with what is hers, and if perhaps a cheque signed by Myra Mannering sometimes finds its way to a St. Petersburg priest, it is no affair of mine. I have heard of Father Ivan, and of the good work he manages to do in the prisons of Russia and in the convict settlements in the north. Besides, on the pay-sheet of the Mercury figures the name of Oscar Bellis, of the Rue Bria, in Paris. The salary of this member of the staff is paid regularly by money order once a week. He is entered in the books as the paper's socialist correspondent, and it is his duty to send us any news of the labor movement that takes place in the gay city. As, however, he seldom rises till midday, and then never goes farther than the café almost opposite his lodgings, his reports are not very valuable. In fact, the only regular writing we get from the Rat is that on the weekly receipt he sends us. When last I passed through Paris, I looked the little man up. He appears quite happy, and is evidently drinking himself to death. I would reduce his allowance, salary, I should say, if I thought it would lead him into more sober ways. I am afraid, however, that it would only cause him to find some quicker, but no less sure, mode of quitting the world which, after all, can hold little hope for him. From where I am writing in my cosy study, I can see the lawns of my home terrace down to where the river Wey glides like a silver thread separating my garden from the gold-dusted meadows beyond. When we first took the place, the lawn and the river appeared, from this window, to merge into one another, an effect that is somewhat spoiled by the little wooden railing we have now erected. But as Myra says, and I entirely agree with her, little boys of 2 years old are so venturesome. They are all out there now on the lawn, making a vivid splash of colour on the green, Myra and Peggy and the children, and the wicker chairs and the gaudy cushions and the tea-table glistening with china and silver. And over all the June sunshine, and all around the June roses, and in my heart a great wonderment at what Samuel Mannering has ever done to deserve it all. End of chapter 30, and end of The Man with the Red Beard by David Whitelaw.